Ursula Part 1 by Honoré de Balzac. Chapter 1. The Frightened Hares. Entering the moors by the road to Paris, we crossed the Canal du Loing, the steep banks of which served the double purpose of ramparts to the fields and of picturesque promenades for the inhabitants of that pretty little town. Since 1830, several houses had unfortunately been built on the farther side of the bridge. If this sort of suburb increases, the place will lose its present aspect of graceful originality. In 1829, however, both sides of the road were clear, and the master of the post route, a tall, stout man about 60 years of age, sitting one fine autumn morning at the highest part of the bridge, could take in at a glance the whole of what is called in his business a Rubin de queue. The month of September was displaying its treasures. The atmosphere glowed above the grass and the pebbles. No cloud dimmed the blue of the sky, the purity of which in all parts, even close to the horizon, showed the extreme rarefaction of the air. So, Honoré for that was the postmaster's name, was obliged to shade his eyes with one hand. To keep them from being dazzled. With the air of a man who was tired of waiting, he looked first to the charming meadows which lay to the right of the road where the aftermath was springing up, then to the hill slopes covered with copses which extend, on the left, from Nemours to Buron. He could hear in the valley of the Loing, where the sounds on the road were echoed back from the hills, the trot of his own horses and the crack of his postilion's whip. None but a postmaster could feel impatient within sight of such meadows, filled with cattle worthy of Paul Potter, and glowing beneath a Raphael sky, and beside a canal, shaded with trees after Holboma. Whoever knows Nemours knows that nature is there as beautiful as art, whose mission is to spiritualize it. There, the landscape has ideas and creates thought. But, on catching sight of Honoré, an artist would very likely have left the view to sketch the man, so original was he in his native commonness. Unite in the human being all the conditions of the brute, and you have a Caliban, who is certainly a great thing. Wherever form rules, sentiment disappears. The postmaster, a living proof of that axiom, presented a physiognomy in which an observer could with difficulty trace, beneath the vivid carnation of its coarsely developed flesh, the semblance of a soul. His cap of blue cloth, with a small peak and sides fluted like a melon, outlined a head of vast dimensions, showing that Gall's science has not yet produced its chapter of exceptions. The gray and rather shiny hair which appeared below the cap showed that other causes than mental toil or grief had whitened it. Large ears stood out from the head, their edges scarred with the eruptions of his overabundant blood, which seemed ready to gush at the least exertion. His skin was crimson under an outside layer of brown, due to the habit of standing in the sun. The roving gray eyes, deep sunken and hidden by bushy black brows, were like those of the Kalmucks who entered France in 1815. If they ever sparkled, it was only under the influence of a covetous thought. His broad pug nose was flattened at the base, thick lips, in keeping with a repulsive double. Chin, the beard of which, rarely cleaned more than once a week, was encircled with a dirty silk handkerchief twisted to a cord. A short neck, rolling in fat, and heavy cheeks completed the characteristics of brute force which sculptors give to their caryatids. Honoré was like those statues, with this difference, that whereas they supported an edifice, he had more than he could well do to support himself. You will meet many such Atlases in the world. The man's torso was a block. It was like that of a bull standing on his hind legs. His vigorous arms ended in a pair of thick, hard hands, broad and strong and well able to handle whip, reins, and pitchfork, hands which his postilions never attempted to trifle with. The enormous stomach of this giant rested on thighs which were as large as the body of an ordinary adult and feet like those of an elephant. Anger was a rare thing with him, but it was terrible, apoplectic, when it did burst forth. Though violent and quite incapable of reflection, the man had never done anything that justified the sinister suggestions of his bodily presence. To all those who felt afraid of him, his postilions would reply, "Oh, he's not bad." The master of Nemours, to use the common abbreviation of the country, wore a velveteen shooting jacket of bottle green, trousers of green linen with great stripes, and an ample yellow waistcoat of goatskin, in the pocket of which might be discerned the round outline of a monstrous snuff-box. A snuff-box to a pug nose is a law without exception. A son of the Revolution and a spectator of the Empire, Minaret-Livrault did not meddle with politics. As to his religious opinions, he had never set foot in a church except to be married. As to his private principles, he kept them within the civil code. All that the law did not forbid or could not prevent, he considered right. He never read anything but the journal of the Department of the Seine et Oise, and a few printed instructions relating to his business. He was considered a clever agriculturist, but his knowledge was only practical. In him, the moral being did not belie the physical. He seldom spoke, and before speaking he always took a pinch of snuff to give himself time, not to find ideas, but words. If he had been a talker, you would have felt that he was out of keeping with himself. Reflecting that this elephant minus a trumpet and without a mind was called Minaret-Livrault, we are compelled to agree with Sterne as to the occult power of names, which sometimes ridicule and sometimes foretell characters. In spite of his visible incapacity he had acquired during the last 36 years, the Revolution helping him an income of 30,000 francs derived from farmlands, woods, and meadows. If Minaret, being master of the coach lines of Nemours and those of the Gâtinais to Paris, still worked at his business, it was less from habit than for the sake of an only son, to whom he was anxious to give a fine career. This son, who was now, to use an expression of the peasantry, a monsieur, had just completed his legal studies, and was about to take his degree as licentiate, preparatory to being called to the bar. Monsieur and Madame Minaret-Livrault, for behind our colossus every one will perceive a woman, without whom this signal good fortune would have been impossible, left their son free to choose his own career. He might be a notary in Paris, king's attorney in some district, collector of customs no matter where, broker or postmaster as he pleased. What fancy of his could they ever refuse him? To what position of life might he not aspire as the son of a man about whom the whole countryside, from Montargis to Essonne, was in the habit of saying, "Père Minaret doesn't even know how rich he is"? This saying had obtained fresh force about 4 years before this history begins, when Minaret, after selling his inn, built stables and a splendid dwelling, and removed the post-house from the Grand Rue to the wharf. The new establishment cost 200,000 francs, which the gossip of 30 miles in circumference more than doubled. The Nemours mail coach service requires a large number of horses. It goes to Fontainebleau on the road to Paris and from there diverges to Montargis and also to Montereau. The relays are long, and the sandy soil of the Montargis road calls for the mythical third horse, always paid for but never seen. A man of Minaret's build and Minaret's wealth, at the head of such an establishment, might well be called, without contradiction, the master of Nemours. Though he never thought of God or devil, being a practical materialist, just as he was a practical agriculturist, a practical egoist, and a practical miser, Minaret had enjoyed up to this time a life of unmixed happiness, if we can call pure materialism happiness. A physiologist observing the rolls of flesh which covered the last vertebrae and pressed upon the giant's cerebellum, and, above all, hearing the shrill, sharp voice which contrasted so absurdly with his huge body, would have understood why this ponderous, coarse being adored his only son, and why he had so long expected him, a fact proved by the name, Desire, which was given to the child. The mother, whom the boy fortunately resembled, rivaled the father in spoiling him. No child could long have resisted the effects of such idolatry. As soon as Desire knew the extent of his power, he milked his mother's coffer and dipped into his father's purse, making each author of his being believe that he or she alone was petitioned. Desire, who played a part in the Moors, far beyond that of a prince royal in his father's capital, chose to gratify his fancies in Paris, just as he had gratified them in his native town. He had therefore spent a yearly sum of not less than 12,000 francs during the time of his legal studies. But for that money he had certainly acquired ideas that would never have come to him in Nemours. He had stripped off the provincial skin, learned the power of money, and seen in the magistracy a means of advancement which he fancied. During the last year he had spent an extra sum of 10,000 francs in the company of artists, journalists, and their mistresses. A confidential and rather disquieting letter from his son, asking for his consent to a marriage, explains the watch which the postmaster was now keeping on the bridge. For Madame Minoret, Leverel, busy in preparing a sumptuous breakfast to celebrate the triumphal return of the licentiate, had sent her husband to the mail road, advising him to take a horse and ride out if he saw nothing of the diligence. The coach which was conveying the precious son usually arrived at 5 in the morning, and it was now 9. What could be the meaning of such delay? Was the coach overturned? Could Desire be dead? Or was it nothing worse than a broken leg? 3 distinct volleys of cracking whips rent the air like a discharge of musketry. The red waistcoats of the postilions dawned in sight. 10 horses neighed. The master pulled off his cap and waved it. He was seen. The best mounted postilion, who was returning with 2 gray carriage horses, set spurs to his beast, and came on in advance of the 5 diligence horses and the 3 other carriage horses, and soon reached his master. Have you seen the Ducler? On the great mill roads names, often fantastic, are given to the different coaches, such for instance as the Caillard, the Ducler, the coach between Nemours and Paris, the Grand Bureau. Every new enterprise is called the competition. In the days of the Lecompte Company, their coaches were called the Countess. Caillard could not overtake the Countess, but Grand Bureau caught up with her finally, you will hear the men say. If you see a postilion pressing his horses and refusing a glass of wine, question the conductor, and he will tell you, snuffing the air while his eye gazes far into space, the competition is ahead. We can't get inside of her, cries the postilion. The vixen, she wouldn't stop to let her passengers dine. The question is, has she got any? Responds the conductor. Give it to Polignac. All lazy and bad horses are called Polignac. Such are the jokes and the bases of conversation between postilions and conductors on the roofs of the coaches. Each profession, each calling in France has its slang. Have you seen the Ducler? Asked Minaret. Monsieur Desire, said the postilion, interrupting his master. Hey, you must have heard us. Didn't our whips tell you? We felt you were somewhere along the road. Just then a woman dressed in her Sunday clothes, for the bells were pealing from the clock tower and calling the inhabitants to mass, a woman about 36 years of age, came up to the postmaster. Well, cousin, she said, you wouldn't believe me, uncle is with Ursula in the Grand Rue, and they are going to mass. In spite of the modern poetic canons as to local color, it is quite impossible to push realism so far as to repeat the horrible blasphemy mingled with oaths which this news, apparently so unexciting, brought from the huge mouth of Minaret. Levraud. His shrill voice grew sibilant, and his face took on the appearance of what people oddly enough call a sunstroke. "Is that true?" he asked after the first explosion of his wrath was over. The postilions bowed to their master as they and their horses passed him, but he seemed to neither see nor hear them. Instead of waiting for his son, Minaret Levrault hurried up to the Grand Rue with his cousin. "Didn't I always tell you so?" she resumed. "When Dr. Minaret goes out of his head, that demure little hypocrite will drag him into religion. Whoever lays hold of the mind gets hold of the purse, and she'll have our inheritance." "But, Madame Massin," said the postmaster, dumbfounded. "There now," exclaimed Madame Massin, interrupting her cousin. "You are going to say, just as Massin does, that a little girl of 15 can't invent such plans." "And carry them out, or make an old man of 83, who has never set foot in a church except to be married, change his opinions. Now don't tell me he has such a horror of priests that he wouldn't even go with the girl to the parish church when she made her first communion. I'd like to know why. If Dr. Minaret hates priests, he has spent nearly every evening for the last 15 years of his life with the Abbé Chaperon. The old hypocrite never fails to give Ursula 20 francs for wax tapers every time she takes the sacrament. Have you forgotten the gift Ursula made to the church in gratitude to the cure for preparing her for her first communion? She spent all her money on it, and her godfather returned it to her doubled. You men, you don't pay attention to things. When I heard that, I said to myself, farewell, baskets. The vintage is done. A rich uncle doesn't behave that way to a little brat picked up in the streets without some good reason. Pooh, cousin, I dare say the good man is only taking her to the door of the church, replied the postmaster. It is a fine day, and he is out for a walk. I tell you he is holding a prayer book, and looks sanctimonious. You'll see him. They hide their game pretty well, said Minaret. La Bougival told me there was never any talk of religion between the doctor and the abbé. Besides, the abbé is one of the most honest men on the face of the globe. He'd give the shirt off his back to a poor man. He is incapable of a base action, and to cheat a family out of their inheritance is theft. Fed, said Madame Massin. Worse, cried Minaret Levrault, exasperated by the tongue of his gossiping neighbor. Of course I know, said Madame Massin, that the Abbé Chaperon is an honest man, but he is capable of anything for the sake of his poor. He must have mind. And undermined uncle, and the old man has just tumbled into piety. We did nothing, and here he is perverted, a man who never believed in anything, and had principles of his own. Well, we're done for. My husband is absolutely beside himself. Madame Massin, whose sentences were so many arrows stinging her fat cousin, made him walk as fast as herself, in spite of his obesity, and to the great astonishment of the churchgoers who were on their way to Mass. She was determined to overtake this uncle and show him to the postmaster. Nemours is commanded on the Gâtinais side by a hill, at the foot of which runs the road to Montargis and the Loing. The church, on the stones of which time has cast a rich discolored mantle, it was rebuilt in the 14th century by the Guises, for whom Nemours was raised to a peerage duchy, stands at the end of the little town close to a great arch which frames it. For buildings, as for men, position does everything. Shaded by a few trees and thrown into relief by a neatly kept square, this solitary church produces a really grandiose effect. As the postmaster of Nemours entered the open space, he beheld his uncle with the young girl called Ursula on his arm, both carrying prayer books and just entering the church. The old man took off his hat in the porch, and his head, which was white as a hilltop covered with snow, shone among the shadows of the portal. "Well, Minoret, what do you say to the conversion of your uncle?" cried the tax collector of Nemours, named Cremiere. "What do you expect me to say?" replied the postmaster, offering him a pinch of snuff. "Well answered, Père Levrault. You can't say what you think if it is true, as an illustrious author says it is, that a man must think his words before he speaks his thoughts," cried a young man, standing near, who played the part of Mephistopheles in the little town. This ill-conditioned youth, named Goupil, was head clerk to Monsieur Cremiere Dionys, the Nemours notary. Notwithstanding a past conduct that was almost debauched, Dionys had taken Goupil into his office when a career in Paris, where the clerk had wasted all the money he inherited from his father, a well-to-do farmer, who educated him for a notary, was brought to a close by his absolute pauperism. The mere sight of Goupil told an observer that he had made haste to enjoy life and had paid dear for his enjoyments. Though very short, his chest and shoulders were developed at 27 years of age, like those of a man of 40. Lead, small and weak, and a broad face, with a cloudy complexion like the sky before a storm, surmounted by a bald forehead, brought out still further the oddity of his conformation. His face seemed as though it belonged to a hunchback, whose hunch was inside of him. One singularity of that pale and sour visage confirmed the impression of an invisible gobosity: the nose crooked. And out of shape like those of many deformed persons, turned from right to left of the face instead of dividing it down the middle. The mouth, contracted at the corners like that of a Sardinian, was always on the qui vive of irony. His hair, thin and reddish, fell straight and showed the skull in many places. His hands, coarse and ill-joined at the wrist to arms that were far too long, were quick-fingered and seldom clean. Goupil wore boots only fit for the dust heap, and raw silk stockings now of a russet black. His coat and trousers, all black and threadbare and greasy with dirt, his pitiful waistcoat with half the button molds gone, an old silk handkerchief, which served as a cravat in short, all his clothing revealed a cynical poverty to which his passions had reduced him. This combination of disreputable signs was guarded by a pair of eyes with yellow circles, while those scote, both lascivious and cowardly. No one in the moors was more feared nor, in a way, more deferred to than Goupil. Strong in the claims made for him by his very ugliness, he had the odious style of wit peculiar to men who allow themselves all license, and he used it to gratify the bitterness of his lifelong envy. He wrote the satirical couplets sung during the carnival, organized charivaris, and was himself a little journal of the gossip of the town. Dionys, who was clever and insincere, and for that reason timid, kept Goupil as much through fear as for his keen mind and thorough knowledge of all the interests of the town. But the master so distrusted his clerk that he himself kept the accounts, refused to let him live in his house, held him at arm's length, and never confided any secret or delicate affair to his keeping. In return the clerk fawned upon the notary, hiding his resentment at this conduct, and watching Madame Dionys in the hope that he might get his revenge there. Gifted with a ready mind and quick comprehension, he found work easy. "You!" exclaimed the postmaster to the clerk, who stood rubbing his hands, "making game of our misfortunes already." As Goupil was known to have pandered to Dionysus' passions for the last 5 years, the postmaster treated him cavalierly, without suspecting the hoard of ill feeling he was piling up in Goupil's heart with every fresh insult. The clerk, convinced that money was more necessary to him than it was to others, and knowing himself superior in mind to the whole bourgeoisie of Nemours, was now counting on his intimacy with Minoret's son, desired to obtain the means of buying one or the other of 3 town offices, that of clerk of the court, or the legal practice of one of the sheriffs, or that of Dionys himself. For this reason he put up with the affronts of the postmaster and the contempt of Madame Minoret Levrault, and played a contemptible part towards Desire, consoling the fair victims whom that youth left behind him after each vacation, devouring the crumbs of the loaves he had kneaded. If I were the nephew of a rich old fellow, he never would have given God to M.E. for a co-heir, retorted Goupil, with a hideous grin which exhibited his teeth, few, black, and menacing. Just then Masson Levrault, Jr., the clerk of the court, joined his wife, bringing with him Madame Crémière, the wife of the tax collector of Nemours. This man, one of the hardest natures of the little town, had the physical characteristics of a Tartar: eyes small and round as sloes beneath a retreating brow, crimped hair, an oily skin, huge ears without any rim, a mouth almost without lips, and a scanty beard. He spoke like a man who was losing his voice. To exhibit him thoroughly, it is enough to say that he employed his wife and eldest daughter to serve his legal notices. Madame Crémière was a stout woman, with a fair complexion injured by red blotches, always too tightly laced, intimate with Madame Dionys, and supposed to be educated because she read novels. Full of pretensions to wit and elegance, she was awaiting her uncle's money to take a certain stand, decorate her salon, and receive the bourgeoisie. At present her husband denied her Carcel lamps, lithographs, and all the other trifles the notary's wife possessed. She was excessively afraid of Goupil, who caught up and retailed her slapsis linguis, as she called them. One day Madame Dionys chanced to ask what oath she thought best for the teeth. "Try opium," she replied. Nearly all the collateral heirs of old Dr. Minoret were now assembled in the square. The importance of the event which brought them was so generally felt that even groups of peasants, armed with their scarlet umbrellas and dressed in those brilliant colors which make them so picturesque on Sundays and fête days, stood by, with their eyes fixed on the frightened heirs. In all little towns which are midway between large villages and cities, those who do not go to mass stand about in the square or market-place. Business is talked over. In the Moors, the hour of church service was a weekly exchange, to which the owners of property scattered over a radius of some miles resorted. "Well, how would you have prevented it?" said the postmaster to Goupil, in reply to his remark. "I should have made myself as important to him as the air he breathes. But from the very first you failed to get hold of him. The inheritance of a rich uncle should be watched as carefully as a pretty woman for want of proper care. They'll both escape you. If Madame Dionys were here, she could tell you how true that comparison is. But Monsieur Bongrand has just told me there is nothing to worry about," said Masson. "Oh, there are plenty of ways of saying that," cried Goupil, laughing. "I would." "Like to have heard your sly justice of the peace say it. If there is nothing to be done, if he, being intimate with your uncle, knows that all is lost, the proper thing for him to say to you is, 'Don't be worried.'" As Goupil spoke, a satirical smile overspread his face and gave such meaning to his words that the other heirs began to feel that Masson had let Bongrand deceive him. The tax collector, a fat little man, as insignificant as a tax collector should be, and as much of a cipher as a clever woman could wish, hereupon annihilated his co-heir, Masson, with the words, "Didn't I tell you so?" Tricky people always attribute trickiness to others. Mawson therefore looked askance at Monsieur Bongrand, the justice of the peace, who was at that moment talking near the door of the church with the Marquis de Rouvray, a former client. "If I were sure of it," he said. "You could neutralize the protection he is now giving to the Marquis de Rouvray, who is threatened with arrest. Don't you see how Bongrand is sprinkling him with advice?" said Goupil, slipping an idea of retaliation into Masson's mind. "But you had better go easy with your chief. He's a clever old fellow. He might use his influence with your uncle and persuade him not to leave everything to the church." "Pooh! We shan't die of it," said Honoré de Balzac, opening his enormous snuff-box. "You won't live of it, either," said Goupil, making the two women tremble. More quick-witted than their husbands, they saw the privations this loss of inheritance so long counted on for many comforts would be to them. "However," added Goupil, "we'll drown this little grief in floods of champagne in honor of desire. Shan't we, old fellow?" he cried, tapping the stomach of the giant, and inviting himself to the feast for fear he should be left out. Chapter 2. The Rich Uncle. Before proceeding further, persons of an exact turn of mind may like to read a species of family inventory so as to understand the degrees of relationship which connected the old man thus suddenly converted to religion with these three heads of families or their wives. This cross-breeding of families in the remote provinces might be made the subject of many instructive reflections. There are but 3 or 4 houses of the lesser nobility in Nemours. Among them, at the period of which we write, that of the family of Portenduer was the most important. These exclusives visited none but nobles who possessed lands or chateaux in the neighborhood. Of the latter we may mention the d'Aiglemonts, owners of the beautiful estate of Saint-Long, and the Marquis du Rouvray, whose property, crippled by mortgages, was closely watched by the bourgeoisie. The nobles of the town had no money. Madame de Portenduer's sole possessions were a farm which brought a rental of 4,700 francs, and her town house. In opposition to this very insignificant Faubourg Saint-Germain was a group of a dozen rich families, those of retired millers or former merchants, in short a miniature bourgeoisie, below which, again, lived and moved the retail shopkeepers, the proletaries, and the peasantry. The bourgeoisie presented like that of the Swiss cantons and of other small countries, the curious spectacle of the ramifications of certain autochthonous families, old-fashioned and unpolished perhaps, but who rule a whole region and pervade it, until nearly all its inhabitants are cousins. Under Louis XI, an epoch at which the commons first made real names of their surnames, some of which are united with those of feudalism, the bourgeoisie of Nemours was made up of Minoret's, Massons, Levralts, and Crémières. Under Louis XIII, these 4 families had already produced the Massien Crémières, the Levralt Massiens, the Massien Minorets, the Minoret Minorets, the Crémière Levralts, the Levralt Minoret Massiens, Massien Levralts, Minoret Massiens, Massien Massiens, and Crémière Massiens, all. These buried with juniors and diversified with the names of eldest sons, as for instance, Crémière François, Levrat Jacques, Jean Minoret, enough to drive a Père Anselme of the people frantic if the people should ever want a genealogist. The variations of this family kaleidoscope of 4 branches was now so complicated by births and marriages that the genealogical tree of the bourgeoisie of Nemours would have puzzled the Benedictines of the Almanach of Gotha, in spite of the atomic science with which they arranged those zigzags of German alliances. For a long time the Minorets occupied the tanneries, the Crémières kept the mills, the Massons were in trade, and the Levralts continued farmers. Fortunately for the neighborhood, these 4 stocks threw out suckers instead of depending only on their taproots. They scattered cuttings by the expatriation of sons who sought their fortune elsewhere. For instance, there are minorets who are cutlers at Melun, levralts at Montargis, mathins at Orleans, and cremerides, mathins in Miquarmichel Belkie. Divers are the destinies of these bees from the parent hive. Rich Massons employ, of course, the poor working Massons, just as Austria and Prussia take the German princes into their service. It may happen that a public office is managed by a minaret millionaire and guarded by a minaret sentinel. Full of the same blood and called by the same name for soul likeness, these four roots had ceaselessly woven a human network of which each thread was delicate or strong, fine or coarse as the case might be. The same blood was in the head and in the feet and in the heart, in the working hands, in the weakly lungs, in the forehead big with genius. The chiefs of the clan were faithful to the little town, where the ties of family were relaxed or tightened according to the events which happened under this curious cognomenism. In whatever part of France you may be, you will find the same thing under changed names, but without the poetic charm which feudalism gave to it and which Walter Scott's genius reproduced so faithfully. Let us look a little higher and examine humanity as it appears in history. All the noble families of the 11th century, most of them except the royal race of Capet extinct today, will be found to have contributed to the birth of the Rohans, Montmorencys, Beauformonts, and Mortemarts of our time. In fact, they will all be found in the blood of the last gentleman who is indeed a gentleman. In other words, every bourgeois is cousin to a bourgeois, and every noble is cousin to a noble. A splendid page of biblical genealogy shows that in 1,000 years, 3 families, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, peopled the globe. One family may become a nation. Unfortunately, a nation may become one family. To prove this, we need only search back through our ancestors and see their accumulation, which time increases into a retrograde geometric progression, which multiplies of itself, reminding us of the calculation of the wise man who, being told to choose a reward from the king of Persia for inventing chess, asked for 1 ear of wheat for the first move on the board, the reward to be doubled for each succeeding move, when it was found that the kingdom was not large enough to pay it. The network of the nobility hemmed in by the network of the bourgeoisie, the antagonism of 2 protected races, one protected by fixed institutions, the other by the active patience of labor and the shrewdness of commerce, produced the Revolution of 1789. The 2 races almost reunited are today face to face with collaterals without a heritage. What are they to do? Our political future is big with the answer. The family of the man who under Louis XV was simply called Minaret was so numerous that one of the 5 children, the Minaret whose entrance into the parish church caused such interest, went to Paris to seek his fortune and seldom returned to his native town until he came to receive his share of the inheritance of his grandfather. After suffering many things, like all young men of firm will who struggle for a place in the brilliant world of Paris, this son of the Minorits reached a nobler destiny than he had perhaps dreamed of at the start. He devoted himself in the first instance to medicine, a profession which demands both talent and a cheerful nature, but the latter qualification even more than talent. Backed by Dupont de Nemours, connected by a lucky chance with the Abbé Morlet, whom Voltaire nicknamed Maudsley, and protected by the encyclopedists, Dr. Minaret attached himself as legsman to the famous Dr. Bourdieu, the friend of Diderot, D'Alembert, Helvetius, the Baron de Holbach, and Grimm, in whose presence he felt himself a mere boy. These men, influenced by Bourdieu's example, became interested in Minaret, who, about the year 1777, found himself with a very good practice among deists, encyclopedists, sensualists, materialists, or whatever you are pleased to call the rich philosophers of that period. Though Minaret was very little of a humbug, He invented the famous balm of Lilivre, so much extolled by the Mercure de France, the weekly organ of the encyclopedists, in whose columns it was permanently advertised. The apothecary Lilivre, a clever man, saw a stroke of business where Minaret had only seen a new preparation for the dispensary, and he loyally shared his profits with the doctor, who was a pupil of Rouelle in chemistry as well as of Bordeaux in medicine. Less than that would make a man a materialist. The doctor married for love in 1778, during the reign of the Nouvelle Heloise, when persons did occasionally marry for that reason. His wife was a daughter of the famous harpsichordist Valentin Marouet, a celebrated musician, frail and delicate, whom the Revolution slew. Minaret knew Robespierre intimately, for he had once been instrumental in awarding him a gold medal for a dissertation on the following subject: what is the origin of the opinion that covers a whole family with the shame attaching to the public punishment of a guilty member of it? Is that opinion more harmful than useful? If yes, in what way can the harm be warded off? The Royal Academy of Arts and Sciences at Metz, to which Minaret belonged, must possess this dissertation in the original, though, thanks to this friendship, the doctor's wife need have had no fear. She was so in dread of going to the scaffold that her terror increased a disposition to heart disease caused by the oversensitiveness of her nature. In spite of all the precautions taken by the man who idolized her, Ursula unfortunately met the tumbril of victims, among whom was Madame Roland, and the shock caused her death. Minaret, who in tenderness to his wife had refused her nothing and had given her a life of luxury, found himself after her death almost a poor man. Robespierre gave him an appointment as surgeon in charge of a hospital. Though the name of Minaret obtained during the lively debates to which mesmerism gave rise a certain celebrity which occasionally recalled him to the minds of his relatives, still the Revolution was so great a destroyer of family relations that in 1813 Nemours knew little of Dr. Minaret, who was induced to think of returning there to die, like the hair to its form, by a circumstance that was wholly accidental. Who has not felt in traveling through France, where the eye is often wearied by the monotony of plains, the charming sensation of coming suddenly, when the eye is prepared for a barren landscape, upon a fresh cool valley, watered by a river, with a little town sheltering beneath a cliff, like a swarm of bees in the hollow of an old willow, wakened by the huh, huh, huh of the postilion as he walks beside his horses. We shake off sleep and admire, like a dream within a dream, the beautiful scene, which is to the traveler what a noble passage in a book is to a reader, a brilliant thought of nature. Such is the sensation caused by a first sight of Nemours as we approach it from Burgundy. We see it encircled with bare rocks, gray, black, white, fantastic in shape like those we find in the forest of Fontainebleau. From them spring scattered trees, clearly defined against the sky, which give to this particular rock formation the dilapidated look of a crumbling wall. Here ends the long wooded hill which creeps from Nemours to Biron, skirting the road. At the bottom of this irregular amphitheater lie meadowlands, through which flows the Luing, forming sheets of water with many falls. This delightful landscape, which continues the whole way to Montargis, is like an opera scene, for its effects really seem to have been studied. One morning Dr. Minaret, who had been summoned into Burgundy by a rich patient, was returning in all haste to Paris. Not having mentioned at the last relay the route he intended to take, he was brought without his knowledge through Nemours, and beheld once more, on waking from a nap, the scenery in which his childhood had been passed. He had lately lost many of his old friends. The votary of the encyclopedist had witnessed the conversion of La Harpe. He had buried Le Brun Pindare and Marie Joseph de Chenière and Morellet and Madame Helvétius. He assisted at the quasi-fall of Voltaire when assailed by Geoffroy, the continuator of Freton. For some time past, he had thought of retiring, and so, when his post-chaise stopped at the head of the Grand Rue of Nemours, his heart prompted him to inquire for his family. Minaret Levrault. The postmaster came forward himself to see the doctor, who discovered him to be the son of his eldest brother. The nephew presented the doctor to his wife, the only daughter of the late Levrault Cremière, who had died 12 years earlier, leaving him the post business and the finest inn in the moors. "Well, nephew," said the doctor, "have I any other relatives? My Aunt Minaret, your sister, married a Masson. Yes, I know, the bailiff of Saint Long. She died a widow, leaving an only daughter, who has lately married a Cremière, a fine young fellow, still without a place. Ah, she is my own niece. Now, as my brother, the sailor, died a bachelor, and Captain Minaret was killed at Montelegino, and here I am, that ends the paternal line. Have I any relations on the maternal side? My mother was a Jean." Masson Levrault. "Of the Jean Masson Levraults, there's only one left," answered Minaret Levrault. "Namely, Jean Masson, who married Monsieur Cremière Levrault Dionis, a purveyor of forage, who perished on the scaffold. His wife died of despair and without a penny, leaving one daughter, married to a Levrault Minaret, a farmer at Montereau, who was doing well. Their daughter has just married a Masson Levrault, notary's clerk at Montargis, where his father is a locksmith. So I've plenty of heirs," said the doctor gaily, immediately proposing to take a walk through Nemours, accompanied by his nephew. The Luing runs through the town in a waving line, banked by terraced gardens and neat houses, the aspect of which makes one fancy that happiness must abide there sooner than elsewhere, when the doctor turned into the Rue des Bourgeois. Minaret Levrault pointed out the property of Levrault, a rich iron merchant in Paris, who, he said, had just died. "The place is for sale, uncle, and a very pretty house it is. There's a charming garden running down to the river." "Let us go in," said the doctor, seeing at the farther end of a small paved courtyard a house standing between the walls of the two neighboring houses, which were masked by clumps of trees and climbing plants. "It is built over a cellar," said the doctor, going up the steps of a high portico adorned with vases of blue and white pottery in which geraniums were growing. Cut in two, like the majority of provincial houses, by a long passage which led from the courtyard to the garden, the house had only one room to the right, a salon lighted by 4 windows, 2 on the courtyard and 2 on the garden, but Levrault had used one of these windows to make an entrance to a long greenhouse built of brick, which extended from the salon towards the river, ending in a horrible Chinese pagoda. "Good! By building a roof to that greenhouse and laying a floor," said old Minaret, "I could put my book there and make a very comfortable study of that extraordinary bit of architecture at the end." On the other side of the passage, toward the garden, was the dining room, decorated in imitation of black lacquer with green and gold flowers. This was separated from the kitchen by the well of the staircase. Communication with the kitchen was had through a little pantry built behind the staircase, the kitchen itself looking into the courtyard through windows with iron railings. There were 2 chambers on the next floor, and above them attic rooms, sheathed in wood, which were fairly habitable. After examining the house rapidly and observing that it was covered with trellises from top to bottom, on the side of the courtyard as well as on that to the garden, which ended in a terrace overlooking the river and adorned with pottery vases. The doctor remarked, "The Rote Livre must have spent a good deal of money here." "Oh, I should think so," answered Minaret Levrault. "He liked flowers, nonsense. What do they bring in?" says my wife. You saw inside there how an artist came from Paris to paint flowers in fresco in the corridor. He put those enormous mirrors everywhere. The ceilings were all remade with cornices which cost 6 francs a foot. The dining room floor is in marquetry perfect folly. The house won't sell for a penny the more. Well, nephew, buy it for me. Let me know what you do about it. Here's my address. The rest I leave to my notary. Who lives opposite?" he asked as they left the house. "Emigres," answered the postmaster, "named Portendur. The house once bought, the illustrious doctor, instead of living there, wrote to his nephew to let it." The Folie Levrat was therefore occupied by the notary of Nemours, who about that time sold his practice to Dionys, his head clerk, and died 2 years later, leaving the house on the doctor's hands just at the time when the fate of Napoleon was being decided in the neighborhood. The doctor's heirs, at first misled, had by this time decided that his thought of returning to his native place was merely a rich man's fancy, and that probably he had some tie in Paris which would keep him there and cheat them of their hoped-for inheritance. However, Minaret Levrault's wife seized the occasion to write him a letter. The old man replied that as soon as peace was signed, the roads cleared of soldiers, and safe communications established, he meant to go and live at Nemours. He did, in fact, put in an appearance with 2 of his clients, the architect of his hospital and an upholsterer who took charge of the repairs, the indoor arrangements, and the transportation of the furniture. Madame Minaret Levrat proposed the cook of the late notary as caretaker, and the woman was accepted. When the heirs heard that their uncle and great-uncle Minaret was really coming to live in Nemours, they were seized in spite of the political events which were just then weighing so heavily on Brie and on the Gâtinais with a devouring curiosity which was not surprising. Was he rich, economical, or spendthrift? Would he leave a fine fortune or nothing? Was his property in annuities? In the end they found out what follows, but only by taking infinite pains and employing much subterraneous spying. After the death of his wife, Ursula Meroë, and between the years 1789 and 1813, the doctor who had been appointed consulting physician to the emperor in 1805 must have made a good deal of money, but no one knew how much. He lived simply, without other extravagancies than a carriage by the year and a sumptuous apartment. He received no guests, and dined out almost every day. His housekeeper, furious at not being allowed to go with him to Nemours, told Zélie Levrault, the postmaster's wife, that she knew the doctor had 14,000 francs a year on the grand livre. Now, after 20 years' exercise of a profession which his position as head of a hospital, physician to the emperor, and member of the institute rendered lucrative, these 14,000 francs a year showed only 160,000 francs laid by. To have saved only 8,000 francs a year, the doctor must have had either many vices or many virtues to gratify. But neither his housekeeper nor Zélie nor anyone else could discover the reason for such moderate means. Minaret, who when he left it was much regretted in the quarter of Paris where he had lived, was one of the most benevolent of men, and, like Larry, kept his kind deeds a profound secret. The heirs watched the arrival of their uncle's fine furniture and large library. With complacency and looked forward to his own coming, he being now an officer of the Legion of Honor, and lately appointed by the king a Chevalier of the Order of Saint Michel, perhaps on account of his retirement, which left a vacancy for some favorite. But when the architect and painter and upholsterer had arranged everything in the most comfortable manner, the doctor did not come. Madame Minorette Levrault, who kept an eye on the upholsterer and architect as if her own property was concerned, found out, through the indiscretion of a young man sent to arrange the books, that the doctor was taking care of a little orphan named Ursula. The news flew like wildfire through the town. At last, however, towards the middle of the month of January 1815, the old man actually arrived, installing himself quietly, almost slyly, with a little girl about 10 months old and a nurse. "The child can't be his daughter," said the terrified heirs. "He is 71 years old." "Whoever she is," remarked Madame Masson, "she'll give us plenty of tintawn, a word peculiar to Nemours, meaning uneasiness, anxiety, or more literally, tingling in the ears." The doctor received his great niece on the mother's side somewhat coldly. Her husband had just bought the place of clerk of the court, and the pair began at once to tell him of their difficulties. Neither Masson nor his wife were rich. Masson's father, a locksmith at Montargis, had been obliged to compromise with his creditors, and was now, at 67 years of age, working like a young man, and had nothing to leave behind him. Madame Masson's father, Levrault Minoret, had just died at Montereau after the battle, in despair at seeing his farm burned, his fields ruined, his cattle slaughtered. "We'll get nothing out of your great-uncle," said Masson to his wife, now pregnant with her second child, after the interview. The doctor, however, gave them privately 10,000 francs, with which Massin, who was a great friend of the notary and of the sheriff, began the business of money-lending, and carried matters so briskly with the peasantry that by the time of which we are now writing Goupil knew him to hold at least 80,000 francs on their property. As to his other niece, the doctor obtained for her husband, through his influence in Paris, the collectorship of Nemours, and became his bondsman. Though Minoret Levrault needed no assistance, Zélie, his wife, being jealous of the uncle's liberality to his two nieces, took her 10-year-old son to see him, and talked of the expense he would be to them at a school in Paris, where, she said, education costs so much. The doctor obtained a half-scholarship for his great-nephew at the school of Louis le Grand, where Desire was put into the 4th class. Crémière, Masson, and Minoret Levrault, extremely common persons, were rated without appeal by the doctor within 2 months of his arrival in Nemours, during which time they courted, less their uncle than his property. Persons who are led by instinct have one great disadvantage against others with ideas. They are quickly found out. The suggestions of instinct are too natural, too open to the eye not to be seen at a glance, whereas the conceptions of the mind require an equal amount of intellect to discover them. After buying the gratitude of his heirs, and thus, as it were, shutting their mouths, the wily doctor made a pretext of his occupations, his habits, and the care of the little Ursula, to avoid receiving his relatives without exactly closing his doors to them. He liked to dine alone. He went to bed late and he got up late. He had returned to his native place for the very purpose of finding rest in solitude. These whims of an old man seemed to be natural, and his relatives contented themselves with paying him weekly visits on Sundays, from 1 to 4 o'clock, to which, however, he tried to put a stop by saying, "Don't come and see me unless you want something." The doctor, while not refusing to be called in consultation over serious cases, especially if the patients were indigent, would not serve as a physician in the little hospital of Nemours, and declared that he no longer practiced his profession. "I've killed enough people," he said, laughing, to the Abbé Chaperon, who, knowing his benevolence, would often get him to attend the poor. "He's an original." These words, said of Dr. Minoret, were the harmless revenge of various wounded vanities, for a doctor collects about him a society of persons who have many of the characteristics of a set of heirs. Those of the bourgeoisie who thought themselves entitled to visit this distinguished position kept up a ferment of jealousy against the few privileged friends whom he did admit to his intimacy, which had in the long run some unfortunate results. Chapter 3. The Doctor's Friends. Curiously enough, though it explains the old proverb that extremes meet, the materialistic doctor and the cure of Nemours were soon friends. The old man loved backgammon, a favorite game of the priesthood, and the Abbé Chaperon played it with about as much skill as he himself. The game was the first tie between them. Then Minaret was charitable, and the Abbot was the Fenelon of the Gâtinais. Both had had a wide and varied education. The man of God was the only person in all Nemours who was fully capable of understanding the atheist. To be able to argue, men must first understand each other. What pleasure is there in saying sharp words to one who can't feel them? The doctor and the priest had far too much taste, and had seen too much of good society not to practice its precepts. They were thus well fitted for the little warfare so essential to conversation. They hated each other's opinions, but they valued each other's character. If such conflicts and such sympathies are not true elements of intimacy, we must surely despair of society, which, especially in France, requires some form of antagonism. It is from the shock of characters, and not from the struggle of opinions, that antipathies are generated. The Abbé Chaperon became, therefore, the doctor's chief friend. This excellent ecclesiastic, then 60 years of age, had been curate of Nemours ever since the re-establishment of Catholic worship. Out of attachment to his flock, he had refused the vicariate of the diocese. If those who were indifferent to religion thought well of him for so doing, the faithful loved him the more for it. So, revered by his sheep, respected by the inhabitants at large, the abbé did good without inquiring into the religious opinions of those he benefited. His parsonage, with scarcely furniture enough for the common needs of life, was cold and shabby, like the lodging of a miser. Charity and avarice manifest themselves in the same way. Charity lays up a treasure in heaven which avarice lays up on earth. The Abbé Chaperon argued with his servant over expenses even more sharply than Gobseck, with his, if indeed that famous Jew kept a servant at all. The good priest often sold the buckles off his shoes and his breeches to give their value to some poor person who appealed to him at a moment when he had not a penny. When he was seen coming out of church with the straps of his breeches tied into the buttonholes, devout women would redeem the buckles from the clockmaker and jeweler of the town, and return them to their pastor with a lecture. He never bought himself any clothes or linen, and wore his garments till they scarcely held together. His linen, thick with darns, rubbed his skin like a hair shirt. Madame de Portenduer and other good souls had an agreement with his housekeeper to replace the old clothes with new ones after he went to sleep, and the abbé did not always find out the difference. He ate his food off pewter with iron forks and spoons. When he received his assistants and sub-curates on days of high solemnity, and expense obligatory on the heads of parishes, he borrowed linen and silver from his friend, the atheist. "My silver is his salvation," the doctor would say. These noble deeds, always accompanied by spiritual encouragement, were done with a beautiful naivete. Such a life was all the more meritorious because the abbé was possessed of an erudition that was vast and varied, and of great and precious faculties. Delicacy and grace, the inseparable accompaniments of simplicity, lent charm to an elocution that was worthy of a prelate. His manners, his character, and his habits gave to his intercourse with others the most exquisite savor of all that is most spiritual, most sincere in the human mind. A lover of gaiety, he was never priest in a salon. Until Dr. Minaret's arrival, the good man kept his light under a bushel without regret. owning a rather fine library and an income of 2,000 francs when he came to Nemours, he now possessed, in 1829, nothing at all, except his stipend as parish priest, nearly the whole of which he gave away during the year. The giver of excellent counsel in delicate matters or in great misfortunes, many persons who never went to church to obtain consolation went to the parsonage to get advice. One little anecdote will suffice to complete his portrait. Sometimes the peasants, rarely it is true, but occasionally unprincipled men would tell him they were sued for debt or would get themselves threatened fictitiously to stimulate the abbé's benevolence. They would even deceive their wives, who, believing their chattels were threatened with an execution and their cows seized, deceived in their turn the poor priest with their innocent tears. He would then manage with great difficulty to provide the 700 or 800 francs demanded of him, with which the peasant bought himself a morsel of land. When pious persons and vestrymen denounced the fraud, begging the abbé to consult them in future before lending himself to such cupidity, he would say, "But suppose they had done something wrong to obtain their bit of land? Isn't it doing good when we prevent evil?" Some persons may wish for a sketch of this figure, remarkable for the fact that science and literature had filled the heart and passed through the strong head without corrupting either. At 60 years of age, the abbé's hair was white as snow. So keenly did he feel the sorrows of others, and so heavily had the events of the Revolution weighed upon him. Twice incarcerated for refusing to take the oath he had twice, as he used to say, uttered in Manius. He was of medium height, neither stout nor thin. His face, much wrinkled and hollowed and quite colorless, attracted immediate attention by the absolute tranquillity expressed in its shape, and by the purity of its outline, which seemed to be edged with light. The face of a chaste man has an unspeakable radiance. Brown eyes with lively pupils brightened the irregular features which were surmounted by a broad forehead. His glance wielded a power which came of a gentleness that was not devoid of strength. The arches of his brow formed caverns shaded by huge gray eyebrows which alarmed no one. As most of his teeth were gone, his mouth had lost its shape and his cheeks had fallen in. But this physical destruction was not without charm. Even the wrinkles, full of pleasantness, seemed to smile on others. Without being gouty, his feet were tender, and he walked with so much difficulty that he wore shoes made of calf skin all the year round. He thought the fashion of trousers unsuitable for priests, and he always appeared in stockings of coarse black yarn, knit by his housekeeper, and cloth breeches. He never went out in his cassock, but wore a brown overcoat, and still retained the three-cornered hat he had worn so courageously in times of danger. This noble and beautiful old man, whose face was glorified by the serenity of a soul above reproach, will be found to have so great an influence upon the men and things of this history that it was proper to show the sources of his authority and power. Minaret to 3 newspapers, 1 liberal, 1 ministerial, 1 ultra, a few periodicals, and certain scientific journals, the accumulation of which swelled his library. The newspapers, encyclopedias, and books were an attraction to a retired captain of the Royal Swedish Regiment, named Monsieur de Jordy. Voltairean nobleman, and an old bachelor who lived on 1,600 francs of pension and annuity combined. Having read the gazettes for several days, by favor of the abbé, Monsieur de Jordy thought it proper to call and thank the doctor in person. At this first visit, the old captain, formerly a professor at the military academy, won the doctor's heart, who returned the call with alacrity. Monsieur de Jordy, a spare little man much troubled by his blood, though his face was very pale, attracted attention by the resemblance of his handsome brow to that of Charles XVI. Above it, he kept his hair cropped short, like that of the soldier king. His blue eyes seemed to say that love had passed that way, so mournful were they, revealing memories about which he kept such utter silence that his old friends never detected even an allusion to his past life, nor a single exclamation drawn forth by similarity of circumstances. He hid the painful mystery of his past beneath a philosophic gaiety, but when he thought himself alone his motions, stiffened by a slowness which was more a matter of choice than the result of old age, betrayed the constant presence of distressful thoughts. The Abbé Chaperon called him a Christian ignorant of his Christianity. Dressed always in blue cloth, his rather rigid demeanor and his clothes bespoke the old habits of military discipline. His sweet and harmonious voice stirred the soul. His beautiful hands and the general cut of his figure, recalling that of the Comte d'Artois, showed how charming he must have been in his youth, and made the mystery of his life still more mysterious. An observer asked involuntarily what misfortune had blighted such beauty, courage, grace, accomplishment, and all the precious qualities of the heart once united in his person. Monsieur de Jordy shuddered if Robespierre's name were uttered before him. He took much snuff, but strange to say, he gave up the habit to please little Ursula, who at first showed a dislike to him on that account. As soon as he saw the little girl, the captain fastened his eyes upon her with a look that was almost passionate. He loved her place so extravagantly and took such interest in all she did that the tie between himself and the doctor grew closer every day, though the latter never dared to say to him, "You too have you lost children." There are beings, kind and patient as old Geordie, who pass through life with a bitter thought in their heart and a tender but sorrowful smile on their lips, carrying with them to the grave the secret of their lives, letting no one guess it, through pride, through disdain, possibly through revenge, confiding in none but God, without other consolation than his. Monsieur de Jordy, like the doctor, had come to die in Nemours, but he knew no one except the abbé, who was always at the beck and call of his parishioners, and Madame de Portenduère, who went to bed at 9 o'clock. So, much against his will, he too had taken to going to bed early, in spite of the thorns that beset his pillow. It was therefore a great piece of good fortune for him as well as for the doctor when he encountered a man who had known the same world and spoken the same language as himself, with whom he could exchange ideas and who went to bed late. After Monsieur de Jordy, the Abbé Chaperon, and Miniret had passed one evening together, they found so much pleasure in it that the priest and soldier returned every night regularly at 9 o'clock, the hour at which, little Ursula having gone to bed, the doctor was free. All three would then sit up till midnight or 1 o'clock. After a time this trio became a quartet. Another man to whom life was known, and who owed to his practical training as a lawyer the indulgence, knowledge, observation, shrewdness, and talent for conversation which the soldier, doctor, and priest owed to their practical dealings with the souls, diseases, and education of men, was added to the number. Monsieur Bongrand, the justice of peace, heard of the pleasure of these evenings and sought admittance to the doctor's society. Before becoming justice of peace at Nemours, he had been for 10 years a solicitor at Melun, where he conducted his own cases, according to the custom of small towns where there are no barristers. He became a widower at 45 years of age, but felt himself still too active to lead an idle life. He therefore sought and obtained the position of Justice of Peace at Nemours, which became vacant a few months before the arrival of Dr. Minoret. Monsieur Bongrand lived modestly on his salary of 1,500 francs, in order that he might devote his private income to his son, who was studying law in Paris under the famous Derville. He bore some resemblance to a retired chief of the civil service office. He had the peculiar face of a bureaucrat, less sallow than pallid, on which public business, vexations, and disgust leave their imprint. a face lined by thought and also by the continual restraints familiar to those who are trained not to speak their minds freely. It was often illumined by smiles characteristic of men who alternately believe all and believe nothing, who are accustomed to see and hear all without being startled, and to fathom the abysses which self-interest hollows in the depths of the human heart. Below the hair, which was less white than discolored, and worn flattened too, head was a fine, sagacious forehead, the yellow tones of which harmonized well with the scanty tufts of thin hair. His face, with the features set close together, bore some likeness to that of a fox, all the more because his nose was short and pointed. In speaking, he spluttered at the mouth, which was broad like that of most great talkers, a habit which led Goupil to say, ill-naturedly, an umbrella would be useful when listening to him, or the justice rains verdicts. His eyes looked keen behind his spectacles, but if he took the glasses off his dulled glance seemed almost vacant. Though he was naturally gay, even jovial, he was apt to give himself too important and pompous an air. He usually kept his hands in the pockets of his trousers and only took them out to settle his eyeglasses on his nose, with a movement that was half comic and which announced the coming of a keen observation or some victorious argument. His gestures, his loquacity, his innocent self-assertion proclaimed the provincial lawyer. These slight defects were, however, superficial. He redeemed them by an exquisite kind-heartedness, which a rigid moralist might call the indulgence natural to superiority. He looked a little like a fox, and he was thought to be very wily, but never false or dishonest. His wiliness was perspicacity, and consisted in foreseeing results and protecting himself and others from the traps set for them. He loved whist, a game known to the captain and the doctor, and which the abbé learned to play in a very short time. This little circle of friends made for itself an oasis in Myronet's salon. The doctor of Nemours, who was not without education and knowledge of the world, and who greatly respected Minaret as an honor to the profession, came there sometimes. But his duties and also his fatigue, which obliged him to go to bed early and to be up early, prevented his being as assiduously present as the three other friends. This intercourse of 5 superior men, the only ones in Nemours who had sufficiently wide knowledge to understand each other, explains old Minaret's aversion to his relatives, if he were compelled to leave them his money. At least he need not admit them to his society. Whether the postmaster, the sheriff, and the collector understood this distinction, or whether they were reassured by the evident loyalty and benefactions of their uncle, certain it is that they ceased, to his great satisfaction, to see much of him. So, about 8 months after the arrival of the doctor, these 4 players of whist and backgammon made a solid and exclusive little world, which was to each a fraternal aftermath, an unlooked-for fine season, the gentle pleasures of which were the more enjoyed. This little circle of choice spirits closed round Ursula, a child whom each adopted according to his individual tendencies. The abbé thought of her soul, the judge imagined himself her guardian, the soldier intended to be her teacher, and as for Minaret, he was father, mother, and physician, all in one. After he became acclimated, old Minaret settled into certain habits of life, under fixed rules, after the manner of the provinces. On Ursula's account, he received no visitors in the morning, and never gave dinners, but his friends were at liberty to come to his house at 6 o'clock and stay till midnight. The first comers found the newspapers on the table and read them while awaiting the rest, or they sometimes sallied forth to meet the doctor if he were out for a walk. This tranquil life was not a mere necessity of old age. It was the wise and careful scheme of a man of the world to keep his happiness untroubled by the curiosity of his heirs and the gossip of a little town. he yielded nothing to that capricious goddess, public opinion, whose tyranny, one of the present great evils of France, was just beginning to establish its power and to make the whole nation a mere province. So, as soon as the child was weaned and could walk alone, the doctor sent away the housekeeper, whom his niece, Madame Minaret Lavrault, had chosen for him, having discovered that she told her patroness everything that happened in his household. Ursula's nurse, the widow of a poor workman who possessed no name but a baptismal one, and who came from Bougival, had lost her last child, aged 6 months, just as the doctor, who knew her to be a good and honest creature, engaged her as wet nurse for Ursula. Antoinette Petrus, her maiden name, widow of Pierre, called the Bougival, attached herself naturally to Ursula, as wet maids do to their nurslings. This blind maternal affection was accompanied in this instance by household devotion. Told of the doctor's intention to send away his housekeeper, La Bougival secretly learned to cook, became neat and handy, and discovered the old man's ways. She took the utmost care of the house and furniture. In short, she was indefatigable. Not only did the doctor wish to keep his private life within 4 walls, as the saying is, but he also had certain reasons for hiding a knowledge of his business affairs from his relatives. At the end of the 2nd year after his arrival, La Bougival was the only servant in the house. On her discretion he knew he could count, and he disguised his real purposes by the all-powerful open reason of a necessary economy, to the great satisfaction of his heirs. He became a miser, without fawning or wheedling, solely by the influence of her devotion and solicitude. La Bougival, who was 43 years old at the time this tale begins, was the housekeeper of the doctor and his protégé, the pivot on which the whole house turned, in short, the confidential servant. She was called La Bougival from the admitted impossibility of applying to her person the name that actually belonged to her. Antoinette, for names and forms, do obey the laws of harmony. The doctor's miserliness was not mere talk. It was real, and it had an object. From the year 1817 he cut off 2 of his newspapers and ceased subscribing to periodicals. His annual expenses, which all Nemours could estimate, did not exceed 1,800 francs a year. Like most old men, his wants in linen, boots, and clothing were very few. Every 6 months he went to Paris, no doubt to draw and reinvest his income. In 15 years he never said a single word to anyone in relation to his affairs. His competence in Bongrand was of slow, growth. It was not until after the Revolution of 1830 that he told him of his projects. Nothing further was known of the doctor's life either by the bourgeoisie at large or by his heirs. As for his political opinions, he did not meddle in public matters, seeing that he paid less than 100 francs a year in taxes and refused, impartially, to subscribe to either royalist or liberal demands. His known horror for the priesthood and his deism were so little obtrusive that he turned out of his house a commercial runner sent by his great-nephew Desire to ask a subscription to the Cure Meslier and the Discord du General Foy. Such tolerance seemed inexplicables of Nemerids. The doctor's 3 collateral heirs, Minaret Levrault and his wife, Monsieur and Madame Massin Levrault Jr., Monsieur and Madame Crémière, whom we shall in future call simply Crémière Massin and Minaret, because these distinctions among homonyms is quite unnecessary out of the Gattinais met together as people do in little towns. The postmaster gave a grand dinner on his son's birthday, a ball during the carnival, another on the anniversary of his marriage, to all of which he invited the whole bourgeoisie of Nemours. The collector received his relations and friends twice a year. The clerk of the court, too poor, he said, to fling himself into such extravagance, lived in a small way in a house standing halfway down the Grand Rue, the ground floor of which was let to his sister, the letter-post mistress of Nemours, a situation she owed to the doctor's kind offices. Nevertheless, in the course of the year these three families did meet together frequently, in the houses of friends, in the public promenades, at the market on their doorsteps, or, of a Sunday in the square, as on this occasion, so that one way and another they met nearly every day. For the last 3 years the doctor's age, his economies, and his probable wealth had led to allusions or frank remarks among the townspeople as to the disposition of his property, a topic which made the doctor and his heirs of deep interest to the little town. For the last 6 months not a day passed that friends and neighbors did not speak to the heirs, with secret envy, of the day the good man's eyes would shut and the coffers open. Dr. Minaret may be an able physician on good terms with death, but none but God is eternal, said one. Pooh, he'll bury us all. His health is better than ours, replied an heir hypocritically. Well, if you don't get the money yourselves, your children will. Unless that little Ursula, he won't leave it all to her. Ursula, as Madame Masson had predicted, was the bête noire of the relations, their sword of Damocles. And Madame Crémiere's favorite saying, well, whoever lives will know, shows that they wished at any rate more harm to her. Than good. The collector and the clerk of the court, poor in comparison with the postmaster, had often estimated by way of conversation the doctor's property. If they met their uncle walking on the banks of the canal or along the road, they would look at each other piteously. He must have got hold of some elixir of life, said one. He has made a bargain with the devil, replied the other. He ought to give us the bulk of it. That fat Minaret doesn't need anything, said Masson. Ah, but Minaret has a son who'll waste his substance, answered Crémière. How much do you really think the doctor has? At the end of 12 years, say 12,000 francs saved each year, that would give 144,000 francs, and the interest brings in at least 100,000 more. But as he must, if he consults a notary in Paris, have made some good strokes of business, and we know that up to 1822 he could get 7 or 8% from the state, he must now have at least 400,000 francs, without counting the capital of his 14,000 a year from the 5%. If he were to die tomorrow without leaving anything to Ursula, we should get at least 7 or 800,000 francs, besides the house and furniture. Well, 100,000 to Minaret and 300,000 apiece to you and me, that would be fair. That would make us comfortable. If he did that, said Masson, I should sell my situation in court and buy Anne. Estate. I try to be judge at Fontainebleau and get myself elected deputy. As for me, I should buy a brokerage business, said the collector. Unluckily, that girl he has on his arm in the abbey have got round him. I don't believe we can do anything with him. Still, we know very well he will never leave anything to the church. Chapter 4. Zélie. The fright of the heirs at beholding their uncle on his way to Mass will now be understood. The dullest persons have mind enough to foresee a danger to self-interests. Self-interest constitutes the mind of the peasant as well as that of the diplomatist, and on that ground the stupidest of men is sometimes the most powerful. So the fatal reasoning, if that little Ursula has influence enough to drag her godfather into the pale of the church, she will certainly have enough to make him leave her his property, was now stamped in letters of fire on the brains of the most obtuse heir. The postmaster had forgotten about his son in his hurry to reach the square, for if the doctor were really in the church hearing Mass, it was a question of losing 250,000 francs. It must be admitted that the fears of these relations came from the strongest and most legitimate of social feelings, family interests. "Well, Monsieur Minoret," said the mayor, formerly a miller, who had now become royalist, named Levrau Cremiere, "when the devil gets old, the devil, eh?" Monk would be, "Your uncle, they say, is one of us." "Better late than never, cousin," responded the postmaster, trying to conceal his annoyance. "How that fellow will grin if we are defrauded! He is capable of marrying his son to that damned girl, may the devil get her!" cried Cremiere, shaking his fists at the mayor as he entered the porch. "What's Cremiere grumbling about?" said the butcher of the town, a Levroth the elder. "Isn't he pleased to see his uncle on the road to paradise?" "Who would ever have believed it?" ejaculated Masson. "Ha!" "One should never say, 'Fountain, I'll not drink of your water,'" remarked the notary, who, seeing the group from afar, had left his wife to go to church without him. "Come, Monsieur Dionys," said Cremiere, taking the notary by the arm. "What do you advise me to do under the circumstances?" "I advise you," said the notary, addressing the heirs collectively, "to go to bed and get up at your usual hour, to eat your soup before it gets cold, to put your feet in your shoes and your hats on your heads, in short, to continue your ways of life precisely as if nothing had happened." "You are not consoling," said Massin. In spite of his squat, dumpy figure and heavy face, Cremiere Dionys was really as keen as a blade. In pursuit of usurious fortune, he did business secretly with Massin, to whom he no doubt pointed out such peasants as were hampered in means, and such pieces of land as could be bought for a song. The two men were in a position to choose their opportunities. None that were good escaped them, and they shared the profits of mortgage usury, which retards, though it does not, prevent the acquirement of the soil by the peasantry. So Dionys took a lively interest in the doctor's inheritance, not so much for the postmaster and the collector as for his friend the clerk of the court. Sooner or later, Massin's share in the doctor's money would swell the capital with which these secret associates worked the canton. "We must try to find out through Monsieur Bongrand where the influence comes from," said the notary in a low voice, with a sign to Massin to keep quiet. "What are you about, Minoret?" cried a little woman, suddenly descending upon the group in the middle of which stood the postmaster, as tall and round as a tower. "You don't know where Desire is, and there you are, planted on your two legs, gossiping about nothing when I thought you on horseback. Oh, good morning, messieurs and mesdames." This little woman, thin, pale, and fair, dressed in a gown of white cotton with pattern of large, chocolate-colored flowers, a cap trimmed with ribbon and frilled with lace, and wearing a small green shawl on her flat shoulders, was Minoret's wife, the terror of postilions, servants, and carters, who kept the accounts and managed the establishment with finger and eye, as they say in those parts. Like the true housekeeper that she was, she wore no ornaments. She did not give in, to use her own expression, to guzeli, gauze, and trumpery. She held to the solid in the substantial, and wore, even on Sundays, a black apron, in the pocket of which she jingled her household keys. Her screeching voice was agony to the drums of all ears. Her rigid glance, conflicting with the soft blue of her eyes, was in visible harmony with the thin lips of a pinched mouth and a high, projecting, and very imperious forehead. Sharp was the glance, sharper still both gesture and speech. "Zélie, being obliged to have a will for two, had it for three," said Goupil, who pointed out the successive reigns of three young postilions, of neat appearance, who had been set up in life by Zélie, each after 7 years. service. The malicious clerk named them Postilion I, Postilion II, Postilion II, Postilion III. But the little influence these young men had in the establishment and their perfect obedience proved that Zélie was merely interested in worthy helpers. This attempt at scandal was against probabilities. Since the birth of her son nursed by her without any evidence of how it was possible for her to do so, Madame Minoret had thought only of increasing the family fortune and was wholly given up to the management of their immense establishment. To steal a bale of hay or a bushel of oats, or get the better of Zélie in even the most complicated accounts, was a thing impossible, though she scribbled hardly better than a cat and knew nothing of arithmetic but addition and subtraction. She never took a walk except to look at the hay, the oats, or the second crops. She sent her man to the mowing and the postilions to tie the bales, telling them the quantity within 100 pounds each field should bear. Though she was the soul of that great body called Minaret Levrad, and led him about by his pug. Nose, she was made to feel the fears which occasionally, we are told, assail all tamers of wild beasts. She therefore made it a rule to get into a rage before he did. The postilions knew very well when his wife had been quarreling with him, for his anger ricocheted on them. Madame Minaret was as clever as she was grasping, and it was a favorite remark in the whole town, "Where would Minaret Levrod be without his wife?" "When you know what has happened," replied the postmaster, "you'll be over the traces yourself." "What is it?" "Ursula has taken the doctor to mass." Zélie's pupils dilated. She stood for a moment yellow with anger, then, crying out, "I'll see it before I believe it," she rushed into the church. The service had reached the elevation. The stillness of the worshippers enabled her to look along each row of chairs and benches as she went up the aisle beside the chapels to Ursula's place, where she saw old Minaret standing with bared head. If you recall the heads of Barbé Marbois, Boissy d'Angles, Morellet, Helvetius, or Frederick the Great, you will see the exact image of Dr. Minaret, whose green old age resembled that of those celebrated personages. Their heads, coined in the same mint for each, had the characteristics of a medal, showed a stern and quasi-Puritan profile, cold tones, a mathematical brain, a certain narrowness about the features, shrewd eyes, grave lips, and a something that was surely aristocratic, less perhaps in sentiment than in habit, more in the ideas than in the character. All men of this stamp have high brows retreating at the summit, the sign of a tendency to materialism. You will find these leading characteristics of the head and these points of the face in all the encyclopedists, in the orators of the Gironde, in the men of a period when religious ideas were almost dead, men who called themselves deists and were atheists. The deist is an atheist, lucky in classification. Minaret had a forehead of this description, furrowed with wrinkles, which recovered in his old age a sort of artless candor from the manner in which the silvery hair, brushed back like that of a woman when making her toilet, curled in light flakes upon the blackness of his coat. He persisted in dressing, as in his youth, in black silk stockings, shoes with gold buckles, breeches of black polte de soie, and the black coat adorned with the red rosette. This head, so firmly characterized, the cold whiteness of which was softened by the yellowing tones of old age, happened to be, just then, in the full light of a window. As Madame Minaret came in sight of him, the doctor's blue eyes, with their reddened lids, were raised to heaven. A new conviction had given them a new expression. His spectacles lay in his prayer book and marked the place where he had ceased to pray. The tall and spare old man, his arms crossed on his breast, stood erect in an attitude which bespoke the full strength of his faculties and the unshakable assurance of his faith. He gazed at the altar humbly with a look of renewed hope and took no notice of his nephew's wife, who planted herself almost in front of him as if to reproach him for coming back to God. Zélie, seeing all eyes turned upon her, made haste to leave the church and return to the square less hurriedly than she had left it. She had reckoned on the doctor's money, and possession was becoming problematical. She found the clerk of the court, the collector, and their wives in greater consternation than ever. Goupil was taking pleasure in tormenting them. "It is not in the public square and before the whole town that we ought to talk of our affairs," said Zélie. "Come home with me. You too, Monsieur d'Aunès," she added to the notary. "You'll not be in the way." Thus the probable disinheritance of Masson, Crémière, and the postmaster was. The news of the day. Just as the heirs and the notary were crossing the square to go to the post-house, the noise of the diligence rattling up to the office, which was only a few steps from the church at the top of the Grand Rue, made its usual racket. "Goodness, I'm like you, Manoret. I forgot all about Desire," said Zélie. "Let us go and see him get down. He is almost a lawyer, and his interests are mixed up in this matter." The arrival of the diligence is always an amusement, but when it comes in late, some unusual event is expected. The crowd now moved towards the Ducler. "Here's Desire," was the general cry. The tyrant, and yet the life and soul of Nemours, Desire always put the town in a ferment when he came, loved by the young men, with whom he was invariably. Generous, he stimulated them by his very presence. But his methods of amusement were so dreaded by older persons that more than one family was very thankful to have him complete his studies and study law in Paris. Desire Minoret, a slight youth, slender and fair like his mother, from whom he obtained his blue eyes and pale skin, smiled from the window on the crowd and jumped lightly down to kiss his mother. A short sketch of the young fellow will show how proud Zélie felt when she saw him. He wore very elegant boots, trousers of white English drilling held under his feet by straps of varnished leather, a rich cravat admirably put on and still more admirably fastened, a pretty fancy waistcoat in the pocket of said waistcoat, a flat watch, the chain of which hung down, and finally a short frock coat of blue cloth and a grey hat. But his lack of the manner born was shown in the gilt buttons of the waistcoat and the ring heart of his purple kid glove. He carried a cane with a chased gold head. "You are losing your watch," said his mother, kissing him. "No, it is worn that way," he replied, letting his father hug him. "Well, cousin, so we shall soon see you a lawyer," said Masson. "I shall take the oaths at the beginning of next term," said Desire, returning the friendly nods he was receiving on all sides. "Now we shall have some fun," said Goupil, shaking him by the hand. "Ha, my old wag, so here you are," replied Desire. "You take your law license for all license," said Goupil, affronted by being treated so cavalierly in presence of others. "You know my luggage," cried Desire to the red-faced old conductor of the diligence. "Have it taken to the house." "The sweat is rolling off your horses," said Zélie sharply to the conductor. "You haven't common sense to drive them in that way. You are stupider than your own beasts." "But Monsieur Desire was in a hurry to get here to save you from anxiety," explained Cabirolle. "But if there was no accident, why risk killing the horses?" she retorted. The greetings of friends and acquaintances, the crowding of the young men around Desire, and the relating of the incidents of the journey, took enough time for the Mass to be concluded and the worshippers to issue from the church. By mere chance which manages many things, Desire saw Ursula on the porch as he passed along, and he stopped short amazed at her beauty. His action also stopped the advance of the relations who accompanied him. In giving her arm to her godfather, Ursula was obliged to hold her prayer book in one hand and her parasol in the other, and this she did with the innate grace which graceful women put into the awkward or difficult things of their charming craft of womanhood. If mind does truly reveal itself in all things, we may be permitted to say that Ursula's attitude and bearing suggested divine simplicity. She was dressed in a white cambric gown made like a wrapper, trimmed here and there with knots of blue ribbon. The pelerine, edged with the same ribbon run through a broad hem and tied with bows like those on the dress, showed the great beauty of her shape. Her throat, of a pure white, was charming in tone against the blue, the right color for a fair skin. A long blue sash with floating ends defined a slender waist which seemed flexible, a most seductive charm in women. She wore a rice-straw bonnet modestly trimmed with ribbons like those of the gown, the strings of which were tied under her chin, setting off the whiteness of the straw and doing no despite to that of her beautiful complexion. Ursula dressed her own hair naturally, à la Berhy, as it was then called, in heavy braids of fine, fair hair, laid flat on either side of the head, each little strand reflecting the light as she walked. Her gray eyes, soft and proud at the same time, were in harmony with the finely modeled brow. A rosy tinge, suffusing her cheeks like a cloud, brightened a face which was regular without being insipid, for nature had given her, by some rare privilege, extreme purity of form combined with strength of countenance. The nobility of her life was manifest in the general expression of her person, which might have served as a model for a type of trustfulness or of modesty. Her health, though brilliant, was not coarsely apparent. In fact, her whole air was distinguished. Beneath the little gloves of a light color, it was easy to imagine her pretty hands. The arched and slender feet were delicately shod in bronzed kid boots trimmed with a brown silk fringe. Her blue sash, holding at the waist a small flat watch and a blue purse with gilt tassels, attracted the eyes of every woman she met. "He has given her a new watch," said Madame Crémière, pinching her husband's arm. "Heavens, is that Ursula?" cried Désiré. "I didn't recognize her." "Well, my dear uncle," said the postmaster, addressing the doctor and pointing to the whole population drawn up in parallel hedges to let the doctor pass, "everybody wants to see you. Was it the Abbé Chaperon or Mademoiselle Ursula who converted you, uncle?" said Massin, bowing to the doctor and his protégé with Jesuitical humility. "Ursula," replied the doctor laconically, continuing to walk on as if annoyed. The night before, as the old man finished his game of whist with Ursula, the Nemours doctor, and Bongrand, he remarked, "I intend to go to church tomorrow." "Then," said Bongrand, "your heirs won't get another night's rest." The speech was superfluous, however, for a single glance sufficed the sagacious and clear-sighted doctor to read the minds of his heirs by the expression of their faces. Zélie's eruption into the church, her glance, which the doctor intercepted, this meeting of all the expected ones in the public square, and the expression in their eyes as they turned them on Ursula, all proved to him their hatred, now freshly awakened, and their sordid fears. "It is a feather in your cap, mademoiselle," said Madame Crémière, putting in her word with a humble bow, "a miracle which will not cost you much." "It is God's doing, madame," replied Ursula. "God!" exclaimed Minaret Livrault. "My father-in-law used to say he served to blanket many horses." "Your father-in-law had the mind of a jockey," said the doctor severely. "Come," said Minaret to his wife and son, "why don't you bow to my uncle?" "I shouldn't be mistress of myself before that little hypocrite," cried Zélie, carrying off her son. "I advise you, uncle, not to go to mass without a velvet cap," said Madame Massin. "The church is very damp." "Pooh, niece," said the doctor, Looking round on the assembly, the sooner I'm put to bed, the sooner you'll flourish. He walked on quickly, drawing Ursula with him, and seemed in such a hurry that the others dropped behind. Why do you say such harsh things to them? It isn't right, said Ursula, shaking. His arm in a coaxing way. I shall always hate hypocrites, as much after as before I became religious. I have done good to them all, and I asked no gratitude, but not one of my relatives sent you a flower on your birthday, which they know is the only day I celebrate. At some distance behind the doctor and Ursula came Madame de Portendur, dragging herself along as if overcome with trouble. She belonged to the class of old women whose dress recalls the style of the last century. They wear puce-colored gowns with flat sleeves, the cut of which can be seen in the portraits of Madame Lebrun. They all have black lace mantles and bonnets of a shape gone by, in keeping with their slow and dignified deportment. One might almost fancy that they still wore panniers under their petticoats, or felt them there, as persons who have lost a leg are said to fancy that the foot is moving. They swathe their heads in old lace which declines to drape gracefully about their cheeks. Their wan, and elongated faces, their haggard eyes and faded brows, are not without a certain melancholy grace, in spite of the false fronts with flattened curls to which they cling, and yet these ruins are all subordinate to an unspeakable dignity of look and manner. The red and wrinkled eyes of this old lady showed plainly that she had been crying during the service. She walked like a person in trouble, seemed to be expecting someone, and looked behind her from time to time. Now the fact of Madame de Portendur looking behind her was really as remarkable in its way as the conversion of Dr. Minaret. "Who can Madame de Portendur be looking for?" said Madame Masson, rejoining the other heirs, who were for the moment struck dumb by the doctor's answer. "For the cure," said Dionys the notary, suddenly striking his forehead as if some forgotten thought or memory had occurred to him. "I have an idea. I'll save your inheritance. Let us go and breakfast gaily with Madame Minaret." We can well imagine the alacrity with which the heirs followed the notary to the post-house. Goupil, who accompanied his friend Desire, locked arm in arm with him, whispered something in the youth's ear with an odious smile. "What do I care?" answered the son of the house, shrugging his shoulders. "I am madly in love with Florine, the most celestial creature in the world." "Florine! And who may she be?" demanded Goupil. "I'm too fond of you to let you make a goose of yourself with such creatures. Florine is the idol of the famous Nathan. My passion is wasted, I know that. She has positively refused to marry me. Sometimes those girls who are fools with their bodies are wise with their heads," responded Goupil. "If you could but see her only once," said Desire lackadaisically, "you wouldn't say such things." "If I saw you throwing away your whole future for nothing better than a fancy," said Goupil, with a warmth which might even have deceived his master, "I would break your doll as Varney served Amy Robsart in Kenilworth. Your wife must be a Diegomment or a Mademoiselle Duruuf, and get you made a deputy. My future depends on yours, and I shan't let you commit any follies." "I am rich enough to care only for happiness," replied Desire. "What are you two plotting together?" cried Zélie, beckoning to the two friends, who were standing in the middle of the courtyard, to come into the house. The doctor disappeared into the Rue des Bourgeois with the activity of a young man, and soon reached his own house, where strange events had lately taken place, the visible results of which now filled the minds of the whole community of Nemours. A few explanations are needed to make this history and the notary's remark to the heirs perfectly intelligible to the reader. Chapter 5. Ursula. The father-in-law of Dr. Minaret, the famous harpsichordist and maker of instruments, Valentin Merouet, also one of our most celebrated organists, died in 1785, leaving a natural son, the child of his old age, whom he acknowledged and called by his own name, but who turned out a worthless fellow. He was deprived on his deathbed of the comfort of seeing this petted son. Joseph Merouet, a singer and composer, having made his debut at the Italian opera under a feigned name, ran away with a young lady in Germany. The dying father commended the young man, who was really full of talent, to his son-in-law, proving to him at the same time that he had refused to marry the mother that he might not injure Madame Minaret. The doctor promised to give the unfortunate Joseph half of whatever his wife inherited from her father, whose business was purchased by the Areds. He made due search for his illegitimate brother-in-law, but Grimm informed him one day that after enlisting in a Prussian regiment, Joseph had deserted and taken a false name, and that all efforts to find him would be frustrated. Joseph Merouet, gifted by nature with a delightful voice, a fine figure, a handsome face, and being moreover a composer of great taste and much brilliancy, led for over 15 years the bohemian life which Hoffmann has so well described. So, by the time he was 40, he was reduced to such depths of poverty that he took advantage of the events of 1806 to make himself once more a Frenchman. He settled in Hamburg, where he married the daughter of a bourgeois, a girl devoted to music, who fell in love with the singer whose fame was ever prospective and chose to devote her life to him. But after 15 years of Bohemia, Joseph Merouet was unable to bear prosperity. He was naturally a spendthrift, and though kind to his wife, he wasted her fortune in a very few years. The household must have dragged on a wretched existence before Joseph Merouet reached the point of enlisting as a musician in a French regiment. In 1813, the surgeon major of the regiment, by the merest chance, heard the name of Merouet, was struck by it, and wrote to Dr. Minaret, to whom he was under obligations. The answer was not long in coming. As a result, in 1814, before the Allied occupation, Joseph Merouet had a home in Paris, where his wife died giving birth to a little girl, whom the doctor desired should be called Ursula after his wife. The father did not long survive the mother, worn out as she was by hardship and poverty. When dying, the unfortunate musician bequeathed his daughter to the doctor, who was already her godfather, in spite of his repugnance for what he called the mummeries of the church. Having seen his own children die in succession, either in dangerous confinements or during the first year of their lives, the doctor had awaited with anxiety the result of a last hope. When a nervous, delicate, and sickly woman begins with a miscarriage, it is not unusual to see her go through a series of such pregnancies as Ursula Minaret did, in spite of the care and watchfulness and science of her husband. The poor man often blamed himself for their mutual persistence in desiring children. The last child, born after a rest of nearly 2 years, died in 1792, a victim of its mother's nervous condition, if we listen to physiologists who tell us that in the inexplicable phenomenon of generation, the child derives from the father by blood and from the mother in its nervous system. Compelled to renounce the joys of a feeling all-powerful within him, the doctor turned to benevolence as a substitute for his denied paternity. During his married life, thus cruelly disappointed, he had longed more especially for a fair little daughter, a flower to bring joy to the house. He therefore gladly accepted Joseph Merouet's legacy and gave to the orphan all the hopes of his vanished dreams. For 2 years he took part as Cato for Pompey in the most minute particulars of Ursula's life. He would not allow the nurse to suckle her or to take her up or put her to bed without him. His medical science and his experience were all put to use in her service. After going through many trials, alternations of hope and fear, and the joys and labors of a mother, he had the happiness of seeing this child of the fair German woman and the French singer, a creature of vigorous health and profound sensibility. With all the eager feelings of a mother, the happy old man watched the growth of the pretty hair, first down, then silk, at last hair, fine and soft and clinging to the fingers that caressed it. He often kissed the little naked feet, the toes of which, covered with a pellicle through which the blood was seen, were like rosebuds. He was passionately fond of the child. When she tried to speak, or when she fixed her beautiful blue eyes upon some object with that serious, reflective look which seems the dawn of thought, and which she ended with a laugh, he would stay by her side for hours, seeking, with Geordie's help, to understand the reasons which most people call caprices, underlying the phenomena of this delicious phase of life, when childhood is both flower and fruit, a confused intelligence, a perpetual movement, a perpetual movement, a perfial. Ursula's beauty and gentleness made her so dear to the doctor that he would have liked to change the laws of nature in her behalf. He declared to old Geordie that his teeth ached when Ursula was cutting hers. When old men love children, there is no limit to their passion, they worship them. For these little beings, they silence their own manias, or recall a whole past in their service. Experience, patience, sympathy, the acquisitions of life, treasures laboriously amassed, all are spent upon that young life in which they live again. Their intelligence does actually take the place of motherhood. Their wisdom, ever on the alert, is equal to the intuition of a mother. They remember the delicate perceptions which in their own mother were divinations, and import them into the exercise of a compassion which is carried to an extreme in their minds by a sense of the child's unutterable weakness. The slowness of their movements takes the place of maternal gentleness. In them, as in children, life is reduced to its simplest expression. If maternal sentiment makes the mother a slave, the abandonment of self allows an old man to devote himself utterly. For these reasons it is not unusual to see children in close intimacy with old persons. The old soldier, the old abbé, the old doctor, happy in the kisses and cajoleries of little Ursula, were never weary of answering her talk and playing with her. Far from making them impatient, her petulances charmed them, and they gratified all her wishes, making each the ground of some little training. The child grew up surrounded by old men who smiled at her and made themselves mothers for her sake, all three equally attentive and provident. Thanks to this wise education, Ursula's soul developed in a sphere that suited it. This rare plant found its special soil. It breathed the elements of its true life and assimilated the sun rays that belonged to it. "In what faith do you intend to bring up the little one?" asked the abbé of the doctor, when Ursula was 6 years old. "In yours," answered Minaret. An atheist after the manner of Monsieur Walmart in the Nouvelle Heloise, he did not claim the right to deprive Ursula of the benefits offered by the Catholic religion. The doctor, sitting at the moment on a bench outside the Chinese pagoda, felt the pressure of the abbé's hand on his. "Yes, abbé, every time she talks to me of God, I shall send her to her friend Chaperon," he said, imitating Ursula's infant speech. "I wish to see whether religious sentiment is inborn or not. Therefore I shall do nothing either for or against the tendencies of that young soul, but in my heart I have appointed you her spiritual guardian." "God will reward you, I hope," replied the abbé, gently joining his hands and raising them towards heaven as if he were making a brief mental prayer. So, from the time she was 6 years old, the little orphan lived under the religious influence of the abbé, just as she had already come under the educational training of her friend Geordie. The captain, formerly a professor in a military academy, having a taste for grammar and for the differences among European languages, had studied the problem of a universal tongue. This learned man, patient as most old scholars are, delighted in teaching Ursula to read and write. He taught her also the French language and all she needed to know of arithmetic. The doctor's library afforded a choice of books which could be read by a child for amusement as well as instruction. The abbey and the soldier allowed the young mind to enrich itself with the freedom and comfort which the doctor gave to the body. Ursula learned as she played. Religion was given with due reflection, left to follow the divine training. Of a nature that was led into regions of purity by these judicious educators, Ursula inclined more to sentiment than to duty. She took as her rule of conduct the voice of her own conscience rather than the demands of social law. In her, nobility of feeling and action would ever be spontaneous. Her judgment would confirm the impulse of her heart. She was destined to do right as a pleasure before doing it as an obligation. This distinction is the peculiar sign of Christian education. These principles, altogether different from those that are taught to men, were suitable for a woman, the spirit and the conscience of the home, the beautifier of domestic life, the queen of her household. All three of these old preceptors follow the same method with Ursula. Instead of recoiling before the bold questions of innocence, they explain to her the reasons of things and the best means of action, taking care to give her none but correct ideas. When, apropos of a flower, a star, a blade of grass, her thoughts went straight to God, the doctor and the professor told her that the priest alone could answer her. None of them intruded on the territory of the others. The doctor took charge of her material well-being and the things of life. Geordie's department was instruction, moral and spiritual questions, and the ideas appertaining to the higher life belonged to the higher life belonged to the Abba. This noble education was not, as it often is, counteracted by injudicious servants. La Bouteval, having been lectured on the subject, and being moreover too simple in mind and character to interfere, did nothing to injure the work of these great minds. Ursula, a privileged being, grew up with good geniuses round her, and her naturally fine disposition made the task of each a sweet and easy one. Such manly tenderness, such gravity lighted by smiles, such liberty without danger, such perpetual care of soul and body made little Ursula, when 9 years of age, a well-trained child and delightful to behold. Unhappily, this paternal trinity was broken up. The old captain died the following year, leaving the abbey and the doctor to finish his work, of which however, he had accomplished the most difficult part. Flowers will bloom of themselves if grown in a soil thus prepared. The old gentleman had laid by for 10 years past 1,000 francs a year, that he might leave 10,000 to his little Ursula and keep a place in her memory during her whole life. In his will, the wording of which was very touching, he begged his legatee to spend the 400 or 500 francs that came of her little capital exclusively on her dress. When the justice of the peace applied the seals to the effects of his old friend, they found in a small room, which the captain had allowed no one to enter, a quantity of toys, many of them broken, while all had been used, toys of a past generation, reverently preserved, which Monsieur Bongrand was, according to the captain's last wishes, to burn with his hatched boots on cold. About this time it was that Ursula made her first communion. The abbé employed 1 whole year in duly instructing the young girl, whose mind and heart, each well developed, yet judiciously balancing one another, needed a special spiritual nourishment. The initiation into a knowledge of divine things which he gave her was such that Ursula grew into the pious and mystical young girl whose character rose above all vicissitudes and whose heart was enabled to conquer adversity. Then began a secret struggle between the old man wedded to unbelief and the young girl full of faith, long unsuspected by her who incited it, the result of which had now stirred the whole town and was destined to have great influence on Ursula's future by rousing against her the antagonism of the doctor's heirs. During the first 6 months of the year 1824, Ursula spent all her mornings at the parsonage. The old doctor guessed the abbé's secret hope. He meant to make Ursula an unanswerable argument against him. The old unbeliever, loved by his godchild as though she were his own daughter, would surely believe in such artless candor. He could not fail to be persuaded by the beautiful effects of religion on the soul of a child, where love was like those trees of eastern climes. Bearing both flowers and fruit, always fragrant, always fertile. A beautiful life is more powerful than the strongest argument. It is impossible to resist the charms of certain sights. The doctor's eyes were wet. He knew not how or why, when he saw the child of his heart starting for the church, wearing a frock of white crepe and shoes of white satin, her hair bound with a fillet fastened at the side with a knot of white ribbon and rippling upon her shoulders, her eyes lighted by the star of a first hope, hurrying, tall and beautiful, to a first union, and loving her godfather better since her soul had risen towards God. When the doctor perceived that the thought of immortality was nourishing that spirit until then within the confines of childhood, as the sun gives life to the earth without knowing why, he felt sorry that he remained at home alone. Sitting on the steps of his portico, he kept his eyes fixed on the iron railing of the gate through which the child had disappeared, saying as she left him, "Why won't you come, godfather? How can I be happy without you?" Though shaken to his very center, the pride of the encyclopedist did not as yet give way. He walked slowly in a direction from which he could see the procession of communicants and distinguish his little Ursula brilliant with exultation beneath her veil. She gave him an inspired look, which knocked in the stony regions of his heart on the corner closed to God. But still the old deist held firm. He said to himself, "Mummeries. If there be a maker of worlds, imagine the organizer of infinitude concerning himself with such trifles." He laughed as he continued his walk along the heights which looked down upon the road to the Gatines, where the bells were ringing a joyous peal that told of the joy of families. The noise of backgammon is intolerable to persons who do not know the game, which is really one of the most difficult that was ever invented. Not to annoy his godchild, the extreme delicacy of whose organs and nerves could not bear, he thought, without injury, the noise and the exclamations she did not know the meaning of. The abbé, old Geordie while living, and the doctor always waited till their child was in bed before they began their favorite game. Sometimes the visitors came early when she was out for a walk, and the game would be going on when she returned. Then she resigned herself with infinite grace and took her seat at the window with her work. She had a repugnance to the game, which is really in the beginning very hard and unconquerable to some minds, so that unless it be learned in youth it is almost impossible to take it up in after life. The night of her first communion, when Ursula came into the salon where her godfather was sitting alone, she put the backgammon board before him. "Whose throw shall it be?" she asked. "Ursula," said the doctor, "isn't it a sin to make fun of your godfather the day of your first communion?" "I am not making fun of you," she said, sitting down. "I want to give you some." Pleasure you, who are always on the lookout for mine. When Monsieur Chaperon was pleased with me, he gave me a lesson in backgammon, and he has given me so many that now I am quite strong enough to beat you. You shall not deprive yourself any longer for me. I have conquered all difficulties, and now I like the noise of the game." Ursula won. The abbé had slipped in to enjoy his triumph. The next day, Honoré, who had always refused to let Ursula learn music, sent to Paris for a piano, made arrangements at Fontainebleau for a teacher, and submitted to the annoyance that her constant practicing was to him. One of poor Geordie's predictions was fulfilled. The girl became an excellent musician. The doctor, proud of her talent, had lately sent to Paris for a master, an old German named Schmucke, a distinguished professor who came once a week. The doctor willingly paying for an art which he had formerly declared to be useless in the household. Unbelievers do not like music, a celestial language developed by Catholicism. Which has taken the names of the 7 notes from one of the church hymns, every note being the first syllable of the 7 first lines in the hymn to St. John. The impression produced on the doctor by Ursula's first communion, though keen, was not lasting. The calm and sweet contentment which prayer and the exercise of resolution produced in that young soul had not their due influence upon him. Having no reasons for remorse or repentance himself, he enjoyed a serene peace. Doing his own benefactions without hope of a celestial harvest, he thought himself on a nobler plane than religious men whom he always accused for making, as he called it, terms with God. "But," the abbé would say to him, "if all men would be so, you must admit that society would be regenerated. There would be no more misery. To be benevolent after your fashion, one must needs be a great philosopher. You rise to your principles. Through reason, you are a social exception, whereas it suffices to be a Christian to make us benevolent in ours. With you it is an effort, with us it comes naturally. In other words, Abbé, I think, and you feel, that's the whole of it." However, at 12 years of age, Ursula, whose quickness and natural feminine perceptions were trained by her superior education, and whose intelligence in its dawn was enlightened by a religious spirit of all spirits the most refined, came to understand that her godfather did not believe in a future life, nor in the immortality of the soul, nor in providence, nor in God. Pressed with questions by the innocent creature, the doctor was unable to hide the fatal secret. Ursula's artless consternation made him smile, but when he saw her depressed and sad, he felt how deep an affection her sadness revealed. Absolute devotion has a horror of every sort of disagreement, even in ideas which it does not share. Sometimes the doctor accepted his darling's reasonings as he would her kisses, said as they were in the sweetest of voices, with the purest and most fervent feeling. Believers and unbelievers speak different languages and cannot understand each other. The young girl pleading God's cause was unreasonable with the old man, as a spoilt child sometimes maltreats its mother. The abbé rebuked her gently, telling her that God had power to humiliate proud spirits. Ursula replied that David had overcome Goliath. This religious difference, these complaints of the child who wished to drag her godfather to God, were the only troubles of this happy life, so peaceful, yet so full, and wholly withdrawn from the inquisitive eyes of the little town. Ursula grew and developed, and became in time the modest and religiously trained young woman whom desire admired as she left the church. The cultivation of flowers in the garden, her music, the pleasures of her godfather, and all the little cares she was able to give him, for she had eased La Bougival's labors by doing everything for him. These things filled the hours, the days, the months of her calm life. Nevertheless, for about a year, the doctor had felt uneasy about his Ursula and watched her health with the utmost care. Sagacious and profoundly practical observer that he was, he thought he perceived some commotion in her moral being. He watched her like a mother, but seeing no one about her who was worthy of inspiring love, his uneasiness on the subject at length passed away. At this conjuncture, 1 month before the day when this drama begins, the doctor's intellectual life was invaded by one of those events which plow to the very depths of a man's convictions and turn them over. But this event needs a succinct narrative of certain circumstances in his medical career, which will give, perhaps, fresh interest to the story. Chapter 6. Autoritarism. Towards the end of the 18th century, science was sundered as widely by the apparition of Mesmer as art had been by that of Gluck. After rediscovering magnetism, Mesmer came to France, where, from time immemorial, inventors have flocked to obtain recognition for their discoveries. France, thanks to her lucid language, is in some sense the clarion of the world. "If homeopathy gets to Paris, it is saved," said Hahnemann recently. "Go to France," said Monsieur de Metternich to Gall, "and if they laugh at your bumps, you will be famous." Mesmer had disciples and antagonists as ardent for and against his theories as the Piscinus and the Glucas for theirs. Scientific France was stirred to its center. A solemn conclave was opened. Before judgment was rendered, the medical faculty prescribed, in a body, Mesmer's so-called charlatanism, his tub, his conducting wires, and his theory. But let us at once admit that the German unfortunately compromised his splendid discovery by enormous pecuniary claims. Mesmer was defeated by the doubtfulness of facts, by universal ignorance of the part played in nature, by imponderable fluids, then unobserved, and by his own inability to study on all sides a science possessing a triple front. Magnetism has many applications. In Mesmer's hands it was, in its relation to the future, merely what cause is to effect. But, if the discoverer lacked genius, it is a sad thing both for Fred's and for human reason to have to say that a science contemporaneous with civilization, cultivated by Egypt and Chaldea, by Greece and India, met in Paris in the 18th century the fate that truth in the person of Galileo found in the 16th, and that magnetism was rejected and cast out by the combined attacks of science and religion, alarmed for their own positions. Magnetism, the favorite science of Jesus Christ and one of the divine powers which he gave to his disciples, was no better apprehended by the Church than by the disciples of Jean-Jacques, Voltaire, Locke, and Condillac. The Conde encyclopedists and the clergy were equally averse to the old human power which they took to be new. The miracles of the convulsionaries, suppressed by the Church and smothered by the indifference of scientific men in spite of the precious writings of the counselor, Car de Montgeron, were the first summoned to make experiments with those human fluids which give power to employ certain inward forces to neutralize the sufferings caused by outward agents. But to do this it was necessary to admit the existence of fluids intangible, invisible, imponderable, three negative terms in which the science of that day chose to see a definition of the void. In modern philosophy there is no void. 10 feet of void and the world crumbles away. To materialists especially, the world is full. All things hang together, are linked, related, organized. The world, as the result of chance, said Diderot, is more explicable than God. The multiplicity of causes, the incalculable number of issues presupposed by chance, explain creation. Take the Aeneid and all the letters composing it. If you allow me time and space, I can. By continuing to cast the letters, arrive at last at the Aeneid combination. Those foolish persons who deify all rather than admit a God recoil before the infinite divisibility of matter which is in the nature of imponderable forces. Locke and Condillac retarded by 50 years the immense progress which natural science is now making under the great principle of unity due to Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire. Some intelligent persons, without any system, convinced by facts conscientiously studied, still hold to Mesmer's doctrine, which recognizes the existence of a penetrative influence acting from man to man, put in motion by the will, curative by the abundance of the fluid, the working of which is in fact a duel between two forces, between an ill to be cured and the will to cure it. The phenomena of somnambulism, hardly perceived by Mesmer, were revealed by Dupuytrekker and Deleuze, but the revolution put a stop to their discoveries and played into the hands of the scientists and scoffers. Among the small number of believers were a few physicians, they were persecuted by their brethren as long as they lived. The respectable body of Parisian doctors displayed all the bitterness of religious warfare against the Mesmerists, and were as cruel in their hatred as it was possible to be in those days of Voltairean tolerance. The orthodox physician refused to consult with those who adopted the Mesmerian heresy. In 1820, these heretics were still proscribed. The miseries and sorrows of the Revolution had not quenched the scientific hatred. It is only priests, magistrates, and physicians who can hate in that way. The official robe is terrible, but ideas are even more implacable than things. Dr. Bouvard, one of Minaret's friends, believed in the new faith and persevered to the day of his death in studying a science to which he sacrificed the peace of his life, for he was one of the chief bêtes noires of the Parisian faculty. Minaret, a valiant supporter of the encyclopedists and a formidable adversary of Dacian, Mesmer's assistant, whose pen had great weight in the controversy, quarreled with his old friend, and not only that, but he persecuted him. His conduct to Bouvard must have cost him the only remorse which troubled the serenity of his declining years. Since his retirement to Nemours, the science of imponderable fluids, the only name suitable for magnetism, which, by the nature of its phenomena, is closely allied to light and electricity, had made immense progress in spite of the ridicule of Parisian scientists. Phrenology and physiognomy, the departments of Gall and Lavater, which are in fact twins, for one is to the other as cause is to effect, proved to the minds of more than one physiologist the existence of an intangible fluid which is the basis of the phenomena of the human will, and from which result passions, habits, the shape of faces and of skulls. Magnetic facts, the miracles of somnambulism, those of divination and ecstasy, which open a way to the spiritual world, were fast accumulating. The strange tale of the apparitions of the farmer Martin so clearly proved, and his interview with Louis XIII, a knowledge of the intercourse of Swedenborg with the departed, carefully investigated in Germany, the tales of Walter Scott on the effects of second sight, the extraordinary faculties of some fortune-tellers who practice as a single science chiromancy, cartomancy, and the horoscope, the facts of catalepsy, and those of the action of certain morbid affections on the properties of the diaphragm, all such phenomena, curious to say the least, each emanating from the same source, were now undermining scepticisms and leading even the most indifferent revines of Minaret, buried in Nemours, was ignorant of this movement of minds, strong in the north of Europe, but still weak in France, where, however, many facts called marvelous by superficial observers were happening, but falling, alas, like stones to the bottom of the sea, in the vortex of Parisian excitements. At the bottom of the present year, the doctor's tranquillity was shaken by the following letter. My old comrade, all friendship, even if lost, has rights which it is difficult to set aside. I know that you are still living, and I remember far less our enmity than our happy days in that old hovel of St. Julien-le-Pauvre. At a time when I expect to soon leave the world, I have it on my heart to prove to you that magnetism is about to become one of the most important of the sciences, if indeed all science is not one. I can overcome your incredulity by proof. Perhaps I shall owe to your curiosity the happiness of taking you once more by the hand as in the days before Mesmer. Always yours, Bouvard. Stung like a lion by a gadfly, the old scientist rushed to Paris and left his card on Bouvard, who lived in the Rue Ferou near Saint-Sulpice. Bouvard sent a card to his hotel on which was written, "Tomorrow, 9 o'clock, Rue Saint-Honore, opposite the Assumption." Minoret, who seemed to have renewed his youth, could not sleep. He went to see some of his friends among the faculty to inquire if the world were turned upside down, if the science of medicine still had a school, if the four faculties any longer existed. The doctors reassured him, declaring that the old spirit of opposition was as strong as ever, only, instead of persecuting as heretofore, the academies of medicine and of sciences rang with laughter as they classed magnetic facts with the tricks of Comus and Comte and Bosco, with jugglery and prestidigitation and all that now went by the name of amusing physics. This assurance did not prevent old Minoret from keeping the appointment made for him by Bouvard. After an enmity of 44 years, the two antagonists met beneath a porte cochere in the Rue Saint-Honoré. Frenchmen have too many distractions of mind to hate each other long. In Paris especially, politics, literature, and science render life so vast that every man can find new worlds to conquer where all pretensions may live at ease. Hatred requires two. Many forces fully armed. None but public bodies can keep alive the sentiment. Robespierre and Danton would have fallen into each other's arms at the end of 44 years. However, the two doctors each withheld his hand and did not offer it. Bouvard spoke first. "You seem wonderfully well." "Yes, I am, and you?" said Minoret, feeling that the ice was now broken. "As you see, does magnetism prevent people from dying?" asked Minoret in a joking tone, but without sharpness. "No, but it almost prevented me from living." "Then you are not rich," exclaimed Minoret. "Pooh!" said Bouvard. "But I am," cried the other. "It is not your money but your convictions that I want." "Come," replied Bouvard. "Oh, you obstinate fellow," said Minoret. The mesmerist led his skeptic, with some precaution, up a dingy staircase to the 4th floor. At this particular time, an extraordinary man had appeared in Paris, endowed by faith with incalculable power and controlling magnetic forces in all their applications. Not only did this great unknown who still lives heal from a distance the worst and most inveterate diseases, suddenly and radically, as the Savior of men did formerly, but he was also able to call forth instantaneously the most remarkable phenomena of somnambulism and conquer the most rebellious will. The countenance of this mysterious being, who claims to be responsible to God alone and to communicate, like Swedenborg, with angels, resembles that of a lion. Concentrated, irresistible energy shines in it. His features, singularly contorted, have a terrible and even blasting aspect. His voice, which comes from the depths of his being, seems charged with some magnetic fluid. It penetrates the hearer at every pore. Disgusted by the ingratitude of the public after his many cures, he has now returned to an impenetrable solitude, a voluntary nothingness. His all-powerful hand, which has restored a dying daughter to her mother, fathers to their grief-stricken children, adored mistresses to lovers frenzied with love, cured the sick given over by physicians, soothed the sufferings of the dying when life became impossible, rung psalms of thanksgiving in synagogues, temples, and churches from the lips of priests recalled to the one God by the same miracle, that sovereign hand, a sun of life dazzling the closed eyes of the somnambulist, has never been raised again even to save the heir apparent of a kingdom. Wrapped in the memory of his past mercies as in a luminous shroud, he denies himself to the world and lives for heaven. But, at the dawn of his reign, surprised by his own gift, this man, whose generosity equaled his power, allowed a few interested persons to witness his miracles. The fame of his work, which was mighty and could easily be revived tomorrow, reached Dr. Bouvard, who was then on the verge of the grave. The persecuted mesmerist was at last enabled to witness the startling phenomena of a science he had long treasured in his heart. The sacrifices of the old man touched the heart of the mysterious stranger who accorded him certain privileges. As Bouvard now went up the staircase, he listened to the twittings of his old antagonist with malicious delight, answering only, "You shall see, with the emphatic little nods of a man who is sure of his facts. The two physicians entered a suite of rooms that were more than modest. Bouvard went alone into a bedroom which adjoined the salon, where he left Minaret, whose distrust was instantly awakened. But Bouvard returned at once and took him into the bedroom, where he saw the mysterious Swedenborgian and also a woman sitting in an armchair. The woman did not rise and seemed not to notice the entrance of the two old men. "What, no tub?" cried Minaret, smiling. "Nothing but the power of God," answered the Swedenborgian gravely. He seemed to Minaret to be about 50 years of age. The three men sat down, and the mysterious stranger talked of the rain and the coming fine weather, to the great astonishment of Minaret, who thought he was being hoaxed. The Swedenborgian soon began, however, to question his visitor on his scientific opinions, and seemed evidently to be taking time to examine him. "You have come here solely from curiosity, monsieur," he said at last. "It is not my habit to prostitute a power which, according to my conviction, emanates from God. If I made a frivolous or unworthy use of it, it would be taken from me. Nevertheless, there is some hope, Monsieur Bouvard tells me, of changing the opinions of one who has opposed us, of enlightening a scientific man whose mind is candid. I have therefore determined to satisfy you. That woman whom you see there," he continued, pointing to her, "is now in a somnambulic sleep. The statements and manifestations of somnambulists declare that this state is a delightful other life, during which the inner being, freed from the trammels laid upon the exercise of our faculties by the visible world, moves in a world which we mistakenly term invisible. Sight and hearing are then exercised in a manner far more perfect than any we know of here, possibly without the help of the organs we now employ, which are the scabbard of the luminous blades called sight and hearing. To a person in that state, distance and material obstacles do not exist, or they can be traversed by a life within us for which our body is a mere receptacle, a necessary shelter, a casing. Terms fail to describe effects that have lately been rediscovered, for today the words imponderable, intangible, invisible have no meaning to the fluid whose action is demonstrated by magnetism. Light is ponderable by its heat, which by penetrating bodies increases their volume. And certainly electricity is only too tangible. We have condemned things themselves instead of blaming the imperfection of our instruments. "She sleeps," said Minaret, examining the woman, who seemed to him to belong to an inferior class. "Her body is for the time being in abeyance," said the Swedenborgian. "Ignorant persons suppose that condition to be sleep, but she will prove to you that there is a spiritual universe, and that the mind, when there does not obey the laws of this, material universe. I will send her wherever you wish to go, 100 miles from here or to China, as you will. She will tell you what is happening there. Send her to my house in Nemours, Rue des Bourgeois. That will do, said Minaret. He took Minaret's hand, which the doctor let him take, and held it for a moment, seeming to collect himself. Then with his other hand he took that of the woman sitting in the armchair and placed the hand of the doctor in it, making a sign to the old skeptic to seat himself beside this oracle without a tripod. Minaret observed a slight tremor on the absolutely calm features of the woman when their hands were thus united by the Swedenborgian, but the action, though marvelous in its effects, was very simply done. "Obey him," said the unknown personage, extending his hand above the head of the sleeping woman, who seemed to imbibe both light and life from him, and "remember that what you do for him will please me. You can now speak to her," he added, addressing Minaret. "Go to Nemours, to my house, Rue des Bourgeois," said the doctor. "Give her time. Put your hand in hers until she proves to you by what she tells you that she is where you wish her to be," said Bouvard to his old friend. "I see a river," said the woman in a feeble voice, seeming to look within herself with deep attention, notwithstanding her closed eyelids. "I see a pretty garden. Why do you enter by the river and the garden?" said Minaret. "Because they are there." "Who?" "The young girl and her nurse, whom you are thinking of." "What is the garden like?" said Minaret. "Entering by the steps which go down to the river, there's the right, a long brick gallery, in which I see books. It ends in a singular building. There are wooden bells, and a pattern of red eggs. To the left, the wall is covered with climbing plants, wild grapes, Virginia jessamine. In the middle is a sundial. There are many plants in pots. Your child is looking at the flowers. She shows them to her nurse. She is making holes in the earth with her trowel and planting seeds. The nurse is raking the path. The young girl is pure as an angel, but the beginning of love is there, faint as the dawn. Love for whom?" asked the doctor, who, until now, would have listened to no word said to him by somnambulists. He considered it all jugglery. "You know nothing, though you had lately been uneasy about her health," answered the woman. "Her heart has followed the dictates of nature." "A woman of the people to talk like this!" cried the doctor. "In the state she is in, all persons speak with extraordinary perception," said Bouvard. "But who is it that Ursula loves?" "Ursula does not know that she loves," said the woman with a shake of the head. "She is too angelic to know what love is, but her mind is occupied by him. She thinks of him, she tries to escape the thought, but she returns to it in spite of her will to abstain. She is at the piano, but who is he? The son of a lady who lives opposite, Madame de Portenduère." "Portenduère, did you say?" replied the sleeper. "Perhaps so. But there's no danger. He is not in the neighborhood." "Have they spoken to each other?" asked the doctor. "Never. They have looked at one another. She thinks him charming. He is, in fact, a fine man. He has a good heart. She sees him from her window. They see each other in church. But the young man no longer thinks of her. His name? Ah, to tell you that I must read it or hear it. He is named Savinian. She has just spoken his name. She thinks it sweet to say. She has looked in the almanac for his fête day and marked a red dot against it. Child's play, that. Ah, she will love well, with as much strength as purity. She is not a girl to love twice. Love will so dye her soul and fill it that she will reject all other sentiments." "Where do you see that?" "In her. She will know how to suffer. She inherits that. Her father and her mother suffered much. The last words overcame the doctor, who felt less shaken than surprised. It is proper to state that between her sentences the woman paused for several minutes, during which time her attention became more and more concentrated. She was seen to see. Her forehead had a singular aspect. An inward effort appeared there. It seemed to clear or cloud by some mysterious power, the effects of which Minoret had seen in dying persons at moments when they appeared to have the gift of prophecy. Several times she made gestures which resembled those of Ursula. "Question her," said the mysterious stranger to Minoret. "She will tell you secrets you alone can know." "Does Ursula love me?" asked Minoret. "Almost as much as she loves God," was the answer. "But she is very unhappy at your unbelief. You do not believe in God, as if you could prevent his existence. His word fills the universe. You are the cause of her only sorrow. Here, she is playing scales. She longs to be a better musician than she is. She is provoked with herself. She is thinking, if I could sing, if my voice were fine, it would reach his ear when he is with his mother." Dr. Minoret took out his pocketbook and noted the hour. "Tell me what seeds she planted." "Mignonette, sweet peas, balsams." "And what else?" "Larkspur. Where is my money with your notary, but you invest it so as not to lose the interest of a single day." "Yes, but where is the money that I keep for my monthly expenses?" "You put it in a large book, bound in red, entitled Pandex of Justinian, Volume Taille. Between the last two leaves, the book is on the shelf of folios above the glass buffet. You have a whole row of them. Your money is in the last volume next to the salon. See, Volume 30 is before Volume 2, but you have no money. It is all in 1,000-franc notes," said the doctor. "I cannot see. They are folded. No, there are 2 notes of 500 francs. You see them?" "Yes." "How do they look?" "One is old and yellow, the other white and new." This last phase of the inquiry petrified the doctor. He looked at Bouvard with a bewildered air. But Bouvard and the Swedenborgian, who were accustomed to the amazement of skeptics, were speaking together in a low voice and appeared not to notice him. Minoret begged them to allow him to return after dinner. The old philosopher wished to compose his mind and shake off this terror so as to put this vast power to some new test, to subject it to more decisive experiments and obtain answers to certain questions, the truth of which should do away with every sort of doubt. "Be here at 9 o'clock this evening," said the stranger. "I will return to meet you." Dr. Minoret was in so convulsed a state that he left the room without bowing, followed by Bouvard, who called to him from behind, "Well, what do you say? What do you say?" "I think I am mad, Bouvard," answered Minoret from the steps of the porte cochere. "If that woman tells the truth about Ursula, and none but Ursula can know the things that sorceress has told me, I shall say that you are right. I wish I had wings to fly to the moors this minute and verify her words. But I shall hire a carriage and start at 10 o'clock tonight. Ah! Am I losing my senses? What would you say if you knew of a lifelong incurable disease healed in a moment? If you saw that great magnetizer bring sweat in torrents from an herpetic patient, or make a paralyzed woman walk?" "Come and dine, Bouvard. Stay with me till 9 o'clock. I must find some decisive, undeniable test." "So be it, old comrade," answered the other. The reconciled enemies dined in the Palais Royal. After a lively conversation, which helped Minoret to evade the fever of the ideas which were ravaging his brain, Bouvard said to him, "If you admit in that woman the faculty of annihilating or of traversing space, if you obtain a certainty that here in Paris she sees and hears what is said and done in Nemours, you must admit all other magnetic facts. They are not more incredible than these." Ask her for someone proof which you know will satisfy you, for you might suppose that we obtained information to deceive you, but we cannot know, for instance, what will happen at 9 o'clock in your goddaughter's bedroom. Remember or write down what the sleeper will see and hear and then go home. Your little Ursula, whom I do not know, is not our accomplice, and if she tells you that she has said and done what you have written down, lower thy head, proud Hun. The two friends returned to the house opposite to the Assumption and found the somnambulist, who in her waking state did not recognize Dr. Mineret. The eyes of this woman closed gently before the hand of the Swedenborgian, which was stretched towards her at a little distance, and she took the attitude in which Mineret had first seen her. When her hand and that of the doctor were again joined, he asked her to tell him what was happening in his house at Nemours at that instant. "What is Ursula doing?" he said. "She is undressed. She has just curled her hair. She is kneeling on her prie-dieu before an ivory crucifix fastened to a red velvet background. What is she saying?" Her evening prayers. She is commending herself to God. She implores Him to save her soul from evil thoughts. She examines her conscience and recalls what she has done during the day, that she may know if she has failed to obey His commands and those of the church. Poor dear little soul, she lays bare her breast. Tears were in the sleeper's eyes. She has done no sin, but she blames herself for thinking too much of Savignon. She stops to wonder what he is doing in Paris. She prays to God to make him happy. She speaks of you. She is praying aloud. Tell me her words. Mineret took his pencil and wrote, as the sleeper uttered it, the following prayer, evidently composed by the Abbé Chaperon. My God, if thou art content with thine handmaid, who worships thee and prays to thee with a love that is equal to her devotion, who strives not to wander from thy sacred paths, who would gladly die as thy Son died to glorify thy name, who desires to live in the shadow of thy will. O God, who knoweth the heart, open the eyes of my godfather. Lead him in the way of salvation. Grant him thy divine grace, that he may live for thee in his last days. Save him from evil, and let me suffer in his stead. Kind Saint Ursula, dear protectress, and you, Mother of God, Queen of Heaven, archangels and saints in paradise, hear me, join your intercessions to mine, and have mercy upon us. The sleeper imitated so perfectly the artless gestures and the inspired manner of his child that Dr. Mineret's eyes were filled with tears. Does she say more? He asked. Yes. Repeat it. My dear godfather, I wonder who plays backgammon with him in Paris. She has blown out the light. Her head is on the pillow. She turns to sleep. Ah, she is off. How pretty she looks in her little nightcap. Mineret bowed to the great unknown, wrung Bouvard by the hand, ran downstairs and hastened to a cab-stand which at that time was near the gates of a house since pulled down to make room for the Rue d'Alger. There he found a coachman who was willing to start immediately for Fontainebleau. The moment the price was agreed on, the old man, who seemed to have renewed his youth, jumped into the carriage and started. According to agreement, he stopped to rest the horse at Essel, but arrived at Fontainebleau in time for the diligence to Nemours, on which he secured a seat and dismissed his coachman. He reached home at 5 in the morning and went to bed, with his lifelong ideas of physiology, nature, and metaphysics in ruins about him, and slept till 9 o'clock, so wearied was he with the events of his journey. Chapter 7. A Twofold Convertation. On rising, the doctor, sure that no one had crossed the threshold of his house since he re-entered it, proceeded but not without extreme trepidation to verify his facts. He was himself ignorant of any difference in the banknotes and also of the misplacement of the pandect volumes. The somnambulist was right. The doctor rang for La Bougival. "Tell Ursula to come and speak to me," he said, seating himself in the center of his library. The girl came. She ran up to him and kissed him. The doctor took her on his knee, where she sat contentedly, mingling her soft fair curls with the white hair of her old friend. "Do you want something, godfather?" "Yes, but promise me on your salvation to answer frankly without evasion the questions that I shall put to you." Ursula colored to the temples. "Oh, I'll ask nothing that you cannot speak of," he said, noticing how the bashfulness of young love clouded the hitherto childlike purity of the girl's blue eyes. "Ask me, godfather. What thought was in your mind when you ended your prayers last evening, and what time was it when you said them?" "It was 9:15 or 9:30. "Well, repeat your last prayer." The girl fancied that her voice might convey her faith to the skeptic. She slid from his knee and knelt down, clasping her hands fervently. A brilliant light illumined her face as she turned it on the old man and said, "What I asked of God last night, I asked again this morning, and I shall ask it till he vouchsafes to grant it." Then she repeated her prayer with new and still more powerful expression. To her great astonishment, her godfather took the last words from her mouth and finished the prayer. "Good, Ursula," said the doctor, taking her again on his knee. "When you laid your head on the pillow and went to sleep, did you think to yourself, 'That dear godfather? I wonder who is playing backgammon with him in Paris?'" Ursula sprang up as if the last trumpet had sounded in her ears. She gave a cry of terror, her eyes wide open, gazed at the old man with awful fixity. "Who are you, godfather? From whom do you get such power?" she asked, imagining that in his desire to deny God he had made some compact with the devil. "What seeds did you plant yesterday in the garden?" "Mignonette, sweet peas, balsams, and the last were larkspur." She fell on her knees. "Do not terrify me," she exclaimed. "Oh, you must have been here." "You were here, were you not? Am I not always with you?" replied the doctor, evading her question to save the strain on the young girl's mind. "Let us go to your room." "Your legs are trembling," she said. "Yes, I am confounded as it were. Can it be that you believe in God?" she cried with artless joy, letting fall the tears that gathered in her eyes. The old man looked round the simple but dainty little room he had given to his Ursula. On the floor was a plain green carpet, very inexpensive, which she herself kept exquisitely clean. The walls were hung with a gray paper strewn with roses and green leaves. At the windows which looked to the court were calico curtains edged with a band of some pink material. Between the windows and beneath a tall mirror was a pier table topped with marble, on which stood a Sèvres vase in which she put her nosegays. Opposite the chimney was a little bureau desk of charming marquetry. The bed of chintz, with chintz curtains lined with pink, was one of those duchess beds so common in the 18th century, which had a tuft of carved feathers at the top of each of the four posts, which were fluted on the sides. An old clock, enclosed in a sort of monument made of tortoiseshell inlaid with arabesques of ivory, decorated the mantelpiece, the marble shelf of which, with the candlesticks and the mirror in a frame painted in cameo on a gray ground, presented a remarkable harmony of color, tone, and style. A large wardrobe, the doors of which were inlaid with landscapes in different woods, some having a green tint which are no longer to be found for sale, contained, no doubt, her linen, and her dresses. The air of the room was redolent of heaven. The precise arrangement of everything showed a sense of order, a feeling for harmony, which would certainly have influenced anyone, even a minaret Levrault. It was plain that the things about her were dear to Ursula, and that she loved a room which contained, as it were, her childhood and the whole of her girlish life. Looking the room well over that he might seem to have a reason for his visit, the doctor saw at once how the windows looked into those of Madame de Portenduer. During the night he had meditated as to the course he ought to pursue with Ursula about his discovery of this dawning passion. To question her now would commit him to some course. He must either approve or disapprove of her love. In either case his position would be a false one. He therefore resolved to watch and examine into the state of things between the two young people, and learn whether it were his duty to check the inclination before it was irresistible. None but an old man could have shown such deliberate wisdom. Still panting from the discovery of the truth of these magnetic facts, he turned about and looked at all the various little things around the room. He wished to examine the almanac which was hanging at a corner of the chimney-piece. "These ugly things are too heavy for your little hands," he said, taking up the marble candlesticks, which were partly covered with leather. He weighed them in his hand. Then he looked at the almanac and took it, saying, "This is ugly too. Why do you keep such a common thing in your pretty room?" "Oh, please let me have it, godfather." "No, no, you shall have another tomorrow." So saying, he carried off this possible proof, shut himself up in his study, looked for Saint Savinian, and found, as the somnambulist had told him, a little red dot at the 19th of October. He also saw another before his own saint's day, Saint Denis, and a third before Saint John, the abbé's patron. This little dot, no larger than a pin's head, had been seen by the sleeping woman in spite of distance and other obstacles. The old man thought till evening of these events, more momentous for him than for others. He was forced to yield to evidence. A strong wall, as it were, crumbled within him. For his life had rested on two bases: indifference in matters of religion and a firm disbelief in magnetism. When it was proved to him that the senses faculties, purely physical, organs, the effects of which could be explained, attained to some of the attributes of the infinite, magnetism upset, or at least it seemed to him to upset, the powerful arguments of Spinoza. The finite and the infinite, two incompatible elements according to that remarkable man, were here united, the one in the other. No matter what power he gave to the divisibility and mobility of matter, he could not help recognizing that it possessed qualities that were almost divine. He was too old now to connect those phenomena to a system and compare them with those of sleep, of vision, of light. His whole scientific belief, based on the assertions of the school of Locke and Condillac, was in ruins. Seeing his hollow ideas in pieces, his skepticism staggered. Thus, the advantage in the struggle between the Catholic child and the Voltairian old man was on Ursula's side. In the dismantled fortress, above these ruins, shone a light. From the center of these ashes issued the path of prayer. Nevertheless, the obstinate old scientist fought his doubts. Though struck to the heart, he would not decide. He struggled on against God. But he was no longer the same man. His mind showed its vacillation. He became unnaturally dreamy. He read Pascal and Bossuet's sublime History of Species. He read Bonald. He read Saint Augustine. He determined also to read the works of Swedenborg and the late Saint Martin, which the mysterious stranger had mentioned to him. The edifice within him was cracking on all sides. It needed but one more shake, and then, his heart being ripe for God, He was destined to fall into the celestial vineyard as fall the fruits. Often of an evening, when playing with the abbé, his goddaughter sitting by, he would put questions bearing on his opinions which seemed singular to the priest, who was ignorant of the inward workings by which God was remaking that fine conscience. "Do you believe in apparitions?" asked the skeptic of the pastor, stopping short. In the Gain, Cardan, a great philosopher of the 16th century, said he had seen some. Replied the abbé, "I know all those that scholars have discussed, for I have just reread Plotinus. I am questioning you as a Catholic might, and I ask if you think that dead men can return to the living." "Jesus reappeared to his disciples after his death," said the abbé. "The Church ought to have faith in the apparitions of the Savior. As for miracles, they are not lacking," he continued, smiling. "Shall I tell you the last? It took place in the 18th century." "Pooh!" said the doctor. "Yes, the Blessed Marie Alphonse of Liguori, being very far from Rome, knew of the death of the Pope at the very moment the Holy Father expired. There were numerous witnesses of this miracle. The sainted bishop, being in ecstasy, heard the last words of the sovereign pontiff and repeated them at the time to those about him. The courier who brought the announcement of the death did not arrive till 30 hours later. "Jesuit!" exclaimed old Minaret, laughing. "I did not ask you for proofs. I asked you if you believed in apparitions." "I think an apparition depends a good deal on who sees it," said the abbé, still fencing with his skeptic. "My friend," said the doctor seriously, "I am not setting a trap for you. What do you really believe about it?" "I believe that the power of God is infinite," replied the abbé. "When I am dead, if I am reconciled to God, I will ask him to let me appear to you," said the doctor, smiling. "That's exactly the agreement Cardan made with his friend," answered the priest. "Ursula," said Minaret, "if danger ever threatens you, call me, and I will come." "You have put into one sentence that beautiful elegy of Near by André Chenier," said the abbé. "Poets are sublime because they clothe both facts and feelings with ever-living images." "Why do you speak of your death, dear godfather?" said Ursula in a grieved tone. "We Christians do not die. The grave is the cradle of our souls." "Well," said the doctor, smiling, "we must go out of the world, and when I am no longer here, you will be astonished at your fortune." "When you are here no longer, my kind friend, my only consolation will be to consecrate my life to you." "To me? Dead?" "Yes. All the good works that I can do will be done in your name to redeem your sins. I will pray God every day for his infinite mercy, that he may not punish eternally the errors of a day. I know he will summon among the righteous a soul so pure, so beautiful as yours." That answer, said with angelic candor, in a tone of absolute certainty, confounded error and converted Denis Minaret as God converted Saul. A ray of inward light overawed him. The knowledge of this tenderness, covering his years to come, brought tears to his eyes. This sudden effect of grace had something that seemed electrical about it. The abbé clasped his hands and rose, troubled, from his seat. The girl, astonished at her triumph, wept. The old man stood up as if a voice had called him, looking into space as though his eyes beheld the dawn. Then he bent his knee upon his chair, clasped his hands, and lowered his eyes to the ground as one humiliated. "My God," he said in a trembling voice, raising his head, "is anyone can obtain my pardon and lead me to thee? Surely it is this spotless creature. Have mercy on the repentant old age that this pure child presents to thee." He lifted his soul to God, mentally praying for the light of divine knowledge after the gift of divine grace. Then he turned to the abbé and held out his hand. "My dear pastor," he said, "I am become as a little child. I belong to you. I give my soul to your care." Ursula kissed his hands and bathed them with her tears. The old man took her on his knee and called her gaily his godmother. The abbé, deeply moved, recited the Veni Creator in a species of religious ecstasy. The hymn served as the evening prayer of the three Christians kneeling together for the first time. "What has happened?" asked La Bougival, amazed at the sight. "My godfather believes in God at last," replied Ursula. "Ah! So much the better. He only needed that to make him perfect," cried the old woman, crossing herself with artless gravity. "Dear doctor," said the good priest, "you will soon comprehend the grandeur of religion and the value of its practices. You will find its philosophy in human aspects far higher than that of the boldest skeptics." The abbé, who showed a joy that was almost infantine, agreed to catechize the old man and confer with him twice a week. Thus the conversion attributed to Ursula and to a spirit of sordid calculation was the spontaneous act of the doctor. Himself. The abbé, who for 14 years had abstained from touching the wounds of that heart, though all the while deploring them, was now asked for help, as a surgeon is called to an injured man. Ever since this scene Ursula's evening prayers had been said in common with her godfather. Day after day the old man grew more conscious of the peace within him that succeeded all his conflicts. Having, as he said, God as the responsible editor of things inexplicable, his mind was at ease. His dear child told him that he might know by how far he had advanced already in God's kingdom. During the Mass which we have seen him attend, he had read the prayers and applied his own intelligence to them. From the first, he had risen to the divine idea of the communion of the faithful. The old neophyte understood the eternal symbol attached to that sacred nourishment which faith renders needful to the soul after conveying to it her own profound and radiant essence. When on leaving the church he had seemed in a hurry to get home, it was merely that he might once more thank his dear child for having led him to enter religion, the beautiful expression of former days. He was holding her on his knee in the salon and kissing her forehead sacredly at the very moment when his relatives were degrading that saintly influence with their shameless fears and casting their vulgar insults upon Ursula. His haste to return home, his assumed disdain for their company, his sharp replies as he left the church were naturally attributed by all the heirs to the hatred Ursula had excited against them in the old man's mind. Chapter 8. The Conference. While Ursula was playing variations on Weber's Last Thought to her godfather, a plot was hatching in the Minaret Levralt's dining room which was destined to have a lasting effect on the events of this drama. The breakfast, noisy as all provincial breakfasts are, and enlivened by excellent wines brought to Nemours by the canal, either from Burgundy or Touraine, lasted more than 2 hours. Zélie had sent for oysters, saltwater fish, and other gastronomical delicacies to do honor to Desire's return. The dining room, in the center of which a round table offered a most appetizing sight, was like the hall of an inn. Content with the size of her kitchens and offices, Zélie had built a pavilion for the family between the vast courtyard and a garden planted with vegetables and full of fruit trees. Everything about the premises was solid and plain. The example of Levralt had been a warning to the town. Zélie forbade her builder to lead her into such follies. The dining room was, therefore, hung with varnished paper and furnished with walnut chairs and sideboards of porcelain. Stove, a tall clock, and a barometer. Though the plates and dishes were of common white china, the table shone with handsome linen and abundant silverware. After Zélie had served the coffee, coming and going herself like shot in a decanter, for she kept but one servant, and when Desire, the budding lawyer, had been told of the event of the morning and its probable consequences, the door was closed, and the notary Dionys was called upon to speak. By the silence in the room and the looks that were cast on that authoritative face, it was easy to see the power that such men exercise over families. "My dear children," said he, "your uncle, having been born in 1746, is 83 years old at the present time. Now old men are given to folly, and that little viper—" cried Madame Masson. "Hussy," said Zélie. "Let us call her by her own name," said Dionys. "Well, she's a thief," said Madame Crémière. "A pretty thief," remarked Désiré. "That little Ursula," went on Dionys, "has managed to get hold of his heart. I have been thinking of your interests, and I did not wait until now before making certain inquiries. Now this is what I have discovered about that young marauder," said the collector. "Inveigler," said the clerk of the court. "Hold your tongue, friends," said the notary, "or I'll take my hat and be off." "Come, come, papa," cried Minaret, pouring out a little glass of rum and offering it to the notary. "Here, drink this. It comes from Rome itself. And now go." On. Ursula is, it is true, the legitimate daughter of Joseph Mirouet, but her father was the natural son of Valentin Mirouet, your uncle's father-in-law. Being therefore an illegitimate niece, any will the doctor might make in her favor could probably be contested, and if he leaves her his fortune in that way, you could bring a suit against Ursula. This, however, might turn out ill for you, in case the court took the view that there was no relationship between Ursula and the doctor. Still, the suit would frighten an unprotected girl and bring about a compromise. "The law is so rigid as to the rights of natural children," said the newly fledged licentiate, eager to parade his knowledge, "that by the judgment of the Court of Appeals dated July 7, 1817, a natural child can claim nothing from his natural grandfather, not even a maintenance. So you see that illegitimate parentage is—" made retrospective. The law pursues the natural child even to its legitimate descent, on the ground that benefactions done to grandchildren reach the natural son through that medium. This is shown by Articles 757, 908, and 91 of the Civil Code. The Royal Court of Paris, by a decision of the 26th of January of last year, cut off a legacy made to the legitimate child of a natural son by his grandfather, who, as grandfather, was as distant to a natural grandson as the doctor, being an uncle, is to Ursula. "All that," said Goupil, "seems to me to relate only to the bequests made by grandfathers to natural descendants. Ursula is not a blood relation of Dr. Minaret. I remember a decision of the Royal Court at Colmar, rendered in 1825, just before I took my degree, which declared that after the decease of a natural child, his descendants could no longer be prohibited from inheriting. Now, Ursula's father is dead." Goupil's argument produced what journalists who report the sittings of legislative assemblies are wont to call profound sensation. "What does that signify?" cried Dionys. "The actual case of the bequest of an uncle to an illegitimate child may not yet have been presented for trial, but when it is, the sternness of French law against such children will be all the more firmly applied, because we live in times when religion is honored. I'll answer for it that out of such a suit as I propose you could get a compromise, especially if they see you are determined to carry Ursula to a court of appeals." Here the joy of the heirs already fingering their gold was made manifest in smiles, shrugs, and gestures round the table, and prevented all notice of Goupil's dissent. This elation, however, was succeeded by deep silence and uneasiness when the notary uttered his next word. a terrible but, as if he had pulled the string of a puppet show, starting the little people in. Jerks by means of machinery, Dionys beheld all eyes turned on him, and all faces rigid in one and the same pose. But no law prevents your uncle from adopting or marrying Ursula. He continued, as for adoption, that could be contested, and you would, I think, have equity on your side. The royal courts would never trifle with questions of adoptions. You would get a hearing there. It is true the doctor is an officer of the Legion of Honor, and was formerly surgeon to the ex-emperor. But, nevertheless, he would get the worst of it. Moreover, you would have due warning in case of adoption. But how about marriage? Old Honoré is shrewd enough to go to Paris and marry her after a year's domicile, and give her 1 million by the marriage contract. The only thing, therefore, that really puts your property in danger is your uncle's marriage with the girl. Here the notary paused. There's another danger, said Goupil with a knowing air, that of a will made in favor of a third person, old Bongrand for instance, who will hold the property in trust for Mademoiselle Ursula, if you tease your uncle, continued Dionys, cutting short his head clerk. If you are not all of you very polite to Ursula, you will drive him into either a marriage or into making that private trust which Goupil speaks of, though I don't think him capable of that. It is a dangerous thing. As for marriage, that is easy to prevent. Desire there has only got to hold out a finger to the girl. She's sure to prefer a handsome young man, cock of the walk in the moors, to an old one. Mother, said Désir to Zélie's ear, as much allured by the millions as by Ursula's beauty. If I married her, we should get the whole property. Are you crazy? You, who'll some day have 50,000 francs a year and be made a deputy. As long as I live, you never shall cut your throat by a foolish. Marriage, 700,000 francs indeed. Why, the mayor's only daughter will have 50,000 a year, and they have already proposed her to me. This reply, the first rough speech his mother had ever made to him, extinguished in Désire's breast all desire for a marriage with the beautiful Ursula, for his father and he never got the better of any decision once written in the terrible blue eyes of Zélie Minoret. Yes, but see here, Monsieur Dionys, cried Crémière, whose wife had been nudging him, if the good man took the thing seriously and married his goddaughter to Désire, giving her the reversion of all the property, good-bye to our share in it. If he lives 5 years longer, uncle may be worth 1 million. Never, cried Zélie, never in my life shall Désire marry the daughter of a bastard, a girl picked up in the streets out of charity. My son will represent the Minorits after the death of his uncle, and the Minorits have 500 years of good bourgeoisie behind them. That's equal to the nobility. Don't be uneasy, any of you. Désire will marry when we find a chance to put him in the Chamber of Deputies. This lofty declaration was backed by Goupil, who said Désire, with an allowance of 24,000 francs a year, will be president of a royal court or solicitor general. Either office leads to the peerage. A foolish marriage would ruin him. The heirs were now all talking at once, but they suddenly held their tongues when Minoret rapped on the table with his fist to keep silence for the notary. Your uncle is a worthy man, continued Dionys. He believes he's immortal, and, like most clever men, he'll let death overtake him before he has made a will. My advice, therefore, is to induce him to invest his capital in a way that will make it difficult for him to disinherit you, and I know of an opportunity, made to hand. That little Portenduez in St. Pelagie, locked up for 100 and some odd thousand francs worth of debt. His old mother knows he is in prison. She is crying like a Magdalene. The abbé is to dine with her. No doubt she wants to talk to him about her troubles. Well, I'll go and see your uncle tonight and persuade him to sell his 5% consols, which are now at 118, and lend Madame de Portendur on the security of her farm at Bordières and her house here, enough to pay the debts of the prodigal son. I have a right as notary to speak to him in behalf of young Portenduère, and it is quite natural that I should wish to make him change his investments. I get deeds and commissions out of the business. If I become his advisor, I'll propose to him other land investments for his surplus capital. I have some excellent ones now in my office. If his fortune were once invested in landed estate or in mortgage notes in this neighborhood, could not take wings to itself very easily. It is easy to make difficulties between the wish to realize and the realization. The heirs, struck with the truth of this argument much cleverer than that of Monsieur Yoles, murmured approval. "You must be careful," said the notary in conclusion, "to keep your uncle in Nemours, where his habits are known, and where you can watch him. Find him a lover for the girl and you'll prevent his marrying her himself." "Suppose she married the lover," said Goupil, seized by an ambitious desire. "That wouldn't be a bad thing. Then you could figure up the loss. The old man would have to say how much he gives her," replied the notary. "But if you set desire at her, he could keep the girl dangling on till the old man died. Marriages are made and unmade." "The shortest way," said Goupil, "if the doctor is likely to live much longer, is to marry her to some worthy young man who will get her out of your way by settling at Sens or Monchargis or Orleans with 100,000 francs in hand." Dionys, Masson, Zélie, and Goupil, the only intelligent heads in the company, exchanged 4 thoughtful smiles. "He'd be a worm at the core," whispered Zélie to Masson. "How did he get here?" returned the clerk. "That will just suit you," cried Desire to Goupil. "But do you think you can behave decently enough to satisfy the old man and the girl?" "In these days," whispered Zélie again in Masson's ear, "notaries look out for no interests but their own. Suppose Dionys went over to Ursula just to get the old man's business? I am sure of him," said the clerk of the court, giving her a sly look out of his spiteful little eyes. He was just going to add, "because I hold something over him," but he withheld the words. "I am quite of Dionys's opinion," he said aloud. "So am I," cried Zélie, who now suspected the notary of collusion with the clerk. "My wife has voted," said the postmaster, sipping his brandy, though his face was already purple from digesting his meal and absorbing a notable quantity of liquids. "And very properly," remarked the collector. "I shall go and see the doctor after dinner," said Dionys. "If Monsieur Dionys's advice is good," said Madame Crémière to Madame Masson, "we had better go and call on our uncle as we used to do every Sunday evening and behave exactly as Monsieur Dionys has told us." "Yes, and be received as he received us," cried Zélie. "Minaret and I have more than 40,000 francs a year, and yet he refused our invitations. We are quite his equals. If I don't know how to write prescriptions, I know how to paddle my boat as well as he. I can tell him that." "As I am far from having 40,000 francs a year," said Madame Massin, rather piqued, "I don't want to lose 10,000. We are his nieces. We ought to take care of him. And then besides, we shall see how things are going," said Madame Crémière. "You'll thank us some day, cousin." "Treat Ursula kindly," said the notary, lifting his right forefinger to the level of his lips. "Remember old Geordie left her his savings." You have managed those fools as well as Desroches, the best lawyer in Paris, could have done," said Coupeau to his patron as they left the post-house. "And now they are quarreling over my fee," replied the notary, smiling bitterly. The heirs, after parting with Dionys and his clerk, met again in the square, with face rather flushed from their breakfast, just as vespers were over. As the notary predicted, the Abbé Chaperon had Madame de Portenduère on his arm. "She dragged him to vespers, see!" cried Madame Masson to Madame Crémière, pointing to Ursula and the doctor who were leaving the church. "Let us go and speak to him," said Madame Crémière, approaching the old man. The change in the faces of his relatives produced by the conference did not escape Dr. Minoret. He tried to guess the reason of this sudden amiability, and out of sheer curiosity encouraged Ursula to stop and speak to the two women, who were eager to greet her with exaggerated affection and forced smiles. "Uncle, will you permit me to come and see you tonight?" said Madame Crémière. "We feared sometimes we were in your way, but it is such a long time since our children have paid you their respects. Our girls are old enough now to make dear Ursula's acquaintance." "Ursula is a little bear, like her name," replied the doctor. "Let us tame her," said Madame Masson. "And besides, uncle," added the good housewife, trying to hide her real motive under a mask of economy, "they tell us the dear girl has such talent for the forte that we are very anxious to hear her." Madame Crémière and I are inclined to take her music master for our children. If there were 6 or 8 scholars in a class, it would bring the price of his lessons within our means. "Certainly," said the old man, "and it will be all the better for me because I want to give Ursula a singing master. Well, tonight then, uncle. We'll bring your great-nephew Desire to see you. He is now a lawyer." "Yes, tonight," echoed Minoret, meaning to fathom the motives of these petty souls. The two nieces pressed Ursula's hand, saying with affected eagerness, "Au revoir." "Oh, godfather, you have read my heart," cried Ursula, giving him a grateful look. "You are going to have a voice," he said, "and I shall give you masters of drawing and Italian also." "A woman," added the doctor, looking at Ursula as he unfastened the gate of his house, "ought to be educated to the height of every position in which her marriage may place her." Ursula grew red as a cherry. Her godfather's thoughts evidently turned in the same direction as her own. Feeling that she was too near confessing to the doctor the involuntary attraction which led her to think about Savinian and to center all her ideas of affection upon him, she turned aside and sat down in front of a great cluster of climbing plants, on the dark background of which she looked at a distance like a blue and white flower. "Now you see, godfather, that your nieces were very kind to me. Yes, they were very kind," she repeated as he approached her, to change the thoughts that made him pensive. "Poor little girl," cried the old man. He laid Ursula's hand upon his arm, tapping it gently, and took her to the terraces beside the river where no one could hear them. "Why do you say, 'poor little girl'? Don't you see how they fear you?" "Fear me? Why?" "My next of kin are very uneasy about my conversion. They no doubt attribute it to your influence over me. They fancy I deprive them of their inheritance to enrich you." "But you won't do that?" said Ursula naively, looking up at him. "Oh, divine consolation of my old age," said the doctor, taking his godchild in his arms and kissing her on both cheeks. "It was for her and not for myself, O God. But I besought thee just now to let me live until the day I give her to some good being who is worthy of her. You will see comedies, my little angel." Comedies which the minarets and cremiers and massons will come and play here. You want to brighten and prolong my life. They are longing for my death. God forbids us to hate anyone, but if that is I despise them, exclaimed Ursula. Dinner is ready, called Le Bougival from the portico, which, on the garden side, was at the end of the corridor. Chapter 9. A First Confidence. Ursula and her godfather were sitting at dessert in the pretty dining room, decorated with Chinese designs in black and gold lacquer, the folly of Levrault, when the justice of peace arrived. The doctor offered him, and this was a great mark of intimacy, a cup of his coffee, a mixture of mocha with bourbon and Martinique, roasted, ground, and made by himself in a silver apparatus called a chaptal. "Well," said Bongrand, pushing up his glasses and looking slyly at the old man, "the town is in commotion. Your appearance in church has put your relatives beside themselves. You have left your fortune to the priests, to the poor. You have roused the families, and they are bestirring themselves." "Ha, ha, ha!" I saw their first eruption into the square. They were as busy as ants who have lost their eggs. "What did I tell you, Ursula?" cried the doctor. "At the risk of grieving you, my child, I must teach you to know the world and put you on your guard against undeserved enmity. I should like to say a word to you on this subject," said Bongrand, seizing the occasion to speak to his old friend of Ursula's future. The doctor put a black velvet cap on his white head. The justice of peace wore his hat to protect him from the night air, and they walked up and down the terrace discussing the means of securing to Ursula what her godfather intended to bequeath her. Bongrand knew Dionys's opinion as to the infidelity of a will made by the doctor in favor of Ursula, for Nemours was so preoccupied with the minaret affairs that the matter had been much discussed among the lawyers of the little town. Bongrand considered that Ursula was not a relative of Dr. Minaret, but he felt that the whole spirit of legislation was against the foisting into families of illegitimate offshoots. The makers of the code had foreseen only the weakness of fathers and mothers for their natural children, without considering that uncles and aunts might have a like tenderness and a desire to provide for such children. Evidently there was a gap in the law. In all other countries, he said, ending in explanation of the legal points which Dionys, Goupil, and Desire had just explained to the heirs, Ursula would have nothing to fear. She is a legitimate child, and the disability of her father ought only to affect the inheritance from Valentine Marouet, her grandfather. But in France the magistracy is unfortunately overwise and very consequential. It inquires into the spirit of the law. Some lawyers talk morality, and might try to show that this hiatus in the code came from the simple-mindedness of the legislators, who did not foresee the case, though. Nonetheless, they established a principle. To bring a suit would be long and expensive. Zélie would carry it to the Court of Appeals, and I might not be alive when the case was tried. "The best of cases is often worthless," cried the doctor. "Here's the question the lawyers will put: to what degree of relationship ought the disability of natural children in matters of inheritance to extend? And the credit of a good lawyer will lie in gaining a bad cause." "Faith," said Bongrand, "I dare not take upon myself to affirm that the judges wouldn't interpret the meaning of the law as increasing the protection given to marriage, the eternal base of society." Without explaining his intentions, the doctor rejected the idea of a trust. When Bongrand suggested to him a marriage with Ursula as the surest means of securing his property to her, he exclaimed, "Poor little girl! I might live 15 years. What a fate for her!" "Well, what will you do then?" asked Bongrand. We'll think about it. I'll see, said the old man, evidently at a loss for a reply. Just then Ursula came to say that Monsieur Dionys wished to speak to the doctor. Already! Cried Minaret, looking at Bongrand. Yes, he said to Ursula, send him here. I'll bet my spectacles to a bunch of matches that he is the advance guard of your heirs, said Bongrand. They breakfasted together at the post house, and something is being engineered. The notary, conducted by Ursula, came to the lower end of the garden. After the usual greetings and a few insignificant remarks, Dionys asked for a private interview. Ursula and Bongrand retired to the salon. The distrust which superior men excite in men of business is very remarkable. The latter deny them the lesser powers while recognizing their possession of the higher. It is, perhaps, a tribute to them. Seeing them always on the higher plane of human things, men of business believe them incapable of descending to the infinitely petty details which, like the dividends of finance and the microscopic facts of science, go to equalize capital and to form the worlds. They are mistaken. The man of honor and of genius sees all. Bongrand, piqued by the doctor's silence, but impelled by a sense of Ursula's interests, which he thought endangered, resolved to defend her against the heirs. He was wretched at not knowing what was taking place between the old man and Dionys. No matter how pure and innocent Ursula may be, he thought as he looked at her, there is a point on which young girls do make their own law and their own morality. I'll test here. The Minaret Levrolts, he began, settling his spectacles, might possibly ask you in marriage for their son. The poor child turned pale. She was too well trained and had too much delicacy to listen to what Dionys was saying to her uncle. But after a moment's inward deliberation, she thought she might show herself, and then, if she was in the way, her godfather would let her know it. The Chinese pagoda which the doctor made his study had outside blinds to the glass doors. Ursula invented the excuse of shutting them. She begged Monsieur Bongrand's pardon for leaving him alone in the salon, but he smiled at her and said, "Go, go!" Ursula went down the steps of the portico which led to the pagoda at the foot of the garden. She stood for some minutes slowly arranging the blinds and watching the sunset. The doctor and notary were at the end of the terrace, but as they turned, she heard the doctor make an answer which reached the pagoda where she was. My heirs would be delighted to see me invest my property in real estate or mortgages. They imagine it would be safer there. I know exactly what they are saying. Perhaps you come from them. Let me tell you, my good sir, that my disposition of my property is irrevocably made. My heirs will have the capital I brought here with me. I wish them to know that and to let me alone. If any one of them attempts to interfere with what I think proper to do for that young girl, pointing to Ursula, I shall come back from the other world and torment him. So, Monsieur Savinien de Portendura will stay in prison if they count on me to get him out. I shall not sell my property in the funds. Hearing this last fragment of the sentence, Ursula experienced the first and only pain which so far had ever touched her. She laid her head against the blind to steady herself. Good God, what is the matter with her? Thought the old doctor. She has no color. Such an emotion after dinner might kill her. He went to her with open arms, and she fell into them, almost fainting. Adieu, monsieur, he said to the notary. Please leave us. He carried his child to an immense Louis XV sofa which was in his study, looked for a phial of hartshorn among his remedies, and made her inhale it. Take my place, said the doctor to Bongrand, who was terrified. I must be alone with her. The justice of peace accompanied the notary to the gate, asking him, but without showing any eagerness, what was the matter with Ursula. I don't know, replied Dionys. She was standing by the pagoda, listening to us, and just as her uncle so-called refused to lend some money at my request to young de Portendur, who is in prison for debt, for he has not had, like Monsieur de Rouve, a Monsieur Bongrand to defend him, she turned pale and staggered. Can she love him? Is there anything between them? At 15 years of age? Pooh, replied Bongrand. She was born in February 1813. She'll be 16 in 4 months. I don't believe she ever saw him, said the judge. No, it is only a nervous attack. Attack of the heart, more likely, said the notary. Dionas was delighted with this discovery, which would prevent the marriage in extremis which they dreaded, the only sure means by which the doctor could defraud his relatives. Bongrand, on the other hand, saw a private castle of his own demolished. He had long thought of marrying his son to Ursula. If the poor girl loves that youth, it will be a misfortune for her, replied Bongrand, after a pause. Madame de Portendur is a Bretonne and infatuated with her noble blood. Luckily, I mean for the honor of the Portendurs, replied the notary, on the point of betraying himself. Let us do the faithful and upright Bongrand the justice to say that before he re-entered the salon he had abandoned, not without deep regret for his son, the hope he had cherished of some day calling Ursula his daughter. He meant to give his son 6,000 francs a year the day he was appointed substitute, and if the doctor would give Ursula 100,000 francs, what a pearl of a home the pair would make! His Eugene was so loyal and charming a fellow, perhaps he had praised his Eugene too often, and that had made the doctor distrustful. I shall have to come down to the mayor's daughter, he thought. But Ursula without any money is worth more than Mademoiselle La Ralt Cremiere with a de Ric Cremiere. Million. However, the thing to be done is to maneuver the marriage with this little Pordundo if she really loves him. The doctor, after closing the door to the library and that to the garden, took his goddaughter to the window which opened upon the river. "What ails you, my child?" he said. "Your life is my life. Without your smiles, what would become of me? Savinian in prison," she said. With these words a shower of tears fell from her eyes, and she began to sob. Saved, thought the doctor, who was holding her pulse with great anxiety. Alas, she has all the sensitiveness of my poor wife, he thought, fetching a stethoscope which he put to Ursula's heart, applying his ear to it. "Ah, that's all right," he said to himself. "I did not know, my darling, that you loved anyone as yet," he added, looking at her, "but think out loud to me as you think to yourself. Tell me all that has passed between you." "I do not love him, godfather. We have never spoken to each other," she answered, sobbing. "But to hear that he is in prison, and to know that you harshly refuse to get him out so good. Ursula, my dear little good angel, if you do not love him, why did you put that little red dot against Saint Savinian's day just as you put one before that of Saint Denis? Come, tell me everything about your little love affair." Ursula blushed, swallowed a few tears, and for a moment there was silence between them. "Surely you are not afraid of your father, your friend, mother, doctor, and godfather, whose heart is now more tender than it ever has been." "No, no, dear godfather," she said. "I will open my heart to you. Last May, Monsieur Savinian came to see his mother. Until then, I had never taken notice of him. When he left home to live in Paris, I was a child, and I did not see any difference between him and all of you, except perhaps that I loved you, and never thought of loving anyone else. Monsieur Savinien came by the mail post the night before his mother's fête day, but we did not know it. At 7 the next morning, after I had said my prayers, I opened the window to air my room, and I saw the windows in Monsieur Savinien's room open, and Monsieur Savinien was there, in a dressing gown, arranging his beard. In all his movements there was such grace, I mean, he seemed to me so charming. He combed his black mustache and the little tuft on his chin, and I saw his white throat so round. Must I tell you all? I noticed that his throat and face and that beautiful black hair were all so different from yours when I watched you arranging your beard. There came, I don't know how, a sort of glow into my heart, and up into my throat, my head. It came so violently that I sat down. I couldn't stand. I trembled so. But I longed to see him again, and presently I got up. He saw me then, and, just for play, he sent me a kiss from the tips of his fingers, and then, she continued, I hid myself. I was ashamed, but happy. Why should I be ashamed of being happy? That feeling, it dazzles my soul and gave it some power, but I don't know what it came again each time I saw within me the same young face. I love this feeling, violent as it was. Going to Mass, some unconquerable power made me look at Monsieur Savinien with his mother on his arm. His walk, his clothes, even the tap of his boots on the pavement, seemed to me so charming. The least little thing about him, his hand with the delicate glove, acted like a spell upon me. And yet I had strength enough not to think of him during Mass. When the service was over, I stayed in the church to let Madame. De Portenduergel first, and then I walked behind him. I couldn't tell you how these little things excited me. When I reached home, I turned round to fasten the iron gate. Where was La Bougival? Asked the doctor. Oh, I let her go to the kitchen, said Ursula simply. Then I saw Monsieur Savinien standing quite still and looking at me. Oh! Godfather, I was so proud, for I thought I saw a look in his eyes of surprise and admiration. I don't know what I would not do to make him look at me again like that. It seemed to me I ought to think of nothing forever more but pleasing him. That glance is now the best reward I have for any good I do. From that moment I have thought of him incessantly, in spite of myself. Monsieur Savinien went back to Paris that evening, and I have not seen him since. The street seems empty. He took my heart away with him, but he does not know it. Is that all? Asked the old man. All, dear godfather, she said, with a sigh of regret that there was not more to tell. My little girl, said the doctor, putting her on his knee, you are nearly 16, and your womanhood is beginning. You are now between your blessed childhood, which is ending, and the emotions of love, which will make your life a tumultuous one, for you have a nervous system of exquisite sensibility. What has happened to you, my child, is love, said the old man with an expression of deepest sadness. Love in its holy simplicity, love as it ought to be, involuntary, sudden, coming like a thief who takes all, yes, all. I expected it. I have studied women. Many need proofs and miracles of affection before love conquers them, but others there are, under the influence of sympathies, explainable today by magnetic fluids, who are possessed by it in an instant. To you I can now tell. All as soon as I saw the charming woman whose name you bear, I felt that I should love her forever, solely and faithfully, without knowing whether our characters or persons suited each other. Is there a second sight in love? What answer can I give to that, I who have seen so many unions formed under celestial auspices, only to be ruptured later, giving rise to hatreds that are well nigh eternal, to repugnances that are unconquerable? The senses sometimes harmonize while ideas are at variance, and some persons live more by their minds than by their bodies. The contrary is also true. Often minds agree and persons displease. These phenomena, the varying and secret cause of many sorrows, show the wisdom of laws which give parents supreme power over the marriages of their children, for a young girl is often duped by one or other of these hallucinations. Therefore, I do not blame you. The sensations you feel, the rush of sensibility which has come from its hidden source upon your heart and upon your mind, the happiness with which you think of Savignon, are all natural. But, my darling, child, society demands, as our good Abbé has told us, the sacrifice of many natural inclinations. The destinies of men and women differ. I was able to choose Ursula Mirouet for my wife. I could go to her and say that I loved her. But a young girl is false to herself if she asks the love of the man she loves. A woman has not the right which men have to seek the accomplishment of her hopes in open day. Modesty is to her above all to you, my Ursula, the insurmountable barrier which protects the secrets of her heart. Your hesitation in confiding to me these first emotions shows me you would suffer cruel torture rather than admit to Savignon. Oh yes, she said. But, my child, you must do more. You must repress these feelings. You must forget them. Why? Because, my darling, you must love only the man you marry, and, even if Monsieur Savignon de Portenduère loved you, I never thought of it. But listen, even if he loved you, even if his mother asked me to give him your hand, I should not consent to the marriage until I had subjected him to a long and thorough probation. His conduct has been such as to make families distrust him, and to put obstacles between himself and heiresses which cannot be easily overcome. A soft smile came in place of tears on Ursula's sweet face as she said, "Then poverty is good sometimes." The doctor could find no answer to such innocence. "What has he done, godfather?" she asked. "In 2 years, my treasure, he has incurred 120,000 francs of debt. He has had the folly to get himself locked up in St. Pelagie, the debtor's prison, an impropriety which will always be, in these days, a discredit to him. A spendthrift who is willing to plunge his poor mother into poverty and distress might cause his wife, as your poor father did, to die of despair. Don't you think he will do better?" she asked. "If his mother pays his debts, he will be penniless, and I don't know a worse punishment than to be a nobleman without means." This answer made Ursula thoughtful. She dried her tears and said, "If you can save him, godfather. That service will give you a right to advise him." "You can remonstrate, yes," said the doctor, imitating her, "and then he can come here, and the old." "Lady will come here, and we shall see them, and I was thinking only of him," said Ursula, blushing. "Don't think of him, my child. It would be folly," said the doctor gravely. "Madame de Portenduère, who was a Kergarouët, would never consent, even if she had to live on 300 francs a year, to the marriage of her son, the Vicomte Savignon de Portenduère, with whom? With Ursula Mirouet, daughter of a bandsman in a regiment, without money, and whose father, alas! I must now tell you, all was the bastard son of an organist, my father-in-law. Oh, godfather, you are right. We are equal only in the sight of God. I will not think of him again except in my prayers," she said, amid the sobs which this painful revelation excited. "Give him what you meant to give me. What can a poor girl like me want? Ah, in prison he—" "Offer to God your disappointments, and perhaps he will help us." There was silence for some minutes. When Ursula, who at first did not dare to look at her godfather, raised her eyes, her heart was deeply moved to see the tears which were rolling down his withered cheeks. The tears of old men are as terrible as those of children are natural. "Oh, what is it?" cried Ursula, flinging herself at his feet and kissing his hands. "Are you not sure of me?" "I, who long to gratify all your wishes. It is I who am obliged to cause the first great sorrow of your life," he said. "I suffer as much as you. I never wept before, except when I lost my children and Ursula. Yes," he cried suddenly, "I will do all you desire." Ursula gave him, through her tears, a look that was vivid as lightning. She smiled. "Let us go into the salon, darling," said the doctor. "Try to keep the secret of all this to yourself," he added, leaving her alone for a moment in his study. He felt himself so weak before that heavenly smile that he feared he might say a word of hope and thus mislead her. Chapter 10. The Family of Pretendure. Madame de Portendur was at this moment alone with the Abbé in her frigid little salon on the ground floor, having finished the recital of her troubles to the good priest, her only friend. She held in her hand some letters which he had just returned to her after reading them. These letters had brought her troubles to a climax. Seated on her sofa beside a square table covered with the remains of a dessert, the old lady was looking at the Abbé, who sat on the other side of the table, doubled up in his armchair, and stroking his chin with the gesture common to valets on the stage, mathematicians, and priests, a sign of profound meditation on a problem that was difficult to solve. This little salon, lighted by two windows on the street and finished with a wainscot painted gray, was so damp that the lower panels showed the geometrical cracks of rotten wood when the paint no longer binds it. The red tiled floor, polished by the old lady's one servant, required, for comfort's sake, before each seat, small round mats of brown straw, on one of which the Abbé was now resting. His feet, the old damask curtains of light green with green flowers were drawn, and the outside blinds had been closed. Two wax candles lighted the table, leaving the rest of the room in semi-obscurity. Is it necessary to say that between the two windows was a fine pastel by Latour, representing the famous Admiral de Portendur, the rival of the Suffren, Guichen, Kergarouë, and Samos naval heroes? On the panelled wall opposite to the fireplace were portraits of the Vicomte de Portendur and of the mother of the old lady, a Kergarouë pligat. Sabinion's great uncle was therefore the Vice Admiral de Kergurou, and his cousin was the Comte de Portendur, grandson of the Admiral, both of them very rich. The Vice Admiral de Kergurou lived in Paris, and the Comte de Portendur at the chateau of that name in Dauphiné. The Count represented the elder branch, and Savinian was the only scion of the younger. The Count, who was over 40 years of age and married to a rich wife, had 3 children. His fortune increased. By various legacies amounted, it was said, to 60,000 francs a year. As deputy from Isère, he passed his winters in Paris, where he had bought the Hôtel de Portendur with the indemnities he obtained under the Villers law. The vice admiral had recently married his niece by marriage for the sole purpose of securing his money to her. The faults of the young viscount were therefore likely to cost him the favor of 2 powerful protectors. If Savinian had entered the navy, young and handsome as he was, with a famous name, and backed by the influence of an admiral and a deputy, he might, at 23 years of age, been a lieutenant. But his mother, unwilling that her only son should go into either naval or military service, had kept him at Nemours under the tutelage of one of the Abbé Coir's assistants, hoping that she could keep him near her until her death. She meant to marry him to a demoiselle d'Aiglemont with a fortune of 12,000 francs a year, to whose hand the name of Portendur and the farm at Bordieres enabled. him to pretend. This narrow but judicious plan, which would have carried the family to a second generation, was already balked by events. The d'Aiglemonts were ruined, and one of the daughters, Helene, had disappeared, and the mystery of her disappearance was never solved. The weariness of a life without atmosphere, without prospects, without action, without other nourishment than the love of a son for his mother, so worked upon Savinien that he burst his chains, gentle as they were, and swore that he would never live in the provinces, comprehending, rather late, that his future fate was not to be in the Rue des Bourgeois. At 21 years of age, he left his mother's house to make acquaintance with his relations and try his luck in Paris. The contrast between life in Paris and life in the moors was likely to be fatal to a young man of 21, free, with no one to say him nay, naturally eager for pleasure, and for whom his name and his connections opened the doors of all the salons. Quite convinced that his mother had the savings of many years in her, strong box, Savinien soon spent the 6,000 francs which she had given him to see Paris. That sum did not defray his expenses for 6 months, and he soon owed double that sum to his hotel, his tailor, his bootmaker, to the man from whom he hired his carriages and horses, to a jeweler, in short, to all those traders and shopkeepers who contribute to the luxury of young men. He had only just succeeded in making himself known, and had scarcely learned how to converse, how to present himself in a salon, how to wear his waistcoats and choose them, and to order his coats and tie his cravat, before he found himself in debt for over 30,000 francs, while still seeking the right phrases in which to declare his love for the sister of the Marquis de Ronquerolles, the elegant Madame de Cerisy, whose youth had been at its climax during the Empire. "How is that you all manage?" asked Savinien one day at the end of a gay breakfast with a knot of young dandies, with whom he was intimate as the young men of the present day are intimate with each other, all aiming for the same thing, and all claiming an impossible equality. "You are no richer than I, and yet you get along without anxiety. You contrive to maintain yourselves, while as for me, I make nothing but debts." "We all began that way," answered Rastignac, laughing, and the laugh was echoed by Lucien de Rubempré, Maxime de Trailles, Émile Blondet, and others of the fashionable young men of the day. "Though de Marsay was rich when he started in life, he was an exception," said the host. "A parvenu named Finot, ambitious of seeming intimate with these young men. Any one but he," added Finet, bowing to that personage, "would have been ruined by it." "A true remark," said Maxime de Trailles. "And a true idea," added Rastignac. "My dear fellow," said de Marsay gravely to Savinien, "debts are the capital stock of experience. A good university education with tutors for all branches who don't teach you anything costs 60,000 francs. If the education of the world does cost double, at least it teaches you to understand life, politics, men, and sometimes women." Blondet concluded the lesson by a paraphrase from La Fontaine: "The world sells dearly what we think it gives." Instead of laying to heart the sensible advice which the cleverest pilots of the Parisian archipelago gave him, Savinien took it all as a joke. "Take care, my dear fellow," said de Marsay one day. "You have a great name. If you don't obtain the fortune that name requires, you'll end your days in the uniform of a cavalry sergeant. We have seen the fall of nobler heads," he added, declaiming the line of Corneille as he took Savinien's arm. "About 6 years ago," he continued, "a young Comte d'Esgrignon came among us, but he did not stay 2 years in the paradise of the great world. Alas! He lived and moved like a rocket. He rose to the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse and fell to his native town, where he is now expiating his faults with a wheezy old father and a game of whist at 2 sous a point. Tell Madame de Serizy your situation, candidly, without shame. She will understand it and be very useful to you. Whereas, if you play the charade of first love with her, she will pose as a Raffaele Madonna, practice all the little gains of innocence upon you, and take you journeying at enormous cost through the land of sentiment. Savinian, still too young and too pure in honor, dared not confess his position as to money to Madame de Serizy. At a moment when he knew not which way to turn, he had written his mother an appealing letter, to which she replied by sending him the sum of 20,000 francs, which was all she possessed. This assistance brought him to the close of the first year. During the second, being harnessed to the chariot of Madame de Serizy, who was seriously taken with him, and who was, as the saying is, forming him, he had recourse to the dangerous expedient of borrowing. One of his friends, a deputy and the friend of his cousin, the Comte de Portenduer, advised him in his distress to go to Gobseck, or Gigonnet, or Palma, who, if duly informed as to his mother's means, would give him an easy discount. Usury and the deceptive help of renewals enabled him to lead a happy life for nearly 18 months. Without daring to lead Madame de Serizy, the poor boy had fallen madly in love with the beautiful Comtesse de Cargarouet, a prude after the fashion of young women who are awaiting the death of an old husband and making capital of their virtue in the interests of a second marriage, quite incapable of understanding that calculating virtue is invulnerable. Savinian paid court to Emilie de Cargarouet in all the Potterdew. Splendor of a rich man. He never missed either ball or theater at which she was present. "You haven't powder enough, my boy, to blow up that rock," said de Marsay, laughing. That young king of fashion, who did, out of commiseration for the lad, endeavor to explain to him the nature of Emilie de Fontaine, merely wasted his words. The gloomy lights of misfortune and the twilight of a prison were needed to convince Savinian. A note, imprudently given to a jeweler in collusion with the money-lenders, who did not wish to have the odium of arresting the young man, was the means of sending Savinian de Portenduer, in default of 117,000 francs, and without the knowledge of his friends, to the debtors' prison at Sainte-Pelagie. So soon as the fact was known, Rastignac, de Marsay, and Lucien de Rubempré went to see him, and each offered him a banknote of 1,000 francs when they found how really destitute he was. Everything belonging to him had been seized except the clothes and the few jewels he wore. The three young men who brought an excellent dinner with them discussed Savinian's situation while drinking de Marsay's wine, ostensibly to arrange for his future, but really no doubt to judge of him. "When a man is named Savinian de Portenduer," cried Rastignac, "and has a future peer of France for a cousin, and Admiral Kergarouët for a great uncle, and commits the enormous blunder of allowing himself to be put in Sainte-Pelagie, it is very certain that he must not stay there, my good fellow." "Why didn't you tell me?" cried de Marsay. "You could have had my traveling carriage, 10,000 francs, and letters of introduction for Germany. We know Gobseck and Gigonnet, and the other crocodiles. We could have made them." Capitulate. But tell me, in the first place, what ass ever led you to drink of that cursed spring? De Lupoux. The three young men looked at each other with one and the same thought and suspicion, but they did not utter it. "Explain all your resources, show us your hand," said de Marsay. When Savinian had told of his mother and her old-fashioned ways, and the little house with 3 windows in the Rue des Bourgeois, without other grounds than a court for the well and a shed for the wood, when he had valued the house, built of sandstone and pointed in reddish cement, and put a price on the farm at Bourgers, The three dandies looked at each other, and all three said with a solemn air the word of the Abbé in Alfred de Musset's Marinstufe, which had then just appeared, said, "Your mother will pay if you write a clever letter," said Rastignac. "Yes, but afterwards," cried de Marsay. "If you had merely been put in the FIAC," said Lucien, "the government would find you a place in diplomacy, but Saint Pelagie isn't the antechamber of an embassy." "You are not strong enough for Parisian life," said Rastignac. "Let us consider the matter," said de Marsay, looking Savinien over as a jockey examines a horse. "You have fine blue eyes, well opened, a white forehead well shaped, magnificent black hair, a little moustache, which suits those pale cheeks, and a slim figure. You've a foot that tells race, shoulders, and chest, not quite those of a porter, but solid. You are what I call an elegant male brunette. Your face is of the style Louis XVIII, hardly any color, well-formed nose, and you have the thing that pleases women, a something, I don't know what it is, which men take no account of themselves. It is in the air, the manner, the tone of the voice, the dart of the eye, the gesture, in short, in a number of little things which women see, and to which they attach a meaning which escapes us. You don't know your merits, my dear fellow. Take a certain tone and style, and in 6 months you'll captivate an English woman with 100,000 pounds, but you must call yourself Viscount, a title which belongs to you. My charming stepmother, Lady Dudley, who is not her equal for matching 2 hearts, will find you some such woman in the fens of Great Britain. What you must now do is to get the payment of your debts postponed for 90 days. Why didn't you tell us about them? The moneylenders at Baden would have spared you, served you perhaps. But now, after you have once been in prison, they'll despise you. A moneylender is, like society, like the masses, down on his knees before the man who is strong enough to trick him, and pitiless to the lambs. To the eyes of some persons, Saint Pelagie is a she-devil who burns the souls of young men. Do you want my candid advice? I shall tell you as I told that little d'Esgrignon. Arrange to pay your debts leisurely. Keep enough to live on for 3 years, and marry some girl in the provinces who can bring you an income of 30,000 francs. In the course of 3 years, you can surely find some virtuous heiress who is willing to call herself Madame la Vicomtesse de Portenduère. Such is virtue. Let's drink to it. I give you a toast. The girl with money. The young men did not leave their ex-friend till the official hour for parting. The gate was no sooner closed behind them than they said to each other, "He's not strong enough. He's quite crushed. I don't believe he'll pull through it." The next day Savinien wrote his mother a confession in 22 pages. Madame de Portenduère, after weeping for 1 whole day, wrote first to her son, promising to get him out of prison, and then to the Comte de Portenduère and to Admiral Courgeroux. The letters the abbé had just read, and which the poor mother was holding in her hand and moistening with tears, were the answers to her appeal, which had arrived that morning and had almost broken her heart. Paris, September 1829. To Madame de Portenduère. Madame, you cannot doubt the interest which the Admiral and I both feel in your troubles. What to ask of Monsieur de Kergarouët grieves me all the more because our house was a home to your son. We were proud of him. If Savinien had had more confidence in the Admiral, we could have taken him to live with us, and he would already have obtained some good situation. But, unfortunately, he told us nothing. He ran into debt of his own accord, and even involved himself for me, who knew nothing of his pecuniary position. It is all the more to be regretted because Savinien has for the moment tied our hands by allowing the authorities to arrest him. If my nephew had not shown a foolish passion for me and sacrificed our relationship to the vanity of a lover, we could have sent him to travel in Germany while his affairs were being settled here. Monsieur de Kergoroway intended to get him a place in the War Office, but this imprisonment for debt will paralyze such efforts. You must pay his debts. Let him into the Navy. He will make his way like the true portendeur that he is. He has the fire of the family in his beautiful black eyes, and we will all help him. Do not be disheartened, madam. You have many friends, among whom I beg you to consider me as one of the most sincere. I send you our best wishes with the respects of your very affectionate servant, Emilie de Kergoroway. The second letter was as follows: Portenduère, August 1829. To Madame de Portenduère, my dear aunt, I am more annoyed than surprised at Savinian's pranks. As I am married and the father of 2 sons and 1 daughter, my fortune, already too small for my position and prospects, cannot be lessened to ransom a Portenduère from the hands of the Jews. Sell your farm, pay his debts, and come and live with us at Portenduère. You shall receive the welcome we owe you, even though our views may not be entirely in accordance with yours. You shall be made happy, and we will manage to marry Savinian, whom my wife thinks charming. This little outbreak is nothing. Do not make yourself unhappy. It will never be known in this part of the country, where there are a number of rich girls who would be delighted to enter our family. My wife joins me in assuring you of the happiness you would give us, and I beg you to accept her wishes for the realization of this plan, together with my affectionate respects. Luc Savinian, Comte de Portenduère. What letters for a Kergoroway to receive? Cried the old Breton lady, wiping her eyes. The Admiral does not know his nephew is in prison, said the Abbé Chaperon at last. The Countess alone read your letter, and has answered it for him. But you must decide at once on some course, he added after a pause, and this is what I have the honor to advise. Do not sell your farm. The lease is just out, having lasted 24 years. In a few months you can raise the rent to 6,000 francs and get a premium for double that amount. Borrow what you need of some honest man, not from the townspeople who make a business of mortgages. Your neighbor here is a most worthy man, a man of good society, who knew it as it was before the Revolution, who was once an atheist and is now an earnest Catholic. Do not let your feelings debar you from going to his house this very evening. He will fully understand the step you take. Forget for a moment that you are a Kergoroway. Never, said the old mother in a sharp voice. Well then, be an amiable Kergoroway. Come when he is alone. He will lend you the money at 3.5%, perhaps even at 3%, and will do you this service delicately. You will be pleased with him. He can go to Paris and release Savinian himself, for he will have to go there to sell out his funds, and he can bring the lad back to you. Are you speaking of that little Minaret? That little Minaret is 83 years old, said the abbé, smiling. My dear lady, do have a little Christian charity. Don't wound him. He might be useful to you in other ways. What ways? He has an angel in his house, a precious young girl. Oh, that little Ursula, what of that? The poor abbé did not pursue the subject after these significant words, the laconic sharpness of which cut through the proposition he was about to make. I think Dr. Minaret is very rich, he said. So much the better for him. You have indirectly caused your son's misfortunes by refusing to give him a profession. Beware for the future, said the abbé sternly. Am I to tell Dr. Minaret that you are coming? Why cannot he come to me if he knows I want him? She replied. Ah, madame, if you go to him you will pay him 3%. If he comes to you, you will pay him 5%, said the abbé, inventing this reason to influence the old lady. And if you are forced to sell your farm by Dionys the notary or by Masson the clerk who would refuse to lend you the money, knowing it was more their interest to buy, you would lose half its value. I have not the slightest influence on the Dionys, Massons, or Leveralts, or any of those rich men who— covet your farm and know that your son is in prison. They know it. Oh, do they know it? She exclaimed, throwing up her arms. There! My poor Abby, you have let your coffee get cold. Tianet, Tianet. Tianet, an old Breton servant 60 years of age, wearing a short gown and a Breton cap, came quickly in and took the Abbe's coffee to warm it. Let be, Monsieur le Recteur, she said, seeing that the Abbe meant to drink it. I'll just put it into the bain-marie. It won't spoil it. Well, said the Abbe to Madame de Portenduer, in his most insinuating voice, I shall go and tell the doctor of your visit, and you will come. The old mother did not yield till after an hour's discussion, during which the Abbe was forced to repeat his arguments at least 10 times. And even then the proud Kergarouët was not vanquished until he used the words Savinian wood. Go. It is better that I should go than he, she said. Chapter 11. Savinian Sabe. The clock was striking 9 when the little door made in the large door of Madame de Portenduer's house closed on the Abbe, who immediately crossed the road and hastily rang the bell at the doctor's gate. He fell from Tianet to La Bougival. The one said to him, Why do you come so late, Monsieur l'Abbe? As the other had said, Why do you leave Madame so early when she is in trouble? The Abbe found a numerous company assembled in the green and brown salon, for Dionys had stopped at Massin's on his way home to reassure the heirs by repeating their uncle's words. I believe Ursula has a love affair, said he, which will be nothing but pain and trouble to her. She seems romantic. Extreme sensibility is so called by notaries, and, you'll see, she won't marry soon. Therefore, don't show her any distrust. Be very attentive to her and very respectful to your uncle, for he is slyer than 50 Goupils, added the notary, without being aware that Goupil is a corruption of the word Bumpis, a fox. Semesdemes, Masson, and Crémière with their husbands, the postmaster and Desire, together with the Nemours doctor and Bongrand, made an unusual and noisy party in the doctor's salon. As the Abbe entered, he heard the sound of the piano. Poor Ursula was just finishing a sonata of Beethoven's. With girlish mischief, she had chosen that grand music, which must be studied to be understood, for the purpose of disgusting these women with the thing they coveted. The finer the music, the less ignorant persons like it. So when the door opened and the Abbe's venerable head appeared, they all cried out, Ah, here's Monsieur l'Abbe! In a tone of relief, delighted to jump up and put an end to their torture. The exclamation was echoed at the card table, where Bongrand, the Nemours doctor, and old Minoret were victims to the presumption with which the collector, in order to propitiate his great uncle, had proposed to take the fourth hand at whist. Ursula left the piano. The doctor rose as if to receive the Abbe, but really to put an end to the game. After many compliments to their uncle on the wonderful proficiency of his goddaughter, the heirs made their bow and retired. Good night, my friends, cried the doctor as the iron gate clanged. Ah, that's where the money goes, said Madame Crémière to Madame Massin as they walked on. God forbid that I should spend money to teach my little Aline to make such a din as that, cried Madame Massin. She said it was Beethoven, who is thought to be fine musician, said the collector. He has quite a reputation. Not in the moors, I'm sure of that, said Madame Crémière. I believe uncle made her play it expressly to drive us away, said Masson, for I saw him give that little minx a wink as she opened the music book. If that's the sort of charivari they like, said the postmaster, they are quite right to keep it to themselves. Monsieur Bongrand must be fond of whist to stand such a dreadful racket, said Madame Cremiere. I shall never be able to play before persons who don't understand music, Ursula was saying as she sat down beside the whist table. In natures richly organized, said the abbé, sentiments can be developed only in a congenial atmosphere. Just as a priest is unable to give the blessing in presence of an evil spirit, or as a chestnut tree dies in a clay soil, so a musician's genius has a mental eclipse when he is surrounded by ignorant persons. In all the arts we must receive from the souls who make the environment of our souls as much intensity as we convey to them. This axiom, which rules the human mind, has been made into proverbs. How with the wolves? Like meets like, but the suffering you felt, Ursula, affects delicate and tender natures only. And so, friends, said the doctor, a thing which would merely give pain to most women might kill my Ursula. Ah, when I am no longer here, I charge you to see that the hedge of which Catullus spoke, youth flows, etc., a protecting hedge is raised between this cherished flower and the world. And yet those ladies flattered you, Ursula, said Monsieur Bongrand, smiling. Flattered her grossly, remarked the Nemours doctor. I have always noticed how vulgar forced flattery is, said old Minoret. Why is that? A true thought has its own delicacy, said the abbé. Did you dine with Madame de Portenduère? Asked Ursula with a look of anxious curiosity. Yes, the poor lady is terribly distressed. It is possible she may come to see you this evening, Monsieur Minoret. Ursula pressed her godfather's hand under the table. Her son, said Bongrand, was rather too simple-minded to live in Paris without a mentor. When I heard that inquiries were being made here about the property of the old lady, I feared he was discounting her death. Is it possible you think him capable of it? Said Ursula with such a terrible glance at Monsieur Bongrand that he said to himself rather sadly, Alas, yes, she loves him. Yes and no, said the Nemours doctor, replying to Ursula's question. There is a great deal of good in Savignon, and that is why he is now in prison. A scamp wouldn't have got there. Don't let us talk about it any more, said old Minoret. The poor mother must not be allowed to weep if there's a way to dry her tears. The four friends rose and went out. Ursula accompanied them to the gate, saw her godfather and the abbé knock at the opposite door, and as soon as Tiennette admitted them, she sat down on the outer wall with La Bougival beside her. Madame la Vicomtesse, said the abbé, who entered first into the little salon, Monsieur le Docteur Mignot de Monteret was not willing that you should have the trouble of coming to him. I am too much of the old school, madame, interrupted the doctor, not to. Know what a man owes to a woman of your rank, and I am very glad to be able, as Monsieur l'Abbé tells me, to be of service to you. Madame de Portenduère, who disliked the step the abbé had advised so much that she had almost decided, after he left her, to apply to the notary instead, was surprised by Minoret's attention to such a degree that she rose to receive him and signed to him to take a chair. Be seated, monsieur, she said with a regal air. Our dear abbé has told you that the Viscount is in prison on account of some youthful debts, 100,000 francs or so. If you could lend them to him, I would secure you on my farm at Bordières. We will talk of that, madame, when I have brought your son back to you, if you will allow me to be your emissary in the matter. Very good, monsieur, she said, bowing her head and looking at the abbé as if to say, "You were right. He really is a man of good society." "You see, madame," said the abbé, "that my friend the doctor is full of devotion to your family." "We shall be grateful, monsieur," said Madame de Portenduer, making a visible effort. "A journey to Paris, at your age in quest of a prodigal, is, madame, I had the honor to meet, in '65, the illustrious Admiral de Portenduer in the house of that excellent Monsieur de Malesherbes, but as cherm on some curious results of his voyages, and also in that of Monsieur le Comte de Buffon, who was anxious to question him on some curious results of his voyages. Possibly Monsieur de Portenduer, your late husband, was present. Those were the glorious days of the French Navy. It bore comparison with that of Great Britain, and its officers had their full quota of courage. With what impatience we awaited in '83 and '84 the news from St. Roche. I came very near serving as surgeon in the king's service. Your great-uncle, who is still living, Admiral Cargarouet, fought his splendid battle at that time in the Belle Poule. Ah, if he did but know his great-nephew is in prison! He would not leave him there a day, said old Minaret, rising. He held out his hand to take that of the old lady, which she allowed him to do. Then he kissed it respectfully, bowed profoundly, and left the room, but returned immediately to say, "My dear Abbé, may I ask you to engage a place in the diligence for me tomorrow?" The abbé stayed behind for half an hour to sing the praises of his friend, who meant to win and had succeeded in winning the good graces of the old lady. "He is an astonishing man for his age," she said. "He talks of going to Paris and attending to my son's affairs as if he were only 25. He has certainly seen good society." "The very best, madam, and today more than one son of a peer of France would be glad to marry his goddaughter with 1,000,000. Ah, if that idea should come into Savinian's head! Times are so changed that the objections would not come from your side, especially after his late conduct. The amazement into which the speech threw the old lady alone enabled him to finish it. "You have lost your senses," she said at last. "Think it over, madame. God grant that your son may conduct himself in future in a manner to win that old man's respect." "If it were not you, Monsieur l'Abbé," said Madame de Portenduer, "if it were anyone else who spoke to me in that way, you would not see him again," said the abbé, smiling. "Let us hope that your dear son will enlighten you as to what occurs in Paris in these days as to marriages. You will think only of Savinian's good. As you really have helped to compromise his future, you will not stand in the way of his making himself another position. And it is you who say that to me. If I did not say it to you, who would?" cried the abbé, rising and making a hasty retreat. As he left the house, he saw Ursula and her godfather standing in their courtyard. The weak doctor had been so entreated by Ursula that he had just yielded to her. She wanted to go with him to Paris, and gave 1,000 reasons. He called to the abbé and begged him to engage the whole coop for him that very evening if the booking office were still open. The next day, at 6:30, the old man and the young girl reached Paris, and the doctor went at once to consult his notary. Political events were then very threatening. Monsieur Bongrand had remarked in the course of the preceding evening that a man must be a fool to keep a penny in the public funds so long as the quarrel between the press and the court was not made up. Minaret's notary now indirectly approved of this opinion. The doctor therefore took advantage of his journey to sell out his manufacturing stocks and his shares in the funds, all of which were then at a high value, depositing the proceeds in the Bank of France. The notary also advised his client to sell the stocks left to Ursula by Monsieur de Jordy. He promised to employ an extremely clever broker to treat with Savinian's creditors, but said that in order to succeed, It would be necessary for the young man to stay several days longer in prison. Haste in such matters always means the loss of at least 15%, said the notary. Besides, you can't get your money under 7 or 8 days. When Ursula heard that Savinian would have to stay at least a week longer in jail, she begged her godfather to let her go there, if only once. Old Minoret refused. The uncle and niece were staying at a hotel in the Rue Honoré des Petits Champs, where the doctor had taken a very suitable apartment. Knowing the scrupulous honor and propriety of his goddaughter, he made her promise not to go out while he was away. At other times, he took her to see the arcades, the shops, the boulevards, but nothing seemed to amuse or interest her. "What do you want to do?" asked the old man. "See Saint Pelagie," she answered obstinately. Minaret called a hackney coach and took her to the Rue de la Clef, where the carriage drew up before the shabby front of an old convent, then transformed into a prison. The sight of those high gray walls, with every window barred, of the wicket through which none can enter without stooping, horrible lesson of the whole gloomy structure in a quarter full of wretchedness, where it rises amid squalid streets like a supreme misery, this assemblage of dismal things so oppressed Ursula's heart that she burst into tears. "Oh," she said, "to imprison young men in this dreadful place for money! How can a debt to a money-lender have a power the king has not? He there," she cried. "Where, godfather?" she added, looking from window to window. "Ursula," said the old man, "you are making me commit great follies. This is not forgetting him as you promised." "But," she argued, "if I must renounce him, must I also cease to feel an interest in him? I can love him and not marry at all." "Ah!" cried the doctor, "there is so much reason in your unreasonableness that I am sorry I brought you." 3 days later, the worthy man had all the receipts signed, and the legal papers ready for Savinian's release. The pains, including the notary's fees, amounted to 80,000 francs. The doctor went himself to see Savinian released on Saturday at 2 o'clock. The young viscount, already informed of what had happened by his mother, thanked his liberator with sincere warmth of heart. "You must return at once to see your mother," the old doctor said to him. Savinian answered in a sort of confusion that he had contracted certain debts of honor while in prison, and related the visit of his friends. "I suspected there was some personal debt," cried the doctor, smiling. "Your mother borrowed 100,000 francs of me, but I have paid out only 80,000. Here is the rest. Be careful how you spend it, monsieur. Consider what you have left of it as your stake on the green cloth of fortune." During the last 8 days, Savinian had made many reflections on the present conditions of life. Competition in everything necessitated hard work on the part of whoever sought a fortune. Illegal methods and underhand dealing demanded more talent than open efforts in face of day. Success in society, far from giving a man position, wasted his time and required an immense deal of money. The name of Portendure, which his mother considered all-powerful, had no power at all in Paris. His cousin, the deputy, Comte de Portendure, cut a very poor figure in the elective chamber in presence of the peerage and the court, and had none too much credit personally. Admiral Cargarouet existed only as the husband of his wife. Savinian admitted to himself that he had seen orators, men from the middle classes or lesser noblemen, become influential personages. Money was the pivot, the sole means, the only mechanism of a society which Louis XIII had tried to create in the likeness of that of England. On his way from the Rue de la Clef to the Rue des Petits Champs, the young gentleman divulged the upshot of these meditations, which were certainly in keeping with the Marseillaise advice to the old doctor. "I ought," he said, "to go into oblivion for 3 or 4 years and seek a career. Perhaps I could make myself a name by writing a book on statesmanship or morals, or a treatise on some of the great questions of the day. While I am looking out for a marriage with some young lady who could make me eligible to the chamber, I will work hard in silence and in obscurity." Studying the young fellow's face with a keen eye, the doctor saw the serious purpose of a wounded man who was anxious to vindicate himself. He therefore cordially approved of the scheme. "My friend," he said, "if you strip off the skin of the old nobility which is no longer worn these days, I will undertake, after you have lived for 3 or 4 years in a steady and industrious manner, to find you a superior young girl, beautiful, amiable, pious, and possessing from 700,000 to 800,000 francs, who will make you happy and of whom you will have every reason to be proud, one whose only nobility is that of the heart." "Ah, doctor," cried the young man, "there is no longer a nobility in these days, nothing but an aristocracy. Go and pay your debts of honor and come back here. I shall engage the coupe of the diligence, for my niece is with me," said the old man. That evening, at 6 o'clock, the three travelers started from the Rue Dauphine. Ursula had put on a veil and did not say a word. Savinien, who once, in a moment of superficial gallantry, had sent her that kiss which invaded and conquered her, so like a love poem, had completely forgotten the young girl in the hell of his Parisian debts. Moreover, his hopeless love for Amélie de Kergarouë hindered him from bestowing a thought on a few glances exchanged with a little country girl. He did not recognize her when the doctor handed her into the coach and then sat down beside her to separate her from the young viscount. "I have some bills to give you," said the doctor to the young man. "I have brought all your papers and documents." "I came very near not getting off," said Savinien, "for I had to order linen and clothes. The Philistines took all. I returned like a true prodigal." However interesting were the subjects of conversation between the young man and the old one, and however witty and clever were certain remarks of the viscount, the young girl continued silent till after dusk, her green veil lowered and her hands crossed on her shawl. "Mademoiselle does not seem to have enjoyed Paris very much," said Savinien at last, somewhat piqued. "I am glad to return to Nemours," she answered in a trembling voice, raising her veil. Notwithstanding the dim light, Savinien then recognized her by the heavy braids of her hair and the brilliancy of her blue eyes. "I, too, leave Paris to bury myself in Nemours without regret now that I meet my charming neighbor again," he said. "I hope, Monsieur le Docteur, that you will receive me in your house. I love music, and I remember to have listened to Mademoiselle Ursula's piano." "I do not know," replied the doctor gravely, "whether your mother would approve of your visits to an old man whose duty it is to care for this dear child." With all the solicitude of a mother. This reserved answer made Savinien reflect, and he then remembered the kisses so thoughtlessly wafted. Night came, the heat was great. Savinien and the doctor went to sleep first. Ursula, whose head was full of projects, did not succumb till midnight. She had taken off her straw bonnet, and her head, covered with a little embroidered cap, dropped upon her uncle's shoulder. When they reached Bérain at dawn, Savinien awoke. He then saw Ursula in the slight disarray naturally caused by the jolting of the vehicle. Her cap was rumpled and half off, the hair, unbound, had fallen each side of her face, which glowed from the heat of the night. In this situation, dreadful for women to whom dress is a necessary auxiliary, youth and beauty triumphed. The sleep of innocence is always lovely. The half-opened lips showed the pretty teeth. The shawl, unfastened, gave to view beneath the folds of her muslin gown, and without offense to her modesty, the gracefulness of her figure. The purity of the virgin spirit shone on the sleeping countenance all the more plainly because no other expression was there to interfere with it. Old Minaret, who presently woke up, placed his child's head in the corner of the carriage that she might be more at ease, and she let him do it unconsciously, so deep was her sleep after the many wakeful nights she had spent in thinking of Savinian's trouble. "Poor little girl," said the doctor to his neighbor, "she sleeps like the child she is." "You must be proud of her," replied Savinian, "for she seems as good as she is beautiful." "Ah, she is the joy of the house. I could not love her better if she were my own daughter. She will be 16 on the 5th February. God grant that I may live long enough to marry her to a man who will make her happy. I wanted to take her to the theater in Paris, where she was for the first time, but she refused, the Abbé chaperon had forbidden it. But, I said, when you are married your husband will want you to go there. I shall do what my husband wants, she answered. If he asks me to do evil, and I am weak enough to yield, he will be responsible before God. And so I shall have strength to refuse him for his own sake. As the coach entered Nemours, at 5 in the morning, Ursula woke up, ashamed at her rumpled condition, and confused by the look of admiration which she encountered from Savinian. During the hour it had taken the diligence to come from Baran to Nemours, the young man had fallen in love with Ursula. He had studied the pure candor of her soul, the beauty of that body, the whiteness of the skin, the delicacy of the features. He recalled the charm of the voice which had uttered but one expressive sentence in which the poor child said all, intending to say nothing. A presentiment suddenly seemed to take hold of him. He saw in Ursula the woman the doctor had pictured to him, framed in gold by the magic words 700,000 or 800,000 francs. In 3 or 4 years she will be 20, and I shall be 27, he thought. The good doctor talked of probation, work, good conduct. Sly as he is, I shall make him tell me the truth. The 3 neighbors parted in the street in front of their respective homes, and Savinian put a little courting into his eyes as he gave Ursula a parting glance. Madame de Portenduère let her son sleep till midday, but the doctor and Ursula, in spite of their fatiguing journey, went to high mass. Savinian's release and his return in company with the doctor had explained the reason of the latter's absence to the newsmongers of the town and to the heirs who were once more assembled in conventicle on the square, just as they were 2 weeks earlier when the doctor attended his first mass. To the great astonishment of all the groups, Madame de Portenduère, on leaving the church, stopped old Minaret, who offered her his arm and took her home. The old lady asked him to dinner that evening, also asking his niece and assuring him that the Abbé would be the only other guest. "He must have wished Ursula to see Paris," said Minaret Levrot. "Peste!" cried Crémière. "He can't take a step without that girl. Something must have happened to make old Portenduère accept his arm," said Masson. "So none of you have guessed that your uncle has sold his funds and released that little Savinian," cried Goupil. "He refused Dionys, but he didn't refuse Madame de Portenduère. Ha, you are all done for. The Viscount will propose a marriage contract instead of a mortgage, and the doctor will make the husband settle on his jewel of a girl the sum he has now paid to secure the alliance. It is not a bad thing to marry Ursula to Savinian," said the butcher. The old lady gives a dinner today to Monsieur Minouret. Tiennette came early for a fillet. "Well, Dionys, here's a fine to-do," said Masson, rushing up to the notary, who was entering the square. "What is? It's all going right," returned the notary. "Your uncle has sold his funds, and Madame de Portenduère has sent for me to witness the signing of a mortgage on her property for 100,000 francs, lent to her by your uncle. Yes, but suppose the young people should marry. That's as if you said Goupil was to be my successor." "The 2 things are not so impossible," said Goupil. On returning from Mass, Madame de Portenduère told Tiennette to inform her. son that she wished to see him. The little house had 3 bedrooms on the first floor. That of Madame de Portenduère and that of her late husband were separated by a large dressing room lighted by a skylight and connected by a little antechamber which opened on the staircase. The window of the other room, occupied by Savinien, looked, like that of his late father, on the street. The staircase went up at the back of the house, leaving room for a little study lighted by a small round window opening on the court. Madame de Portenduère's bedroom, the gloomiest in the house, also looked into the court, but the widow spent all her time in the salon on the ground floor, which communicated by a passage with the kitchen built at the end of the court, so that this salon was made to answer the double purpose of drawing room and dining room combined. The bedroom of the late Monsieur de Portenduère remained as he had left it on. The day of his death, there was no change except that he was absent. Madame de Portenduère had made the bed herself, laying upon it the uniform of a naval captain, his sword, cordon, orders, and hat. The gold snuff-box from which her late husband had taken snuff for the last time was on the table, with his prayer-book, his watch, and the cup from which he drank. His white hair, arranged in one curled lock and framed, hung above a crucifix and the holy water in the alcove. All the little ornaments he had worn, his journals, his furniture, his Dutch spittoon, his spyglass hanging by the mantel, were all there. The widow had stopped the hands of the clock at the hour of his death, to which they always pointed. The room still smelt of the powder and the tobacco of the deceased. The hearth was as he left it. To her, entering there, he was again visible in the many articles which told of his daily habits. His tall cane with its gold head was where he at last placed it, with his buckskin gloves close by. On a table against the wall stood a gold vase, of coarse workmanship, but worth 3,000 francs, a gift. From Havana, which city, at the time of the American War of Independence, he had protected from an attack by the British, bringing his convoy safe into port after an engagement with superior forces. To recompense this service, the King of Spain had made him a knight of his order. The same event gave him a right to the next promotion to the rank of vice-admiral, and he also received the red ribbon. He then married his wife, who had a fortune of about 200,000 francs. But the revolution hindered his promotion, and Monsieur de Portenduère emigrated. "Where is my mother?" said Savinien to Tiennette. "She is waiting for you in your father's room," said the old Breton woman. Savinien could not repress a shudder. He knew his mother's rigid principles, her worship of honor, her loyalty, her faith in nobility, and he foresaw a scene. He went up to the assault with his heart beating and his face rather pale. In the dim light which filtered through the blinds, he saw his mother dressed in black, and with an air of solemnity in keeping with that funereal room. "Monsieur le Vicomte," she said when she saw him, rising and taking his hand to lead him to his father's bed. "There died your father, a man of honor. He died without reproach from his own conscience. His spirit is there. Surely he groaned in heaven when he saw his son degraded by imprisonment for debt. Under the old monarchy, that stain could have been spared you by obtaining a lettre de cachet and shutting you up for a few days in a military prison. But you are here. You stand before your father, who hears you. You know all that you did before you were sent to that ignoble prison. Will you swear to me before your father's shade, and in presence of God who sees all, that you have done no dishonorable act, that your debts are the result of youthful folly, and that your honor is untarnished? If your blameless father were there, sitting in that armchair and asking an explanation of your conduct, could he embrace you after having heard?" "Yes, mother," replied the young man with grave respect. She opened her arms and pressed him to her heart, shedding a few tears. "Let us forget it all, my son," she said. "It is only a little less money. I shall pray God to let us recover it. As you are indeed worthy of your name, kiss me, for I have suffered much." "I swear, mother," he said, laying his hand upon the bed, "to give you no further unhappiness of that kind, and to do all I can to repair these first faults." "Come and breakfast, my child," she said, turning to leave the room. Chapter 12. Obstacles to You in Love. In 1829 the old noble see had recovered as to manners and customs something of the prestige it had irrevocably lost in politics. Moreover, the sentiment which governs parents and grandparents and all that relates to matrimonial conventions is an imperishable sentiment, closely allied to the very existence of civilized societies and springing from the spirit of family. It rules in Geneva as in Vienna, and in Nemours, where, as we have seen, Zélie Minoret refused her consent to a possible marriage of her son with the daughter of a bastard. Still, all social laws have their exceptions. Savinien thought he might bend his mother's pride before the inborn nobility of Ursula. The struggle began at once. As soon as they were seated at table, his mother told him of the horrible letters, as she called them, which the Kergorouades and the Portenduers had written her. "There is no such thing as family in these days, mother," replied Savinien. "Nothing but individuals. The nobles are no longer a compact body. No one asks or cares whether I am a Portenduer, or brave, or a statesman. All they ask now, days is, what taxes does he pay?" "But the king?" asked the old lady. "The king is caught between the two chambers like a man between his wife and his mistress. So I shall have to marry some rich girl without regard to family, the daughter of a peasant, if she has a million and is sufficiently well brought up, that is to say, if she has been taught in school." "Oh, there's no need to talk of that," said the old lady. Savinien frowned as he heard the words. He knew the granite will, called Breton obstinacy, that distinguished his mother, and he resolved to know at once her opinion on this delicate matter. "So," he went on, "if I loved a young girl, take for instance your neighbor's godchild, little Ursula, would you oppose my marriage?" "Yes, as long as I live," she replied, "and after my death you would be responsible for the honor and the blood of the Kergorouades and the Portenduers. Would you let me die of hunger and despair for the chimera of nobility, which has no reality today unless it has the luster of great wealth? You could serve France and put faith in God. Would you postpone my happiness till after your death? It would be horrible if you took it then. That is all I have to say." Louis XIV came very near marrying the niece of Mazarin, a parvenu. Mazarin himself opposed it. Remember the widow Scarron. She was at Aubigné. Besides, the marriage was in secret. "But I am very old, my son," she said, shaking her head. "When I am no more you can, as you say, marry whom you please." Savinien both loved and respected his mother, but he instantly, though silently, set himself in opposition to her with an obstinacy equal to her own, resolving to have no other wife than Ursula, to whom this opposition gave, as often happens in similar circumstances, the value of a forbidden thing. When, after vespers, the doctor, with Ursula, who was dressed in pink and white, entered the cold, stiff salon, the girl was seized with nervous trembling as though she had entered the presence of the Queen of France and had a favor to beg of her. Since her confession to the doctor, this little house had assumed the proportions of a palace in her eyes, and the old lady herself, the social value which a duchess of the Middle Ages might have had to the daughter of a serf, never had. Ursula measured, as she did at that moment, the distance which separated Vicomte de Portenduer from the daughter of a regimental musician, a former opera singer, and the natural son of an organist. "What is the matter, my dear?" said the old lady, making the girl sit down beside her. "Madam, I am confused by the honor you have done me, my little girl," said Madame de Portenduer in her sharpest tone. "I know how fond your uncle is of you, and I wish to be agreeable to him, for he has brought back my prodigal son. But, my dear mother," said Savinien, cut to the heart by seeing the color fly into Ursula's face as she struggled to keep back her tears, "even if we were under no obligations to Monsieur le Chevalier Minoret, I think we should always be most grateful for the pleasure mademoiselle has given us by accepting your invitation." The young man pressed the doctor's hand in a significant manner, adding, "I see you wear, monsieur, the Order of Saint Monsieur, the Order of Saint Michel, the oldest order in France, and one which confers nobility." Ursula's extreme beauty, to which her almost hopeless love gave a depth which great painters have sometimes conveyed in pictures where the soul is brought into strong relief, had struck Madame de Portenduer suddenly, and made her suspect that the doctor's apparent generosity masked an ambitious scheme. She had made the speech to which Savinien replied with the intention of wounding the doctor in that which was dearest to him, and she succeeded, though the old man could hardly restrain a smile as he heard himself styled a chevalier, amused to observe how the eagerness of a lover did not shrink from absurdity. The Order of Saint Michel, which in former days men committed follies to obtain, he said, has now, Monsieur le Vicomte, gone the way of other privileges. It is given only to doctors and poor artists. The kings have done well to join it to that of Saint Lazare, who was, I believe, a poor devil, recalled to life by a miracle. From this point of view, the Order of Saint Michel and Saint Lazare may be, for many of us, symbolic. After this reply, at once sarcastic and dignified, silence reigned, which, as no one seemed inclined to break it, was becoming awkward, when there was a rap at the door. "There is our dear Abbé," said the old lady, who rose, leaving Ursula alone, and advancing to meet the Abbé's chaperon, an honor she had not paid to the doctor and his niece. The old man smiled to himself as he looked from his goddaughter to Savinien. To show offense or to complain of Madame de Portenduer's manners was a rock. On which a man of small mind might have struck, but Minoret was too accomplished in the ways of the world not to avoid it. He began to talk to the Viscount of the danger Charles X was then running by confiding the affairs of the nation to the Prince de Polignac. When sufficient time had been spent on the subject to avoid all appearance of revenging himself by so doing, he handed the old lady, in an easy jesting way, a packet of legal papers and receipted bills, together with the account of his notary. "Has my son verified them?" she said, giving Savinien a look, to which he replied by bending his head. "Well, then the rest is my notary's business," she added, pushing away the papers and treating the affair with the disdain she wished to show for money. To abase wealth was, according to Madame de Portenduer's ideas, to elevate the nobility and rob the bourgeoisie of their importance. A few moments later, Goupil came from his employer, Dionès, to ask for the accounts of the transaction between the doctor and Savinien. "Why do you want them?" said the old lady. "To put the matter in legal form, there have been no cash payments." Ursula and Savinien, who both for the first time exchanged a glance with the offensive personage, were conscious of a sensation like that of touching a toad, aggravated by a dark presentiment of evil. They both had the same indefinable and confused vision into the future which has no name in any language but which is capable of explanation as the action of the inward being of which the mysterious Swedenborgian had spoken to Dr. Mineret. The certainty that the venomous Goupil would in some way be fatal to them made Ursula tremble. But she controlled herself, conscious of unspeakable pleasure in seeing that Savinien shared her emotion. "He is not handsome, that clerk of Monsieur Dionès," said Savinien, when Goupil had closed the door. "What does it signify whether such persons are handsome or ugly?" said Madame de Portenduer. "I don't complain of his ugliness," said the abbé, "but I do of his wickedness, which passes all bounds. He is a villain." The doctor, in spite of his desire to be amiable, grew cold and dignified. The lovers were embarrassed. If it had not been for the kindly good humor of the abbé, whose gentle gaiety enlivened the dinner, the position of the doctor and his niece would have been almost intolerable. At dessert, seeing Ursula turn pale, he said to her, "If you don't feel well, dear child, we have only the street to cross." "What is the matter, my dear?" said the old lady to the girl. "Madam," said the doctor severely, "her soul is chilled, accustomed as she is to be met by smiles." "A very bad education, monsieur," said Madame de Portenduer. "Is it not, Monsieur l'Abbe?" "Yes," answered Mineret with a look at the abbé, who knew not how to reply. "I have, it is true, rendered life unbearable to an angelic spirit if she has to pass it in the world. But I trust I shall not die until I place her in security, safe from coldness, indifference, and hatred. O godfather, I beg of you say no more." "There is nothing the matter with me," cried Ursula, meeting Madame de Portenduer's eyes rather than give too much meaning to her words by looking at Savinien. "I cannot know, madame," said Savinien to his mother, "whether Mademoiselle Ursula suffers, but I do know that you are torturing me." Hearing these words, dragged from the generous young man by his mother's treatment of herself, Ursula turned pale and begged Madame de Portenduer to excuse her. Then she took her uncle's arm, bowed, left the room, and returned home. Once there, she rushed to the salon and sat down to the piano, put her head in her hands, and burst into tears. "Why don't you leave the management of your affairs to my old experience, cruel child?" cried the doctor in despair. "Nobles never think themselves under any obligations to the bourgeoisie. When we do them a service, they consider that we do our duty, and that's all. Besides, the old lady saw that you looked favorably on Savinien. She is afraid he will love you." "At any rate he is saved," said Ursula. "But to try to humiliate a man like—" "You, wait till I return, my child," said the old man, leaving her. When the doctor re-entered Madame de Portenduer's salon, he found Dionys the notary, accompanied by Monsieur Bongrand and the mayor of Nemours, witnesses required by law for the validity of deeds in all communes where there is but one notary. Mineret took Monsieur Dionys aside and said a word in his ear, after which the notary read the deeds aloud officially, from which it appeared that Madame de Portenduer gave a mortgage on all her property to secure payment of the 100,000 francs, the interest on which was fixed at 5%. At the reading of this last clause, the abbé looked at Mineret, who answered with an approving nod. The poor priest whispered something in the old lady's ear, to which she replied, "I will owe nothing to such persons." "My mother leaves me the nobler part," said Savinien to the doctor. "She will repay the money, and charges me to show our gratitude." but you will have to pay 11,000 francs the first year to meet the interest and the legal costs, said the abbé. Monsieur, said Minaret to Dionys, as Monsieur and Madame de Portenduer are not in a condition to pay those costs, add them to the amount of the mortgage and I will pay them. Dionys made the change, and the sum borrowed was fixed at 107,000 francs. When the papers were all signed, Minaret made his fatigue an excuse to leave the house at the same time as the notary and witnesses. Madam, said the abbé, why did you affront the excellent Monsieur Magnol, who saved you at least 25,000 francs on those debts in Paris, and had the delicacy to give 20,000 to your son for his debts of honor? Your Minaret is sly, she said, taking a pinch of snuff. He knows what he is about. My mother thinks he wishes to force me into marrying his niece by getting hold of our farm, said Savinien, as if a Portenduer, son of a Kergurou, could be made to marry against his will. An hour later, Savinien presented himself at the doctor's house, where all the relatives had assembled, enticed by curiosity. The arrival of the young Viscount produced a lively sensation, all the more because its effect was different on each person present. Mesdemoiselles Crémière and Masson whispered together and looked at Ursula, who blushed. The mothers said to Désert that Goupil was right about the marriage. The eyes of all present turned towards the doctor, who did not rise to receive the young nobleman, but merely bowed his head without. Laying down the dice-box, for he was playing a game of backgammon with Monsieur Bongrand. The doctor's cold manner surprised everyone. Ursula, my child, he said, give us a little music. While the young girl, delighted to have something to do to keep her in countenance, went to the piano and began to move the green-covered music books, the airs resigned themselves, with many demonstrations of pleasure, to the torture and the silence about to be inflicted on them, so eager were they to find out what was going on between their uncle and the Portenduers. It sometimes happens that a piece of music, poor in itself, when played by a young girl under the influence of deep feeling, makes more impression than a fine overture played by a full orchestra. In all music there is, besides the thought of the composer, the soul of the performer, who by a privilege granted to this art only, can give both meaning and poetry to passages which are in themselves of no great value. Chopin proves, for that unresponsive instrument, the piano, the truth of this fact already proved by Paganini on the violin. That fine genius is less a musician than a soul which makes itself felt, and communicates itself through all species of music, even simple chords. Ursula, by her exquisite and sensitive organization, belonged to this rare class of beings, and old Schmucki, the master, who came every Saturday and who, during Ursula's stay in Paris, was with her every day, had brought his pupil's talent to its full perfection. Rousseau's Dream, the piece now chosen by Ursula, composed by Harold in his young days, is not without a certain depth which is capable of being developed by execution. Ursula threw into it the feelings which were agitating her being, and justified the term caprice given by Harold to the fragment. With soft and dreamy touch, her soul spoke to the young man's soul and wrapped it, as in a cloud, with ideas that were almost visible. Sitting at the end of the piano, his elbow resting on the cover and his head on his left hand, Savinien admired Ursula, whose eyes, fixed on the paneling of the wall beyond him, seemed to be questioning another world. Many a man would have fallen deeply in love for a less reason. Genuine feelings have a magnetism of their own, and Ursula was willing to show her soul, as a coquette her dresses, to be admired. Savinien entered that delightful kingdom led by this pure heart, which, to interpret its feelings, borrowed the power of the only art that speaks to thought by thought, without the help of words or color or form. Candor, openness of heart have the same power over a man that childhood has, the same charm, the same irresistible seductions. Ursula was never more honest and candid than at this moment, when she was born again into a new life. The abbé came to tear Savinien from his dream, requesting him to take a fourth hand at whist. Ursula went on playing. The heirs departed, all except Desire, who was resolved to find out the intentions of his uncle and the Viscount and Ursula. "You have as much talent as soul, mademoiselle," he said, when the young girl closed the piano and sat down beside her godfather. "Who is your master?" "A German, living close to the Rue Dauphine on the Quai Canty," said the doctor. If he had not given Ursula a lesson every day during her stay in Paris, he would have been here today. "He is not only a great musician," said Ursula, "but a man of adorable simplicity of nature." "Those lessons must cost a great deal," remarked Désiré. The players smiled ironically. When the game was over, the doctor, who had hitherto seemed anxious and pensive, turned to Savinien with the air of a man who fulfills a duty. "Monsieur," he said, "I am grateful for the feeling which leads you to make me." This early visit. But your mother attributes unworthy and underhand motives to what I have done, and I should give her the right to call them true if I did not request you to refrain from coming here, in spite of the honor. Your visits are to me, and the pleasure I should otherwise feel in cultivating your society. Tell your mother that if I do not beg her, in my niece's name and my own, to do us the honor of dining here next Sunday, it is because I am very certain that she would find herself indisposed on that day." The old man held out his hand to the young Viscount, who pressed it respectfully, saying, "You are quite right, monsieur." He then withdrew, but not without a bow to Ursula, in which there was more of sadness than disappointment. Desire left the house at the same time, but he found it impossible to exchange even a word with the young nobleman, who rushed into his own house precipitately. Chapter 13. Bet trousseau of Hatch. This rupture between the Portendeurs and Dr. Minaret gave talk among the heirs for a week. They did homage to the genius of Dionys and regarded their inheritance as rescued. So, in an age when ranks are leveled, when the mania for equality puts everybody on one footing and threatens to destroy all bulwarks, even military subordination, that last refuge of power in France, where passions have now no other obstacles to overcome than personal antipathies or differences of fortune, the obstinacy of an old-fashioned Breton woman and the dignity of Dr. Minaret created a barrier between these lovers, which was to end, as such obstacles often do, not in destroying but in strengthening love. To an ardent man a woman's value is that which she costs him. Savinien foresaw a struggle, great efforts, many uncertainties, and already the young girl was rendered dearer to him. He was resolved to win her. Perhaps our feelings obey the laws of nature as to the lastingness of her creations, to a long life, a long childhood. The next morning, when they woke, Ursula and Savinien had the same thought. An intimate understanding of this kind would create love, if it were not already its most precious proof. When the young girl parted her curtains, just far enough to let her eyes take in Savinien's window, she saw the face of her lover above the fastening of his. When one reflects on the immense services that windows render to lovers, it seems natural and right that a tax should be levied on them. Having thus protested against her godfather's harshness, Ursula dropped the curtain and opened her window to close the outer blinds, through which she could continue to see without being seen herself. 7 or 8 times during the day she went up to her room, always to find the young Viscount writing, tearing up what he had written, and then writing again to her, no doubt. The next morning when she woke, La Bougival gave her the following letter: "To Mademoiselle Ursula, Mademoiselle, I do not conceal from myself the distrust a young man inspires when he has placed himself in the position from which your godfather's kindness released me. I know that I must in future give greater guarantees of good conduct than other men. Therefore, mademoiselle, it is with deep humility that I place myself at your feet and ask you to consider my love. This declaration is not dictated by passion. It comes from an inward certainty which involves the whole of life. A foolish infatuation for my young aunt, Madame de Cargarouet, was the cause of my going to prison. Will you not regard as a proof of my sincere love the total disappearance of those wishes, of that image now effaced from my heart by yours? No sooner did I see you, asleep and so engaging in your childlike slumber at Bouron, than you occupied my soul as a queen takes possession of her empire. I will have no other wife than you. You have every qualification I desire in her who is to bear my name. The education you have received and the dignity of your own mind place you on the level of the highest positions. But I doubt myself too. Much to dare describe you to yourself, I can only love you. After listening to you yesterday, I recalled certain words which seem as though written for you. Suffer me to transcribe them, made to draw all hearts and charm all eyes, gentle and intelligent, spiritual yet able to reason, courteous as though she had passed her life at court, simple as the hermit who had never known the world. The fire of her soul is tempered in her eyes by sacred modesty. I feel the value of the noble soul revealed in you by many, even the most trifling things. This it is which gives me the courage to ask you, provided you love no one else, to let me prove to you by my conduct and my devotion that I am not unworthy of you. It concerns my very life. You cannot doubt that all my powers will be employed not only in trying to please you, but in deserving your esteem, which is more precious to me than any other upon earth. With this hope, Ursula, if you will suffer me so to call you in my heart, Nemours will be to me a paradise. The hardest tasks will bring me joys derived through you, as life itself is derived from God. Tell me that I may call myself your Savinian. Ursula kissed the letter. Then, having reread it and clasped it with passionate motions, she dressed herself eagerly to carry it to her uncle. "Ah, my God! I nearly forgot to say my prayers," she exclaimed, turning back to kneel on her prie-dieu. A few moments later she went down to the garden, where she found her godfather and made him read the letter. They both sat down on a bench under the arch of climbing plants, opposite to the Chinese pagoda. Ursula awaited the old man's words, and the old man reflected long, too long for the impatient. Young girl. At last, the result of their secret interview appeared in the following answer, part of which the doctor undoubtedly dictated. To Monsieur le Vicomte Sabien de Portenduère. Monsieur, I cannot be otherwise than greatly honored by the letter in which you offer me your hand, but, at my age and according to the rules of my education, I have felt bound to communicate it to my godfather, who is all I have, and whom I love as a father and also as a friend. I must now tell you the painful objections which he has made to me, and which must be to you my answer. Monsieur le Vicomte, I am a poor girl, whose fortune depends entirely not only on my godfather's good will, but also on the doubtful success of the measures he may take to elude the schemes of his relatives against me. Though I am the legitimate daughter of Joseph Mirouet, bandmaster of the 45th Regiment of Infantry, my father himself was my godfather's natural half-brother, and therefore these relatives may, though without reason, being the suit against a young girl who would be defenseless. You see, monsieur, that the smallness of my fortune is not my greatest misfortune. I have many things to make me humble. It is for your sake, and not for my own, that I lay before you these facts. which to loving and devoted hearts are sometimes of little weight. But I beg you to consider, monsieur, that if I did not submit them to you, I might be suspected of leading your tenderness to overlook obstacles which the world, and more especially your mother, regard as insuperable. I shall be 16 in 4 months. Perhaps you will admit that we are both too young and too inexperienced to understand the miseries of a life entered upon without other fortune than that I have received from the kindness of the late Monsieur de Jordy. My godfather desires, moreover, not to marry me until I am 20. Who knows what fate may have in store for you in 4 years, the finest years of your life. Do not sacrifice them to a poor girl. Having thus explained to you, monsieur, the opinions of my dear godfather, who, far from opposing my happiness, seeks to contribute to it in every way, and earnestly desires that his protection, which must soon fail me, may be replaced by a tenderness equal to his own, there remains only to tell you how touched I am by your offer, and by the compliments which accompany it. The prudence which dictates my letter is that of an old man to whom life is well known, but the gratitude I express is that of a young girl in whose soul no other sentiment has arisen. Therefore, monsieur, I can sign myself, in all sincerity, your servant, Ursula Mirouet. Savignan made no reply. Was he trying to soften his mother? Had this letter put an end to his love? Many such questions, all insoluble, tormented poor Ursula, and by repercussion the doctor too, who suffered from every agitation of his darling child. Ursula went often to her chamber to look at Savignan, whom she usually found sitting pensively before his table with his eyes turned towards her window. At the end of the week, but no sooner, she received a letter from him. The delay was explained by his increasing love. To Mademoiselle Ursula Mirouet, dear Ursula, I am a Breton, and when my mind is once made up, nothing can change me. Your godfather, whom may God preserve to us, is right, but does it follow that I am wrong in loving you? Therefore, all I want to know from you is whether you could love me. Tell me this, if only by a sign, and then the next 4 years will be the finest of my life. A friend of mine has delivered to my great uncle, Vice Admiral Kergurou, letter in which I asked his help to enter the Navy. The kind old man, grieved at my misfortune, replies that even the king's favor would be thwarted by the rules of the service in case I wanted a certain rank. Nevertheless, if I study 3 months at Toulon, the Minister of War can send me to sea as master's mate. Then, after a cruise against the Algerines, with whom we are now at war, I can go through an examination and become a midshipman. Moreover, if I distinguish myself in an expedition they are fitting out against Algiers, I shall certainly be made ensign, but how soon, that no one can tell. Only, they will make the rules as elastic as possible to have the name of Portendur again in the Navy. I see very plainly that I can only hope to obtain you from your godfather, and your respect for him makes you still dearer to me. Before replying to the Admiral, I must have an interview with the doctor. On his reply my whole future will depend. Whatever comes of it, know this, that rich or poor, the daughter of a bandmaster or the daughter of a king, you are the woman whom the voice of my heart points out to me. Dear Ursula, we live in times when prejudices which might once have separated us have no power to prevent our marriage. To you, then, I offer the feelings of my heart, to your uncle the guarantees which secure to him your happiness. He has not seen that I, in a few hours, came to love you more than he has loved you in 15 years. Until this evening, Savignan. Here, godfather, said Ursula, holding the letter out to him with a proud gesture. Ah, my child, cried the doctor when he had read it. "I am happier than even you." He repairs all his faults by this resolution. After dinner, Savignan presented himself and found the doctor walking with Ursula by the balustrade of the terrace overlooking the river. The Viscount had received his clothes from Paris and had not missed heightening his natural advantages by a careful toilet, as elegant as though he were striving to please the proud and beautiful Comtesse de Kergarouët. Seeing him approach her from the portico, the poor girl clung to her uncle's arm as though she were saving herself from a fall over a precipice, and the doctor heard the beating of her heart, which made him shudder. "Leave us, my child," he said to the girl, who went to the pagoda and sat upon the steps after allowing Savignan to take her hand and kiss it respectfully. "Monsieur, will you give this dear hand to a naval captain?" he said to the doctor in a low voice. "No," said Minaret, smiling. "We might have to wait too long, but I will give her to a lieutenant." Tears of joy filled the young man's eyes as he pressed the doctor's hand affectionately. "I am about to leave," he said, "to study hard and try to learn in 6 months what the pupils of the naval school take 6 years to acquire." "You are going?" said Ursula, springing towards them from the pavilion. "Yes, mademoiselle, to deserve you. Therefore the more eager I am to go, the more I prove to you my affection." "This is the 3rd of October," she said, looking at him with infinite tenderness. "Do not go till after the 19th. "Yes," said the old man, "we will celebrate Saint Sabinian's Day." "Goodbye, then," cried the young man. "I must spend this week in Paris to take." The preliminary steps, buy books and mathematical instruments, and try to conciliate the minister and get the best terms that I can for myself. Ursula and her godfather accompanied Savignan to the gate. Soon after he entered his mother's house, they saw him come out again, followed by Tiennette carrying his valise. "If you are rich," said Ursula to her uncle, "why do you make him serve in the navy?" "Presently it will be I who incurred his debts," said the doctor, smiling. "I don't oblige him to do anything, but the uniform, my dear, and the cross of the Legion of Honor won in battle will wipe out many stains. Before 6 years are over he may be in command of a ship, and that's all I ask of him. But he may be killed," she said, turning a pale face upon the doctor. "Lovers, like drunkards, have a providence of their own," he said, laughing. That night the poor child, with La Bougival's help, cut off a sufficient quantity of her long and beautiful blonde hair to make a chain, and the next day she persuaded old Schmucke, the music master, to take it to Paris and have the chain made and returned by the following Sunday. When Savignan got back, he informed the doctor and Ursula that he had signed his articles and was to be at Brest on the 25th. The doctor asked him to dinner on the 18th, and he passed nearly 2 whole days in the old man's house. Notwithstanding much sage advice and many resolutions, the lovers could not help betraying their secret understanding to the watchful eyes of the Abbé, Monsieur Bongrand, the Nemours doctor, and La Bougival. "Children," said the old man, "you are risking your happiness by not keeping it to yourselves. On the fête day, after Mass, during which several glances had been exchanged, Savignan, watched by Ursula, crossed the road and entered the little garden where the pair were practically alone, for the kind old man, by way of indulgence, was reading his newspapers in the pagoda. "Dear Ursula," said Savignan, "will you make a gift greater than my mother could make me, even if—" "I know what you wish to ask me," she said, interrupting him. "See, here is my answer," she added. taking from the pocket of her apron the box containing the chain made of her hair, and offering it to him with a nervous tremor which testified to her illimitable happiness. "Wear it," she said, "for love of me. May it shield you from all dangers by reminding you that my life depends on yours." Naughty little thing! "She's giving him a chain of her hair," said the doctor to himself. "How did she manage to get it? What a pity to cut those beautiful fair tresses. She will be giving him my life's blood next. You will not blame me if I ask you to give me, now that I am leaving you, a formal promise to have no other husband than me," said Savinian, kissing the chain and looking at Ursula with tears in his eyes. "Have I not said so too often? I, who went to see the walls of St. Pelagi when you were behind them?" She replied, blushing. "I repeat it, Savinian, I shall never love anyone but you, and I will be yours alone." Seeing that Ursula was half hidden by the creepers, the young man could not deny himself the happiness of pressing her to his heart and kissing her forehead, but she gave a feeble cry and dropped upon the bench, and when Savinian sat beside her, entreating pardon, he saw the doctor standing before them. "My friend," said the old man, "Ursula is a born sensitive, too rough a word. Might kill her. For her sake you must moderate the enthusiasm of your love. Ah, if you had loved her for 16 years as I have, you would have been satisfied with her word of promise," he added, to revenge himself for the last sentence in Savinian's second letter. 2 days later, the young man departed. In spite of the letters which he wrote regularly to Ursula, she fell a prey to an illness without apparent cause. Like a fine fruit, with a worm at the core, a single thought gnawed her heart. She lost both appetite and color. The first time her godfather asked her what she felt, she replied, "I want to see the ocean." "It is difficult to take you to a seaport in the depth of winter," answered the old man. "Shall I really go?" she said. If the wind was high, Ursula was inwardly convulsed, certain, in spite of the learned assurances of the doctor and the abbé, that Savinian was being tossed about in a whirlwind. Monsieur Bongrand made her happy for days with the gift of an engraving representing a midshipman in uniform. She read the newspapers, imagining that they would give news of the cruiser on which her lover sailed. She devoured Cooper's sea tales and learned to use sea terms. Such proofs of concentration of feeling, often assumed by other women, were so genuine in Ursula that she saw in dreams the coming of Savinian's letters and never failed to announce them, relating the dream as a forerunner. "Now," she said to the doctor the fourth time that this happened, "I am easy. Wherever Savinian may be, if he is wounded, I shall know it instantly." The old doctor thought over this remark so anxiously that the abbé Monsieur Bongrand were troubled by the sorrowful expression of his face. "What pains you?" they said, when Ursula had left them. "Will she live?" replied the doctor. "Can so tender and delicate a flower endure the trials of the heart?" Nevertheless, the little dreamer, as the abbé called her, was working hard. She understood the importance of a fine education to a woman of the world, and all the time she did not give to her singing and to the study of harmony and composition she spent in reading the books chosen for her by the abbé from her godfather's rich library. And yet while leading this busy life she suffered, though without complaint. Sometimes she would sit for hours looking at Savinian's window. On Sundays she would leave the church behind Madame de Portenduer and watch her tenderly, for, in spite of the old lady's harshness, she loved her as Savinian's mother. Her piety increased. She went to Mass every morning, for she firmly believed that her dreams were the gift of God. At last her godfather, frightened by the effects produced by this nostalgia of love, promised on her birthday to take her to Toulon to see the departure of the fleet for Algiers. Savinian's ship formed part of it, but he was not to be informed beforehand of their intention. The Abbé and Monsieur Bongrand kept secret the object of this journey, said to be for Ursula's health, which disturbed and greatly puzzled the relations. After beholding Savinian in his naval uniform and going on board the fine flagship of the admiral to whom the minister had given young Portenduer a special recommendation, Ursula, at her lover's entreaty, went with her godfather to Nice and along the shores of the Mediterranean to Genoa, where she heard of the safe arrival of the fleet at Algiers and the landing of the troops. The doctor would have liked to continue the journey through Italy, as much to distract Ursula's mind as to finish, in some sense, her education, by enlarging her ideas through comparison with other manners and customs, and countries, and by the fascination of a land where the masterpieces of art can still be seen, and where so many civilizations have left their brilliant traces. But the tidings of the opposition by the throne to the newly elected Chamber of 1830 obliged the doctor to return to France, bringing back his treasure in a flourishing state of health and possessed of a charming little model of the ship on which Savinian was serving. The elections of 1830 united into an active body the various minaret relations, Desire and Goupil having formed a committee in the Moors, by whose efforts a liberal candidate was put in nomination at Fontainebleau. Masson, as collector of taxes, exercised an enormous influence over the country electors. 5 of the postmaster's farmers were electors. Dionys represented 11 votes. After a few meetings at the notaries, Crémière, Masson, the postmaster, and their adherents took a habit of assembling there. By the time the doctor returned, Dionys's office and salon were the camp of his heirs. The justice of peace and the mayor, who had formed an alliance, backed by the nobility in the neighboring castles, to resist the liberals of Nemours, now worsted in their efforts, were more closely united than ever by their defeat. By the time Bongrand and the Abbé Chaperon were able to tell the doctor by word of mouth the result of the antagonism, which was defined for the first time, between the two classes in the Moors, giving incidentally such importance to his heirs, Charles X had left Rambouillet for Cherbourg. Desire Minaret, whose opinions were those of the Paris bar, sent for 15 of his friends, commanded by Goupil and mounted on horses from his father's stable, who arrived in Paris on the night of the 28th. With this troop, Goupil and Desire took part in the capture of the Hôtel de Ville. Desire was decorated with the Legion of Honor and appointed deputy procureur du roi at Fontainebleau. Goupil received a July Cross. Dionys was elected mayor of Nemours, and the city council was composed of the postmaster, now assistant mayor, Masson. Crémière, and all the adherents of the family faction. Bongrand retained his place only through the influence of his son, Procureur du Roi at Melun, whose marriage with Mademoiselle Levrault was then on the tapis. Seeing the 3% quoted at 45, the doctor started by post for Paris and invested 540,000 francs in shares to bearer. The rest of his fortune, which amounted to about 270,000 francs, standing in his own name in the same funds, gave him ostensibly an income of 15,000 francs a year. He made the same disposition of Ursula's little capital bequeathed to her by de Jordy, together with the accrued interest thereon, which gave her about 1,400 francs a year in her own right. La Bougival, who had laid by some 5,000 francs of her savings, did the same by the doctor's advice, receiving in future 350 francs a year in dividends. These judicious transactions, agreed on between the doctor and Monsieur Bongrand, were carried out in perfect secrecy, thanks to the political troubles of the time. When quiet was again restored, the doctor bought the little house which adjoined his own and pulled it down so as to build a coach house and stables on its side. To employ a capital which would have given him 1,000 francs a year on outbuildings seemed actual folly to the minaret heirs. This folly, if it were one, was the beginning of a new era in the doctor's existence, for he now, at a period when horses and carriages were almost given away, brought back from Paris 3 fine horses and a calèche. When, in the early part of November, 1830, the old man came to church on a rainy day in the new carriage, and gave his hand to Ursula to help her out, all the inhabitants flocked to the square, as much to see the calèche and question the coachman as to criticize the goddaughter, to whose excessive pride and ambition Masson, Crémière, the postmaster, and their wives attributed this extravagant folly of the old man. A calèche! Hey, Masson, cried Goupil, your inheritance will go at top speed now. You ought to be getting good wages, Cabriel, said the postmaster to the son of one of his conductors, who stood by the horses, for it is to be supposed an old man of 84 won't use up many horseshoes. What did those horses cost? 4,000 francs. The calèche, though second-hand, was 2,000. But it's a fine one, the wheels are patent. Yes, it's a good carriage, said Crémière, and the man must be rich to buy that style of thing. Ursula means to go at a good pace, said Goupil. She's right. She's showing you how to enjoy life. Why don't you have fine carriages and horses, Papa Minaret? I wouldn't let myself be humiliated if I were you. I'd buy a carriage fit for a prince. Come, Cabarrel, tell us, said Masson. Is it the girl who drives our uncle into such luxury? I don't know, said Cabarrel, but she is almost mistress of the house. There are masters upon masters down from Paris. They say now she is going to study painting. Then I shall seize the occasion to have my portrait drawn, said Madame Crémière. In the provinces they always say a picture is drawn, not painted. The old German is not dismissed, is he? Said Madame Massin. He was there yesterday, replied Cabarrot. Now, said Goupil, you may as well give up counting on your inheritance. Ursula is 17 years old, and she is prettier than ever. Travel forms young people, and the little minx has got your uncle in the toils. 5 or 6 parcels come down for her by the diligence every week, and the dressmakers and milliners come too to try on her gowns and all the rest of it. Madame Dionys is furious. Watch for Ursula as she comes out of church, and look at the little scarf she is wearing round her neck, real cashmere, and it cost 600 francs. If a thunderbolt had fallen in the midst of the heirs, the effect would have been less than that of Goupil's last words. The mischief-maker stood by rubbing his hands. The doctor's old green salon had been renovated by a Parisian upholsterer. Judged by the luxury displayed, he was sometimes accused of hoarding immense wealth, sometimes of spending his capital on Ursula. The heirs called him in turn a miser and a spendthrift, but the saying, "He's an old fool," summed upon, on the whole, the verdict of the neighborhood. These mistaken judgments of the little town had the one advantage of misleading the heirs, who never suspected the love between Savinien and Ursula, which was the secret reason of the doctor's expenditure. The old man took the greatest delights in accustoming his godchild to her future station in the world. Possessing an income of over 50,000 francs a year, it gave him pleasure to adorn his idol. In the month of February 1832, the day when Ursula was 18, her eyes beheld Savinien in the uniform of an ensign as she looked from her window when she rose in the morning. Why didn't I know he was coming? She said to herself. After the taking of Algiers, Savignon had distinguished himself by an act of courage which won him the cross. The corvette on which he was serving was many months at sea without his being able to communicate with the doctor, and he did not wish to leave the service without consulting him. Desirous of retaining in the Navy a name already illustrious in its service, the new government had profited by a general change of officers to make Savignon an ensign. Having obtained leave of absence for 15 days, the new officer arrived from Toulon by the mail in time for Ursula's fête, intending to consult the doctor at the same time. "He has come!" cried Ursula, rushing into her godfather's bedroom. "Very good," he answered. "I can guess what brings him, and he may now stay in the moors." "Ah, that's my birthday present. It is all in that sentence," she said, kissing him. On a sign which she ran up to make from her window, Savignon came over at once. She longed to admire him, for he seemed to her so changed for the better. Military service does, in fact, give a certain grave decision to the air and carriage and gestures of a man, and an erect bearing which enables the most superficial observer to recognize a military man even in plain clothes. The habit of command produces this result. Ursula loved Savignon the better for it, and took a childlike pleasure in walking round the garden with him, taking his arm and hearing him relate the part he played as midshipman in the taking of Algiers. Evidently Savignon had taken the city. The doctor, who had been watching them from his window as he dressed, soon came down. Without telling the Viscount everything, he did say that, in case Madame de Portenduer consented to his marriage with Ursula, the fortune of his godchild would make his naval pay superfluous. "Alas," said Savignon, "it will take a great deal of time to overcome my mother's opposition." Before I left her to enter the Navy, she was placed between two alternatives, either to consent to my marrying Ursula, or else to see me only from time to time, and to know me exposed to the dangers of the profession, and you see she chose to let me go. "But, Savignon, we shall be together," said Ursula, taking his hand and shaking it with a sort of impatience. To see each other and not to part, that was the all of love to her. She saw nothing beyond it, and her pretty gesture and the petulant tone of her voice expressed such innocence that Savignon and the doctor were both moved by it. The resignation was written and dispatched, and Ursula's fête received full glory from the presence of her betrothed. A few months later, towards the month of May, the home life of the doctor's household had resumed the quiet tenor of its way, but with one welcome visitor the more. The attentions of the young Viscount were soon interpreted in the town as those of a future husband. All the more because his manners and those of Ursula, whether in church or on the promenade, though dignified and reserved, betrayed the understanding of their hearts. Dionys pointed out to the heirs that the doctor had never asked Madame de Portenduer for the interest of his money, 3 years of which was now due. "She'll be forced to yield and consent to this derogatory marriage of her son," said the notary. "If such a misfortune happens, it is probable that the greater part of your uncle's fortune will serve for what Balzac calls an irresistible argument." Chapter 14. Ursula again, orphaned. The irritation of the heirs, when convinced that their uncle loved Ursula too well not to secure her happiness at their expense, became as underhand as it was bitter. Meeting in Dionys's salon as they had done every evening since the Revolution of 1830, they inveighed against the lovers and seldom separated without discussing some way of circumventing the old man. Zélie, who had doubtless profited by the fall in the funds, as the doctor had done, to invest some at least of her enormous gains, was bitterest of them all against the orphan girl and the Portenduers. One evening, when Goupil, who usually avoided the dullness of these meetings, had come in to learn something of the affairs of the town which were under discussion. Zélie's hatred was freshly excited. She had seen the doctor, Ursula, and Savinien returning in the caleche from a country drive with an air of intimacy that told all. "I'd give 30,000 francs if God would call uncle to himself before the marriage of young Portendur with that affected minx can take place," she said. Goupil accompanied Monsieur and Madame Minoret to the middle of their great courtyard, and there said, looking round to see if they were quite alone, "Will you give me the means of buying Dionysus' practice? If you will, I will break off the marriage between Portendur and Ursula." "How?" asked the Colossus. "Do you think I am such a fool as to tell you my plan?" said the notary's head clerk. "Well, my lad, separate them, and we'll see what we can do," said Zélie. "I don't embark in any such business on a we'll see. The young man is a fire-eater who might kill me. I ought to be rough-shod and as good a hand with a sword or a pistol as he is. Set me up in business, and I'll keep my word. Prevent the marriage, and I will set you up," said the postmaster. "It is 9 months since you have been thinking of lending me a paltry 15,000 francs to buy Lecour's practice, and you expect me to trust you now. Nonsense! You'll lose your uncle's property, and serve you right. If were only a matter of 15,000 francs and Lecour's practice, that might be managed," said Zélie. "But to give security for you in 150,000 is another thing." "But I'll do my part," said Goupil, flinging a seductive look at Zélie, which encountered the imperious glance of the postmistress. The effect was that of venom on steel. "We can wait," said Zélie. "The devil's own spirit is in you," thought Goupil. "If I ever catch that pair in my power," he said to himself as he left the yard, "I'll squeeze them like lemons." By cultivating the society of the doctor, the abbé, and Monsieur Bongrand, Savinien proved the excellence of his character. The love of this young man for Ursula, so devoid of self-interest and so persistent, interested the three friends deeply, and they now never separated the lovers in their thoughts. Soon the monotony of this patriarchal life and the certainty of a future before them gave to their affection a fraternal character. The doctor often left the pair alone together. He judged the young man rightly. He saw him kiss her hand on arriving, but he knew he would ask no kiss when alone with her, so deeply did the lover respect the innocence, the frankness of the young girl, whose excessive sensibility, often tried, taught him that a harsh word, a cold look, or the alternations of gentleness and roughness might kill her. The only freedom between the two took place before the eyes of the old man in the evenings. Two years, full of secret happiness, passed thus, without other events than the fruitless efforts made by the young man to obtain from his mother her consent to his marriage. He talked to her sometimes for hours together. She listened and made no answer to his entreaties other than by Breton silence or a positive denial. At 19 years of age, Ursula, elegant in appearance, a fine musician, and well brought up, had nothing more to learn. She was perfected. The fame of her beauty and grace in education spread far. The doctor was called upon to decline the overtures of Madame d'Aiglemont, who was thinking of Ursula for her eldest son. 6 months later, in spite of the secrecy the doctor and Ursula maintained on this subject, Savinien heard of it. Touched by so much delicacy, he made use of the incident in another attempt to vanquish his mother's obstinacy. But she merely replied, "If the d'Aiglemonts choose to ally themselves ill, is that any reason why we should do so?" In December 1834, the kind and now truly pious old doctor, then 88 years old, declined visibly. When seen out of doors, his face pinched and wan and his eyes pale, all the town talked of his approaching death. "You'll soon know results," said the community to the heirs. In truth, The old man's death had all the attraction of her problem. But the doctor himself did not know he was ill. He had his illusions, and neither poor Ursula, nor Savinian, nor Bongrand, nor the abbé were willing to enlighten him as to his condition. The Nemours doctor who came to see him every day did not venture to prescribe. Old Minaret felt no pain. His lamp of life was gently going out. His mind continued firm and clear and powerful. In old men thus constituted, the soul governs the body and gives it strength to die erect. The abbé, anxious not to hasten the fatal end, released his parishioner from the duty of hearing Mass in church and allowed him to read. The services at home, for the doctor faithfully attended to all his religious duties. The nearer he came to the grave, the more he loved God. The lights eternal shone upon all difficulties and explained them more and more clearly to his mind. Early in the year, Ursula persuaded him to sell the carriage and horses and dismiss Cabirall. Monsieur Bongrand, whose uneasiness about Ursula's future was far from quieted by the doctor's half-confidence, boldly opened the subject one evening and showed his old friend the importance of making Ursula legally of age. Still the old man, though he had often consulted the justice of peace, would not reveal to him the secret of his provision for Ursula, though he agreed to the necessity of securing her independence by majority. The more Monsieur Bongrand persisted in his efforts to discover the means selected by his old friend to provide for his darling, the more wary the doctor became. "Why not secure the thing?" said Bongrand. "Why run any risks?" "When you are between two risks," replied the doctor, "avoid the most risky." Bongrand carried through the business of making Ursula of age so promptly that the papers were ready by the day she was 20. That anniversary was the last pleasure of the old doctor who, seized perhaps with a presentiment of his end, gave a little ball to which he invited all the young people in the families of Dionys, Crémière, Minaret, and Masson. Savinian, Bongrand, the abbé and his 2 assistant priests, the Nemours doctor, and Mesdames Zélie Minaret, Masson, and Crémière, together with old Schmucke, were the guests at a grand dinner which preceded the ball. "I feel I am going," said the old man to the notary towards the close of the evening. "I beg you to come tomorrow and draw up my guardianship account with Ursula, so as not to complicate my property after my death. Thank God! I have not withdrawn 1 penny from my heirs. I have disposed of nothing but—" "My income. Messieurs Crémière, Messine, and Minaret, my nephew, are members of the family council appointed for Ursula, and I wish them to be present at the rendering of my account." These words, heard by Masson and quickly passed from one to another round the ballroom, poured balm into the minds of the 3 families, who had lived in perpetual alternations of hope and fear, sometimes thinking they were certain of wealth, oftener that they were disinherited. When, about 2 in the morning, the guests were all gone, and no one remained in the salon but Savinian, Bongrand, and the abbé, the old doctor said, pointing to Ursula, who was charming in her ball dress, "To you, my friends, I confide her. A few days more, and I shall be here no longer to protect her. Put yourselves between her and the world until she is married. I fear for her." The words made a painful impression. The guardian's account rendered a day. Or 2 later, in presence of the family council, showed that Dr. Minaret owed a balance to his ward of 10,600 francs from the bequest of Monsieur de Jourdis, and also from a little capital of gifts made by the doctor himself to Ursula during the last 15 years, on birthdays and other anniversaries. This formal rendering of the account was insisted on by the justice of the peace, who feared unhappily, with too much reason, the results of Dr. Honoré's death. The following day the old man was seized with a weakness which compelled him to keep his bed. In spite of the reserve which always surrounded the doctor's house and kept it from observation, the news of his approaching death spread through the town, and the heirs began to run hither and thither through the streets, like the pearls of a chaplet when the string is broken. Masson called that the house to learn the truth, and was told by Ursula herself that the doctor was in bed. The Nemours doctor had remarked that whenever old Minoret took to his bed he would die, and therefore, in spite of the cold, the heirs took their stand in the street, on the square, at their own doorsteps, talking of the event so long looked for, and watching for the moment when the priests should appear, bearing the sacrament with all the paraphernalia customary in the provinces to the dying man. Accordingly, 2 days later, when the Abbé Chaperon, with an assistant and the choir boys, preceded by the sacristan bearing the cross, passed along the Grand Rue, all the heirs joined the procession to get an entrance to the house and see that nothing was abstracted, and lay their eager hands upon its coveted treasures at the earliest moment. When the doctor saw behind the clergy the row of kneeling heirs, who instead of praying were looking at him with eyes that were brighter than the tapers, he could not restrain a smile. The abbé turned round, saw them, and continued to say the prayers slowly. The postmaster was the first to abandon the kneeling posture. His wife followed him. Masson, fearing that Zélie and her husband might lay hands on some ornament, joined them in the salon, where all the heirs were presently assembled one by one. "He is too honest a man to steal extreme unction," said Crémière. "We may be sure of his death now." "Yes, we shall each get about 20,000 francs a year," replied Madame Masson. "I have an idea," said Zélie, "that for the last 3 years he hasn't invested anything he grew fond of hoarding." "Perhaps the money is in the cellar," whispered Masson to Crémière. "I hope we shall be able to find it," said Minoret Lavralt. "But after what he said at the ball, we can't have any doubt," cried Madame Masson. "In any case," began Crémière, "how shall we manage? Shall we divide? Shall we go to law, or could we draw lots? We are adults, you know." A discussion, which soon became angry, now arose as to the method of procedure. At the end of half an hour, a perfect uproar of voices, Zélie's screeching organ detaching itself from the rest, resounded in the courtyard and even in the street. The noise reached the doctor's ears. He heard the words, the house is worth 30,000 francs. "I'll take it at that," said, or rather bellowed by Crémière. "Well, we'll take what it's worth," said Zélie sharply. "Monsieur l'Abbé," said the old man to the priest, who remained beside his friend after administering the communion, "help me to die in peace. My heirs, like those of Cardinal Ximenes, are capable of pillaging the house before my death, and I have no monkey to revive me. Go and tell them I will have none of them in my house." The priest and the doctor of the town went downstairs and repeated the message of the dying man, adding, in their indignation, strong words of their own. "Madame Bougival," said the doctor, "close the iron gate and allow no one to enter. Even the dying, it seems, can have no peace. Prepare mustard poultices and apply them to the soles of Monsieur's feet. Your uncle is not dead," said the abbé, "and he may live some time longer. He wishes for absolute silence, and no one beside him but his niece." What a difference between the conduct of that young girl and yours! "Old hypocrite!" exclaimed Crémière. "I shall keep watch of him. It is possible he's plotting something against our interests." The postmaster had already disappeared into the garden, intending to watch there and wait his chance to be admitted to the house as an assistant. He now returned to it very softly, his boots making no noise, for there were carpets on the stairs and corridors. He was able to reach the door of his uncle's room without being heard. The abbé and the doctor had left the house. Le Bougival was making the poultices. "Are we quite alone?" said the old man to his godchild. Ursula stood on tiptoe and looked into the courtyard. "Yes," she said, "the abbé has just closed the gate after him." "My darling child," said the dying man, "my hours, my minutes even, are counted. I have not been a doctor for nothing. I shall not last till evening. Do not cry, my Ursula," he said, fearing to be interrupted by the child's weeping, "but listen to me carefully. It concerns your marriage to Savinian. As soon as La Bougival comes back, go down to the pagoda, here is the key, lift the marble top of the boule buffet, and you will find a letter beneath it, sealed and addressed to you. Take it and come back here, for I cannot die easy unless I see it in your hands. When I am dead, do not let anyone know of it immediately, but send for Monsieur de Portendray. Read the letter together, swear to me now in his name and your own that you will carry out my last wishes. When Savinian has obeyed me, then announce my death, but not till then. The comedy of the heirs will begin. God grant those monsters may not ill-treat you. Yes, godfather." The postmaster did not listen to the end of this scene. He slipped away on tiptoe, remembering that the lock of the study was on the library side of the door. He had been present in former days at an argument between the architect and a locksmith, the latter declaring that if the pagoda were entered by the window on the river, it would be much safer to put the lock of the door opening into the library side. Dazzled by his hopes and his ears flushed with blood, Minaret sprang the lock with the point of his knife as rapidly as a burglar could have done it. He entered the study, followed the doctor's directions, took the package of papers without opening it, relocked the door, put everything in order, and went into the dining room and sat down, waiting till La Bougival had gone upstairs with the poultice before he ventured to leave the house. He then made his escape, all the more easily because poor Ursula lingered to see that La Bougival applied the poultice properly. "The letter! The letter!" cried the old man in a dying voice. "Obey me! Take the—" key. "I must see you with that letter in your hand." The words were said with so wild a look that La Bougival exclaimed to Ursula, "Do what he asks at once, or you will kill him." She kissed his forehead, took the key and went down. A moment later, recalled by a cry from La Bougival, she ran back. The old man looked at her eagerly. Seeing her hands empty, he rose in his bed, tried to speak, and died with a horrible gasp, his eyes haggard with fear. The poor girl, who saw death for the first time, fell on her knees and burst into tears. La Bougival closed the old man's eyes and straightened him on the bed. Then she ran to call Savinian. But the heirs, who stood at the corner of the street, like crows watching till a horse is buried, before they scratch at the ground and turn it over with beak and claw, flocked in with the celerity of birds of prey. Chapter 15. The Dastur's Will. While these events were taking place, the postmaster had hurried home to open the mysterious package and know its contents. To my dear Ursula Mirouet, daughter of my natural half-brother, Joseph Mirouet, and Dinah Grollman, my dear angel, the fatherly affection I bear you and which you have so fully justified came not only from the promise I gave your father to take his place, but also from your resemblance to my wife, Ursula Mirouet, whose grace, intelligence, frankness, and charm you constantly recall to my mind. Your position as the daughter of a natural son of my father-in-law might invalidate all testamentary bequests made by me in your favor. The old rascal, cried the postmaster. Had I adopted you, the result might also have been a lawsuit, and I shrank from the idea of transmitting my fortune to you by marriage, for I might live years and thus interfere with your happiness, which is now delayed only by Madame de Portenduer. Having weighed these difficulties carefully, and wishing to leave you enough money to secure to you a prosperous existence, the scoundrel, he has thought of everything. Without injuring my heirs, the Jesuit, as if he did not owe us every penny of his money, I intend you to have the savings from my income which I have for the last 18 years, steadily invested by the help of my notary, seeking to make you thereby as happy as anyone can be made by riches. Without means, your education and your lofty ideas would cause you unhappiness. Besides, you ought to bring a liberal dowry to the fine young man who loves you. You will therefore find in the middle of the 3rd volume of Pandects, folio, bound in red morocco, the last volume on the first. Shelf above the little table in the library, on the side of the room next the salon, 3 certificates of funds in the 3% made out to bearer, each amounting to 12,000 francs a year. What depths of wickedness! Screamed the postmaster. Ah, God would not permit me to be so defrauded. Take these at once, and also some uninvested savings made to this date, which you will find in the preceding volume. Remember, my darling child, that you must obey a wish that has made the happiness of my whole life. A wish that will force me to ask the intervention of God should you disobey me. But to guard against all scruples in your dear conscience, for I well know how ready it is to torture you, you will find herewith a will in due form, bequeathing these certificates to Monsieur Savinien de Portenduer. So, whether you possess them in your own name, or whether they come to you from him you love, they will be, in every sense, your legitimate property. Your godfather, Denis Minaret. To this letter was annexed the following paper written on a sheet of stamped paper. This is my will. I, Denis Minaret, doctor of medicine, settled in the Moors, being of sound mind and body, as the date of this document will show, do bequeath my soul to God, imploring him to pardon my errors in view of my sincere repentance. Next, having found in Monsieur le Vicomte Savinien de Portenduer a true and honest affection for me, I bequeath to him the sum of 36,000 francs a year from the funds at 3%, the said bequest to take precedence of all inheritance accruing to my heirs. Written by my own hand at Nemours on the 11th of January, 1831. Denis Minaret. Without an instant's hesitation, the postmaster, who had locked himself into his wife's bedroom to ensure being alone, looked about for the tinder box and received 2 warnings from heaven by the extinction of 2 matches which obstinately refused to light. The 3rd took fire. He burned the letter and the will on the hearth, and buried the vestiges of paper and sealing wax in the ashes by way of superfluous caution. Then, allured by the thought of possessing 36,000 francs a year of which his wife knew nothing, he returned at full speed to his uncle's house, spurred by the only idea, a clear-cut, simple idea which was able to piece and penetrate his dull brain. Finding the house invaded by the 3 families, now masters of the place, he trembled lest he should be unable to accomplish a project to which he gave no reflection whatever, except so far as to fear the obstacles. "What are you doing here?" he said to Masson and Crémière. "We can't leave the house and the property to be pillaged. We are the heirs, but we can't camp here. You, Crémière, go to DNS at once and tell him to come and certify to the death. I can't draw up the mortuary certificate for an uncle, though I am assistant mayor. You, Masson, go and ask old Bongrand to attach the seals. As for you, ladies," he added, turning to his wife and Mesdames Crémière and Masson, "go and look after Ursula, then nothing can be stolen. Above all, close the iron gate and don't let anyone leave the house." The women, who felt the justice of this remark, ran to Ursula's bedroom, where they found the noble girl, so cruelly suspected, on her knees before God, her face covered with tears. Minaret, suspecting that the women would not long remain with Ursula, went at once to the library, found the volume, opened it, took the 3 certificates, and found in the other volume about 30 banknotes. In spite of his brutal nature, the Colossus felt as though a peal of bells were ringing in. Each ear. The blood whistled in his temples as he committed the theft. Cold as the weather was, his shirt was wet on his back. His legs gave way under him, and he fell into a chair in the salon as if an axe had fallen on his head. "How the inheritance of money loosens a man's tongue, did you hear, Minaret?" said Masson to Crémière as they hurried through the town. "Go here, go there, just as if he knew everything." Yes, for a dull beast like him, he had a certain air of— "Stop," said Masson, alarmed at a sudden thought. "His wife is there. They've got some plan. Do you do both errands? I'll go back." Just as the postmaster fell into the chair, he saw at the gate the heated face of the clerk of the court, who returned to the house of death with the celerity of a weasel. "Well, what is it now?" asked the postmaster, unlocking the gate for his co-heir. "Nothing. I have come back to be present at the sealing," answered Masson, giving him a savage look. "I wish those seals were already on so that we could go home," said Minaret. "We shall have to put a watcher over them," said Masson. "Le Bougival is capable of anything in the interests of that minx. We'll put Goupil there." said the postmaster. "Put a rat in the meal." "Well, let's consider," returned Masson. "Tonight they'll watch the body. The seals can be affixed in an hour. Our wives could look after them. Tomorrow we'll have the funeral at 12 o'clock. But the inventory can't be made under a week." "Let's get rid of that girl at once," said the Colossus. "Then we can safely leave the watchman of the town hall to look after the house and the seals." "Good," cried Masson. "You are the head of the Minaret family." "Ladies," said Minaret, "be good enough to stay in the salon. We can't think of our dinner today. The seals must be put on at once for the security of all interests." He took his wife apart and told her Masson's proposition about Ursula. The women, whose hearts were full of vengeance against the minx as they called her, held the idea of turning her out. Bongrand arrived, with his assistants to apply the seals, and was indignant when the request was made to him by Zélie and Madame Masson, as a near friend of the deceased, to tell Ursula to leave the house. "Go and turn her out of her father's house, her benefactor's house yourselves." He cried, "Go, you who owe your inheritance to the generosity of her soul. Take her by the shoulders and fling her into the street before the eyes of the whole town. You think her capable of robbing you? Well, appoint a watcher of the seals. You have a right to do that. But I tell you at once, I shall put no seals on Ursula's room. She has a right to that room, and everything in it is her own property. I shall tell her what her rights are, and tell her too to put everything that belongs to her in this house in that room." "Oh, in your presence," he said, hearing a growl of dissatisfaction among the heirs. "What do you think of that?" said the collector to the postmaster and the women, who seemed stupefied by the angry address of Bongrand. "Call him a magistrate," cried the postmaster. Ursula, meanwhile, was sitting on her little sofa in a half-fainting condition, her head thrown back, her braids unfastened, while every now and then her sobs broke forth. Her eyes were dim and their lids swollen. She was, in fact, in a state of moral and physical prostration which might have softened the hardest hearts except those of the heirs. "Ah, Monsieur Bongrand, after my happy birthday comes death and mourning," she said, with the poetry natural to her. "You know, what he was. In 20 years he never said an impatient word to me. I believed he would live 100 years. He has been my mother," she cried, "my good, kind mother." These simple thoughts brought torrents of tears from her eyes, interrupted by sobs. Then she fell back exhausted. "My child," said the justice of peace, hearing the heirs on the staircase, "you have a lifetime before you in which to weep, but you have now only a moment to attend to your interests. Gather everything that belongs to you in this house and put it into your own room at once. The heirs insist on my affixing the seals." "Ah, his heirs may take everything if they choose," cried Ursula, sitting upright under an impulse of savage indignation. "I have something here," she added, striking her breast, "which is far more precious." "What is it?" said the postmaster, who with Mawson at his heels now showed his brutal face. "The remembrances of his virtues, of his life, of his words, an image of his celestial soul," she said, her eyes and face glowing as she raised her hand with a glorious gesture. "And a key," cried Masson, creeping up to her like a cat and seizing a key which fell from the bosom of her dress in her sudden movement. "Yes," she said, blushing, "that is the key of his study. He sent me there at the moment. He was dying." The two men glanced at each other with horrid smiles, and then at Monsieur Bongrand with a meaning look of degrading suspicion. Ursula, who intercepted it, rose to her feet, pale as if the blood had left her body. Her eyes sent forth the lightnings that perhaps can issue only at some cost of life, as she said in a choking voice, "Monsieur Bongrand, everything in this room is mine through the kindness of my godfather. They may have it all. I have nothing on me but the clothes I wear. I shall leave the house and never return to it." She went to her godfather's room, and no entreaties could make her leave it. The heirs, who now began to be slightly ashamed of their conduct, endeavoring to persuade her. She requested Monsieur Bongrand to engage 2 rooms for her at the Ville Poste Inn until she could find some lodging in town, where she could live with Le Bougival. She returned to her own room for her prayer book, and spent the night with the abbé, his assistant, and Savinien, in weeping and praying beside her uncle's body. Savinien came after his mother had gone to bed, and knelt, without a word, beside his Ursula. She smiled at him sadly, and thanked him for coming faithfully to share her troubles. "My child," said Monsieur Bongrand, "bring her a large package. One of your uncle's heirs has taken these necessary articles from your drawers, for the seals cannot be opened for several days. After that you will recover everything that belongs to you. I have, for your own sake, placed the seals on your room." "Thank you," she replied, pressing his hand. "Look at him again. He seems to sleep, does he not?" The old man's face wore that flower of fleeting beauty which rests upon the features of the dead who die a painless death. Light appeared to radiate from it. Did he give you anything secretly before he died? Whispered Amdabs. Bongrand. Nothing, she said. He spoke only of a letter. Good, it will certainly be found, said Bongrand. How fortunate for you that the heirs demanded the sealing. At daybreak, Ursula bade adieu to the house where her happy youth was passed, more particularly to the modest chamber in which her love began. So dear to her was it that even in this hour of darkest grief, tears of regret rolled down her face for the dear and peaceful haven. With one last glance at Savigny's windows, she left the room and the house and went to the inn accompanied by La Bougival, who carried the package, by Monsieur Bongrand, who gave her his arm, and by Savigny, her true protector. Thus it happened that in spite of all his efforts and cautions, the worst fears of the justice of peace were realized. He was now to see Ursula without means and at the mercy of her benefactor's heirs. The next afternoon, the whole town attended the doctor's funeral. When the conduct of the heirs to his adopted daughter was publicly known, a vast majority of the people thought it natural and necessary. An inheritance was involved. The good man was known to have hoarded. Ursula might think she had rights. The heirs were only defending their property. She had humbled them enough during their uncle's lifetime, for he had treated them like dogs and sent them about their business. Desire Minoret, who was not going to do wonders in life, so said those who envied his father, came down for the funeral. Ursula was unable to be present, for she was in bed with a nervous fever caused partly by the insults of the heirs and partly by her heavy affliction. Look at that hypocrite weeping, said some of the heirs, pointing to Savigny, who was deeply affected by the doctor's death. The question is, said Goupil, has he any good grounds for weeping? Don't laugh too soon, my friends, the seals are not yet removed. Pooh, said Minoret, who had good reason to know the truth. You are always frightening us about nothing. As the funeral procession left the church to proceed to the cemetery, a bitter mortification was inflicted on Goupil. He tried to take Desire's arm, but the latter withdrew it and turned away from his former comrade in presence of all Nemours. I won't be angry, or I couldn't get revenge, thought the notary's clerk, whose dry heart swelled in his bosom like a sponge. Before breaking the seals and making the inventory, it took some time for the Procureur du Roi, who is the legal guardian of orphans, to commission Monsieur Bongrand to act in his place. After that was done, the settlement of the Minoret inheritance, nothing else being talked of in the town for 10 days, began with all the legal formalities. Dionys had his pickings. Goupil enjoyed some mischief-making, and as the business was profitable, the sessions were many. After the first of these sessions, all parties breakfasted together. Notary, clerk, heirs, and witnesses drank the best wines in the doctor's cellar. In the provinces, and especially in little towns where everyone lives in his own house, it is sometimes very difficult to find a lodging. When a man buys a business of any kind, the dwelling house is almost always included in the purchase. Monsieur Bongrand saw no other way of removing Ursula from the village inn than to buy a small house on the Grand Rue, at the corner of the bridge over the Loing. The little building had a front door opening on a corridor. And one room on the ground floor with 2 windows on the street. Behind this came the kitchen, with a glass door opening to an inner courtyard about 30 feet square. A small staircase, lighted on the side towards the river by small windows, led to the first floor, where there were 3 chambers, and above these were 2 attic rooms. Monsieur Bongrand borrowed 2,000 francs from La Bougival's savings to pay the first installment of the price, 6,000 francs, and obtained good terms for payment of the rest. As Ursula wished to buy her uncle's books, Bongrand knocked down the partition between 2 rooms on the bedroom floor, finding that their united length was the same as that of the doctor's library, and gave room for his bookshelves. Savinian and Bongrand urged on the workmen, who were cleaning, painting, and otherwise renewing the tiny place, so that before the end of March, Ursula was able to leave the inn and take up her abode in the ugly house, where, however, she found a bedroom exactly like the one she had left, for it was filled with all her furniture claimed by the justice of peace when the seals were removed. La Bougival, sleeping in the attic, could be summoned by a bell placed near the head of the young girl's bed. The room intended for the books, the salon on the ground floor, and the kitchen, though still unfurnished, had been hung with fresh papers and repainted, and only awaited the purchases which the young girl hoped to make when her godfather's effects were sold. Though the strength of Ursula's character was well known to the Abbé and Monsieur Bongrand, they both feared the sudden change from the comfort and elegancies to which her uncle had accustomed her to this barren and denuded life. As for Savinian, he wept over it. He did in fact make private payments to the workmen and to the upholsterer, so that Ursula should perceive no difference between the new chamber and the old one. But the young girl herself, whose happiness now lay in Savinian's own eyes, showed the gentlest resignation, which endeared her more and more to her two old friends, and proved to them for the 100th time that no troubles but those of the heart could make her suffer. The grief she felt for the loss of her godfather was far too deep to let her even feel the bitterness of her change of fortune, though it added fresh obstacles to her marriage. Savinian's distress in seeing her thus reduced did her so much harm that she whispered to him, as they came from Mass on the day when she first went to live in her new house, "Love could not exist without patience. Let us wait." As soon as the form of the inventory was drawn up, Massin, advised by Goupil, who turned to him under the influence of his secret hatred to the postmaster, summoned Monsieur and Madame de Portenduer to pay off the mortgage which had now elapsed, together with the interest accruing thereon. The old lady was bewildered at a summons to pay 129,517 francs within 24 hours under pain of execution. On her house, it was impossible for her to borrow the money. Savinian went to Fontainebleau to consult a lawyer. "You are dealing with a bad set of people who will not compromise," was the lawyer's opinion. "They intend to sue in the matter and get your farm at Bourdiers. The best way for you would be to make a voluntary sale of it, and so escape costs." This dreadful news broke down the old lady. Her son very gently pointed out to her that had she consented to his marriage in Minaret's lifetime, the doctor would have left his property to Ursula's husband, and they would today have been opulent instead of being, as they now were, in the depths of poverty. Though said without reproach, this argument annihilated the poor woman even more than the thought of her coming ejectment. When Ursula heard of this catastrophe, she was stupefied with grief, having scarcely recovered from her fever, and the blow which the heirs had already dealt her. To love and be unable to succor the man she loves, that is one of the most dreadful of all sufferings to the soul of a noble and sensitive woman. "I wish to buy my uncle's house," she said. "Now I will buy your mother's." "Can you?" said Savinian. "You are a minor, and you cannot sell out your funds without formalities, to which the Procureur du Roi, now your legal guardian, would not agree. We shall not resist. The whole town will be glad to see the discomfiture of a noble family. These bourgeois are like hounds after a quarry. Fortunately, I still have 10,000 francs left, on which I can support my mother till this deplorable matter is settled. Besides, the inventory of your godfather's property is not yet finished. Monsieur Bongrand still thinks he shall find something for you. He is as much astonished as I am that you seem to be left without fortune." The doctor so often spoke both to him and to me of the future. He had prepared for you that neither of us can understand this conclusion. She said, so long as I can buy my godfather's books and furniture and prevent their being dispersed, I am content. But who knows the price these infamous creatures will set on anything you want? Nothing was talked of for Montargis de Fontainebleau, but the million for which the many-red heirs were searching. But the most minute search made in every corner of the house after the seals were removed brought no discovery. The 129,000 francs of the Portenduer debt, the capital of the 15,000 a year in the 3%, then quoted at 76, the house, valued at 40,000 francs, and its handsome furniture, produced a total of about 600,000 francs, which to most persons seemed a comforting sum. But what had become of the money the doctor must have saved? Minoret began to have gnawing anxieties. Le Bougival and Savigny, who persisted in believing, as did the justice of peace, in the existence of a will, came every day at the close of each session to find out from Bongrand the results of the day's search. The latter would sometimes exclaim, before the agents and the heirs were fairly out of hearing, I can't understand a thing. Bongrand, Savigny, and the Abbé often declared to each other that the doctor, who received no interest from the Portenduer loan, could not have kept his house as he did on 15,000 francs a year. This opinion, openly expressed, made the postmaster turn livid more than once. Yet they and I have rummaged everywhere, said Bongrand, they to find money, and I to find a will in favor of Monsieur de Portenduer. They have sifted the ashes, lifted the marbles, felt of the slippers, bored into the woodwork of the beds, emptied the mattresses, ripped up the quilts, turned his eider down inside out, examined every inch of paper piece by piece, searched the drawers, dug up the cellar floor, and I have urged on their devastations. What do you think about it? Said the abbé. The will has been suppressed by one of the heirs. But where's the property? We may whistle for it. Perhaps the will is hidden in the library, said Savigny. Yes, and for that reason I don't dissuade Ursula from buying it. If it were not for that, it would be absurd to let her put every penny of her ready money into books she will never open. At first the whole town believed the doctor's niece had got possession of the unfound capital. But when it was known positively that 1,400 francs, a year and her gifts constituted her whole fortune, the search of the doctor's house and furniture excited a more widespread curiosity than before. Some said the money would be found in bank bills hidden away in the furniture. Others that the old man had slipped them into his books. The sale of the effects exhibited a spectacle of the most extraordinary precautions on the part of the heirs. Dionis, who was doing duty as auctioneer, declared, as each lot was cried out, that the heirs only sold the article whatever it was, and not what it might contain. Then, before allowing it to be taken away, it was subjected to a final investigation, being thumped and sounded, and when at last it left the house, the sellers followed with the looks a father might cast upon a son who was starting for India. Ah, mademoiselle, cried La Bougival, returning from the first session in despair, I shall not go again. Monsieur Bongrand is right. You could never bear the sight. Everything is ticketed. All the town is coming and going just as in the street. The handsome furniture is being ruined. They even stand upon it. The whole place is such a muddle that a hen couldn't find her chicks. You'd think there had been a fire. Lots of things are in the courtyard. The closets are all open, and nothing in them. Oh, the poor dear man, it's well he died. The sight would have killed him. Bongrand, who bought for Ursula certain articles which her uncle cherished and which were suitable for her little house, did not appear at the sale of the library. Shrewder than the heirs, whose cupidity might have run up the price of the books had they known he was buying them for Ursula, he commissioned a dealer in old books living in Milan to buy them for him. As a result of the heir's anxiety, the whole library was sold book by book. 3,000 volumes were examined, one by one, held by the two sides of the binding and shaken so that loose papers would infallibly fall out. The whole amount of the purchases on Ursula's account amounted to 6,500 francs or thereabouts. The bookcases were not allowed to leave the premises until carefully examined by a cabinet maker brought down from Paris to search for secret drawers. When at last Monsieur Bongrand gave orders to take the books in the bookcases to Mademoiselle Marouet's house, the heirs were tortured with vague fears, not dissipated until in course of time they saw how poorly she lived. Minaret bought up his uncle's house, the value of which his co-heirs ran up to 50,000 francs, imagining that the postmaster expected to find a treasure in the walls. In fact, the house was sold with the reservation on the subject. 2 weeks later, Minaret disposed of his post establishment, with all the coaches and horses, to the son of a rich farmer, and went to live in his uncle's house, where he spent considerable sums in repairing and refurnishing the rooms. By making this move, he thoughtlessly condemned himself to live within sight of Ursula. "I hope," he said to Dionys the day when Madame de Portenduère was summoned to pay her debt, that we shall soon be rid of those nobles. After they are gone, we'll drive out the rest." "That old woman with 14 quarterings," said Goupil, "won't want to witness her own disaster. She'll go and die in Brittany, where she can manage to find a wife for her son." "No," said the notary, who had that morning drawn out a deed of sale at Bongrand's request. "Ursula has just bought the house she is living in." "That cursed fool does everything she can to annoy me," cried the postmaster imprudently. "What does it signify to you whether she lives in Nemours or not?" asked Goupil, surprised at the annoyance which the colossus betrayed. "Don't you know," answered Minaret, turning as red as a poppy, "that my son is fool enough to be in love with her? I'd give 500 francs if I could get Ursula out of this town." Chapter 16. The Two Adversaries. Perhaps the foregoing conduct on the part of the postmaster will have shown already that Ursula, poor and resigned, was destined to be a thorn in the side of the rich Minaret. The bustle attending the settlement of an estate, the sale of the property, the going and coming necessitated by such unusual business, his discussions with his wife about the most trifling details, the purchase of the doctor's house, where Zélie wished to live in bourgeois style, to advance her son's interests, all this hurly-burly, contrasting with his usually tranquil life, hindered the huge Minaret from thinking of his victim. But about the middle of May, a few days after his installation in the doctor's house, as he was coming home from a walk, he heard the sound of a piano, saw La Boucheval sitting at a window, like a dragon guarding a treasure, and suddenly became aware of an importunate voice within him. To explain why, to a man of Minaret's nature, the sight of Ursula, who had no suspicion of the theft committed upon her, now became intolerable. Why the spectacle of so much fortitude under misfortune impelled him to a desire to drive the girl out of town, and how and why it was that this desire took the form of hatred and revenge would require a whole treatise on moral philosophy. Perhaps he felt he was not the real possessor of 36,000 francs a year, so long as she, to whom they really belonged, lived near him. Perhaps he fancied some mere chance might betray his theft if the person despoiled was not got rid of. Perhaps to a nature in some sort primitive, almost uncivilized, and whose owner up to that time had never done anything illegal, the presence of Ursula awakened remorse. Possibly this remorse goaded him the more because he had received his share of the property legitimately acquired. In his own mind, he no doubt attributed these stirrings of his conscience to the fact of Ursula's presence, imagining that if she were removed all his uncomfortable feelings would disappear with her. But still, after all, perhaps crime has its own doctrine of perfection. A beginning of evil demands its end. A first stab must be followed by the blow that kills. Perhaps robbery is doomed to lead to murder. Minoret had committed the crime without the slightest reflection, so rapidly had the events taken place. Reflection came later. Now, if you have thoroughly possessed yourself of this man's nature and bodily presence, you will understand the mighty effect produced on him by a thought. Remorse is more than a thought. It comes from a feeling which can no more be hidden than love. Like love, it has its own tyranny. But, just as Minoret had committed the crime against Ursula without the slightest reflection, so he now blindly longed to drive her from Nemours when he felt himself disturbed by the sight of that wronged innocence. Being, in a sense, imbecile, he never thought of the consequences. He went from danger to danger, driven by a selfish instinct, like a wild animal which does not foresee the huntsman's skill and relies on its own rapidity or strength. Before long, the rich bourgeois, who still met in Dionyse's salon, noticed a great change in the manners and behavior of the man who had hitherto been so free of care. "I don't know what has come to Minoret. He is all know-how," said his wife, from whom he was resolved to hide his daring deed. Everybody explained his condition as being neither more nor less ennui. In fact, the thought now expressed on his face did resemble ennui, caused, they said, by the sudden cessation of business and the change from an active life to one of well-to-do leisure. While Minoret was thinking only of destroying Ursula's life in Nemours, La Bougival never let a day go by without torturing her foster child with some allusion to the fortune she ought to have had, or without comparing her miserable lot with the prospects the doctor had promised, and of which he had often spoken to her. La Bougival, "It is not for myself I speak," she said, "but is it likely that Monsieur, good and kind as he was, would have died without leaving me the merest trifle?" "Am I not here?" replied Ursula, forbidding La Bougival to say another word on the subject. She could not endure to soil the dear and tender memories that surrounded that noble head, a sketch of which in black and white hung in her little salon with thoughts of selfish interest. To her fresh and beautiful imagination that sketch sufficed to make her see her godfather, on whom her thoughts continually dwelt, all the more because surrounded with the things he loved and used, his large Duchess sofa, the furniture from his study, his backgammon table, and the piano he had chosen for her. The two old friends who still remained to her, the Abbé Chaperon and Monsieur Bongrand, the only visitors whom she received, were, in the midst of these inanimate objects, representative of the past, like two living memories of her former life, to which she attached her present by the love her godfather had blessed. After a while the sadness of her thoughts, softening gradually, gave tone to the general tenor of her life, and united all its parts in an indefinable harmony, expressed by the exquisite neatness, the exact symmetry of her room, the few flowers sent by Savinian, the dainty nothings of a young girl's life, the tranquillity which her quiet habits diffused about her, giving peace and composure to the little home. After breakfast and after Mass she continued her studies and practiced. Then she took her embroidery and sat at the window, looking on the street. At 4 o'clock Savinian, returning from a walk which he took in all weathers, finding the window open, would sit upon the outer casing and talk with her for half an hour. In the evening the Abbé and Monsieur Bongrand came to see her, but she never allowed Savinian to accompany them. Neither did she accept Madame de Portendure's proposition, which Savinian had induced his mother to make, that she should visit there. Ursula and La Bougival lived, moreover, with the strictest economy. They did not spend, counting everything, more than 60 francs a month. The old nurse was indefatigable. She washed and ironed, cooked only twice a week, mistress and maid, eating their food cold on other days. For Ursula was determined to save the 700 francs still due on the purchase of the house. This rigid conduct, together with her modesty and her resignation to a life of poverty after the enjoyment of luxury and the fond indulgence of all her wishes, deeply impressed certain persons. Ursula won the respect of others, and no voice was raised against her. Even the heirs, once satisfied, did her justice. Savinien admired the strength of character of so young a girl. From time to time Madame de Portenduère, when they met in church, would address a few kind words to her, and twice she insisted on her coming to dinner and fetched herself. If all this was not happiness, it was at least tranquillity. But a benefit which came to Ursula through the legal care and ability of Bongrand started the smoldering persecution which up to this time had laid in Minoret's breast as a dumb desire. As soon as the legal settlement of the doctor's estate was finished, the justice of peace, urged by Ursula, took the cause of the Portenduères in hand and promised her to get them out of their trouble. In dealing with the old lady, whose opposition to Ursula's happiness made him furious, he did not allow her to be ignorant of the fact that his devotion to her service was solely to give pleasure to Mademoiselle Mirouet. He chose one of his former clerks to act for the Portenduères at Fontainebleau, and himself put in a motion for a stay of proceedings. He intended to profit by the interval which must elapse between the stoppage of the present suit and some new step on the part of Masson to renew the lease at 6,000 francs, get a premium from the present tenants, and the payment in full of the rent of the current year. At this time, when these matters had to be discussed, the former whist parties were again organized in Madame de Pretender's salon, between himself, the Abbé, Savinien, and Ursula, whom the Abbé and he escorted there and back every evening. In June, Bongrand succeeded in quashing the proceedings, whereupon the new lease was signed. He obtained a premium of 32,000 francs from the farmer and a rent of 6,000 a year for 18 years. The evening of the day on which this was finally settled, he went to see Zélie, whom he knew to be puzzled as to how to invest her money, and proposed to sell her the farm at Bordiers for 220,000 francs. "I'd buy it at once," said Minoret, "if I were sure the Portenduères would go and live somewhere else." "Why?" said the Justice of Peace. "We want to get rid of the nobles in Nemours." I did hear the old lady say that if she could settle her affairs, she should go and live in Brittany, as she would not have means enough left to live here. She is thinking of selling her house. "Well, sell it to me," said Minoret. "To you," said Zélie. "You talk as if you were master of everything. What do you want with 2 houses in Nemours?" "If I don't settle this matter of the farm with you tonight," said Bongrand, "our lease will get known, Massin will put in a fresh claim, and I shall lose this chance of liquidation which I am anxious to make. So if you don't take my offer, I shall go at once to Melun, where some farmers I know are ready to buy the farm with their eyes shut." "Why did you come to us, then?" said Zélie. "Because you can pay me in cash, and my other clients would make me wait some time for the money. I don't want difficulties." "Get her out of Nemours and I'll pay it," exclaimed Minoret. "You understand that I cannot answer for Madame de Portenduère's actions," said Bongrand. "I can only repeat what I heard her say, but I feel certain they will not remain in Nemours." On this assurance, enforced by a nudge from Zélie, Minoret agreed to the purchase and furnished the funds to pay off the mortgage due to the doctor's estate. The deed of sale was immediately drawn up by Dionys. Towards the end of June, Bongrin brought the balance of the purchase money to Madame de Portenduère, advising her to invest it in the funds where, joined to Savigny's 10,000, it would give her, at 5%, an income of 6,000 francs. Thus, so far from losing her resources, the old lady actually gained by the transaction. But she did not leave Nemours. Minoret thought he had been tricked, as though Bongrin had had an idea that Ursula's presence was intolerable to him, and he felt a keen resentment which embittered his hatred to his victim. Then began a secret drama which was terrible in its effects, the struggle of two determinations, one which impelled Minoret to drive his victim from Nemours, the other which gave Ursula the strength to bear persecution, the cause of which was for a certain length of time undiscoverable. The situation was a strange and even unnatural one, and yet it was led up to by all the preceding events, which served as a preface to what was now to occur. Madame Minoret, to whom her husband had given a handsome silver service costing 20,000 francs, gave a magnificent dinner every Sunday, the day on which her son, the deputy procureur, came from Fontainebleau, bringing with him certain of his friends. On these occasions, Zélie sent to Paris for delicacies, obliging Dionys the notary to emulate her display. Goupil, whom the Minorets endeavored to ignore as a questionable person who might tarnish their splendor, was not invited until the end of July. The clerk, who was fully aware of this intended neglect, was forced to be respectful to Desire, who, since his entrance into office, had assumed a haughty and dignified air, even in his own family. "You must have forgotten Esther," Goupil said to him, "as you are so much in love with Mademoiselle Mirouet." "In the first place, Esther is dead, monsieur, and in the next, I have never even thought of Ursula," said the new magistrate. "Why, what did you tell me, Papa Minoret?" cried Goupil, insolently. Minoret, caught in a lie by a man whom he feared, would have lost countenance if it had not been for a project in his head, which was, in fact, the reason why Goupil was invited to dinner, Minoret having remembered the proposition the clerk had once made to prevent the marriage between Savigny and Ursula. 4. All answer, he led Goupil hurriedly to the end of the garden. "You'll soon be 28 years old, my good fellow," said he, "and I don't see that you are on the road to fortune. I wish you well, for after all you were once my son's companion. Listen to me. If you could persuade that little Mirouet, who possesses in her own right 40,000 francs, to marry you, I will give you, as true as my name is Minoret, the means to buy a notary's practice at Orléans." "No," said Goupil, "that's too far out of the way." "But Montargis, no," said Minoret. "Sins." "Very good, Sens," replied the hideous clerk. "There's an archbishop at Sens, and I don't object to devotion. A little hypocrisy, and there you are, on the way to fortune. Besides, the girl is pious, and she'll succeed at Sens. It is to be fully understood," continued Minoret, "that I shall not pay the money till you marry my cousin, for whom I wish to provide, out of consideration for my deceased uncle. Why not for me too?" said Goupil maliciously, instantly suspecting a secret motive in Minoret's conduct. "Isn't it through information you got from me that you make 24,000 a year from that land, without a single enclosure, around the Château du Rouf? The fields and the mill the other side of the Loing make 16,000 more. Come, old fellow, do you mean to play fair with me?" "Yes. If I wanted to show my teeth, I could coax Masson to buy the Rouvre estate, park, gardens, preserves, and timber." "You'd better think twice before you do that," said Zélie, suddenly intervening. if I choose, said Goupil, giving her a viperish look. Masson would buy the whole for 200,000 francs. Leave us, wife, said the Colossus, taking Zélie by the arm and shoving her away. I understand him. We have been so very busy, he continued, returning to Goupil, that we have had no time to think of you, but I rely on your friendship to buy the Rouvre estate for me. It is a very ancient marquisate, said Goupil, maliciously, which will soon be worth in your hands 50,000 francs a year. That means a capital of more than 2 millions as money is now. My son could then marry the daughter of a marshal of France, or the daughter of some old family whose influence would get him a fine place under the government in Paris, said Miniret, opening his huge snuff-box and offering a pinch to Goupil. Very good. But will you play fair? Cried Goupil, shaking his fingers. Minoret pressed the clerk's hands, replying, On my word of honor. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.